About 4 minutes, big guy. Thank you.
I have.
¿Qué pasó?
Welcome back to Tropicana Field in St. Petersburg, Florida. It's day 4 of the 2022 Perfect Game National Showcase. Our first game of the morning features Team Maroon and Team Orange. With David Ronsley, I'm Mike Farron, and Rons, we've got a really intriguing pitching matchup here. Charlie Soto making the start for the Orange team, and Landon Marutis for Maroon.
Yeah, and it's great to get off the day on this high a note as we take a look at Charlie Soto starting his warm-ups. We've got 4 games today. If you love baseball, just sit here all day. We've got 40 innings of the highest class high school baseball you will ever see, and you might be looking right there at the young man who's going to be the top pitching prospect in the 2023 class, in Charlie Soto. And Mike, you've seen him pitch before. I've seen him pitch before, but a very interesting backstory in that he has been a shortstop almost all of his development, a primary shortstop. I looked at 2 years ago. He was 6'1", 165 pounds. Last year, 6'3", 180 pounds. Right now, listed at 6'5", 197 pounds. So he's a young man who basically outgrew the shortstop position. A lot of people talk about O'Neill Cruz with Pittsburgh. Hey, why isn't he on the mound? He'd probably throw 100. Well, this is kind of in a little shorter package, an O'Neill Cruz young man. He's been up to 98 this summer. He can spin the ball in the low to mid 80s. It's the whole package, and he really hasn't spent that much time on the mound.
As Ron's mentioned, is 6'5", 197 pounds from Kissimmee, Florida. He's committed to Central Florida. He started the PDP All-Star game in Los Angeles last Friday for one of the 2 squads. And first pitch of the game was like 98. So I was excited to see the velocity. And with Landon Marutis starting for Team Maroon, that's another really intriguing arm.
Well, Landon Marutis has done everything. We saw him during drills in the outfield, in the infield. We saw him take a really nice BP. One of the top two-way prospects as we see him warming up down in the right field bullpen for his 2-inning stint. But just an all-around prospect. He's had a day to rest that arm since the drills, which I was very glad to see. So we should see the best of the young man who's been up to 94 and is just a high-ceiling young talent in all regards.
As David mentioned, these games scheduled to go 10 innings here this morning with these 2 teams, so 5 pitchers for each squad will get going. Charlie Soto will climb on the mound here, and he will face the leadoff man for Team Maroon. This is Drew Burris, a Georgia High School Player of the Year. That's not a small feat this past season to be the Georgia High School Player of the Year with Drew Jones and Kamar Johnson.
High School Player of the Year, and then we look at what he's done this summer already. He's already hit 11 home runs in 34 games in perfect gameplay. So we're talking about a young man who can just flat hit, has some of the loudest tools in this class.
Soto's first pitch at 95, as you can see on the screen with the TrackMan data with it. Oh, gets a breaking ball over for a strike, 0-2.
And we can talk about Charlie Soto and his mid to upper 90s fastball, but as you can see there, he can spin at mid 80s breaking ball, near 2,500 spin rate.
Back to the breaking ball there, and it's 1-2.
And you can see him breaking ball heavy. These players know who each other are. They're on social media together. They've played together, and there's a big respect level here between the pitcher and the hitter.
As Burris gets time here quickly to reset. We're just underway here on day 4 in St. Petersburg. Fastball misses away, so 2-2 the count. So for a couple of 95s out of the gate for Soto as he's just getting into his outing. Get a good look at the right-hander. As I mentioned, committed to Central Florida, but a lot of eyes on him today. Swing and a miss. Boy, that was a good off-speed offering. A strikeout for Soto to start the day.
Yeah, and I'm curious what that pitch was, because it had the characteristics of the breaking ball, but you look at that spin rate, and that's a change-up spin rate. So whether that was like a split, let's see what it does here. That was a split finger. Yeah. I think that was a split finger change. He did in the spin, and we got three looks on the first hitter from Charlie Soto.
Yeah, this is the first pitch to Colt Emerson, committed to Auburn. Emerson, 6 foot, 185 pounds from John Glenn High School.
There's another one of those change-ups, and that had a little different shape to it. That had the big fade away from the left-handed hitter, thrown a little bit harder, so it might even be two different types of change-up, one he throws to lefties, one he throws to righties.
Yeah.
Just speculating there, but that's what it looked like by the spin and the shape.
I think we actually got a decent look at his grip on that splitter that he threw to Burris, and it looked like there was a little bit of space between his fingers, and you kind of get to peer into his glove on that.
And there's really two types of split fingers, and it's based on how far you separate your fingers. So we see the slider there. You know, if you don't separate them much, it's going to be that power one where you're not getting much of a velocity difference, maybe 8 to 10 miles an hour from your fastball, or then you can split it farther, and you're going to get more tumble and less velocity and really less command too. And I think it's the big wide split finger that worries people about a youngster, a teenager throwing a split finger.
It's called strike 3 at 95 there for out number 2.
See the fastball right there at the bottom of the zone.
Colin Houck's been an impressive performer here so far as he stands in. Parkview High School in Lilburn, Georgia. He is uncommitted. Shown good bat speed. An impressive BP round and showed the game yesterday as well. Soto's 1-0.
Yeah, for hitters at this event, this is such a tough event for hitters because you're going to get 4 or 5 at-bats over the course of 2 games. Obviously, it's going to be against a different pitcher every time. But you might see Charlie Soto this at-bat. Yesterday, you were facing a lefty throwing 93, 95. Next one might be a guy who can mix and match and work off his changeup or his breaking ball. You're getting a different look. It's like working through a big league bullpen if you're a hitter at the big league level. You're seeing something different every time, and every one might be better than the last one.
Well, and I think what's been so impressive was that with the arms, not just the velocity, and there's been a lot of, most guys I would say have been 92, 93 at least, if not higher, that the carry on their pitches has been right around big league average for the most part. You see there on that slider, 2,500 spin rate, that's just a little below the league average. Now, it could be deceptive on the slider with the spin, but there are a number of guys that have been, it seems like most guys who are throwing a curveball are flipping it up there at 2,700 RPMs, which is about the big league average. Out recorded to finish the inning as Soto gets a couple of strikeouts in this frame, and George Baker throwing down to first to get the out. We played a half inning and get a good look here at Charlie Soto. Rons, what do you see?
Well, I like that last pitch. I wanted to focus on that last pitch first because he's been working down, everything down, every single one of his off-speed pitches, like that splitter to strikeout burst, down in the zone, and that last pitch there to Houck, he rode it up. And I wonder if he did that with intent, the four-seamer up that we see so much of in Major League Baseball today. But a great first inning from Soto. And one of the impressive things, we didn't worry about strikes. He was attacking the zone. He was locating the ball where he wanted to. You combine that with the stuff, and that's why he's one of the top right-handers in this class.
Very impressive first inning from Charlie Soto as you see him having a conversation over on the first base side.
He's relaxed.
Third base side? Yeah. He seems
over talking to his guys there.
Yeah.
I don't know that, but he's relaxed. Hey, it's like a workout. I'm playing on national TV. There's 200, 250 scouts in the stands. Hey, I'm having a good time.
No big deal.
Yeah.
Nicely done for Soto. Landon Marutis is on the mound for Team Maroon. NC State commit, as you see. He's one of the top 30 prospects, and you mentioned before, one of the top two-way players in this class. He has shown an impressive collection of tools.
Yeah, and we talk about two-way players, and at this level, there are so many good athletes, and a lot of these players play both ways. Charlie Soto still hits, at a high school level and stuff. But Marutis is one of the rare guys who really could go out, even at a major power school like North Carolina State, and legitimately play both ways. Although, that's pretty rare at the highest level of college baseball, especially for a freshman. But Marutis has that kind of ability, and we've seen it on the position player side as we get a look at some of those scouts. We're going to see it on the mound right here.
Marutis getting a last dap here, and he will face the speedy Lee Ellis out of Bishop McNamara High School. He's committed to South Carolina. Ellis had an excellent workout day 2 days ago. Showed some pop and impressive speed. Swinging at the first pitch here in the shallow right, coming on and making the grab. He is the right fielder for Team Maroon. That's Zaid Diaz, and 1 pitch, 1 out.
To highlight Marutis' two-way skills, he playing for top-tier Roos at the 17U National Championship back two weeks ago at East Cobb. He was all-tournament, both batting and pitching, through 4 no-hit innings with 6 strikeouts on the mound, and hit .571 with a homer at the plate.
You should call him Shohei Marutis at this point.
Well, you know, that is a little bit different, and there are organizations now that are trying to actively develop two-way guys. And whether I don't think we're going to see another Ohtani. That's it's like a 100-year floodplain. It's like, no, it's not going to happen again just because we want it to. But there are organizations who are actually are trying to develop those special talents right now.
Adrian Santana stands in. Another impressive workout. Great defense the other day. One of the top runners. In fact, I believe the top runner in the 60s here. Well, that just happened in the draft with San Francisco, right? They took Reggie Crawford, who had just transferred from UConn to Tennessee. He'd missed the entire season because of Tommy John, but they drafted him as a two-way player. And he was a first baseman and a pitcher at UConn, was scheduled to be their Friday starter before getting hurt. So that's another organization that's trying to do it. Here in Tampa Bay, they took a first-rounder, what, is it 5 years ago now?
Brandon McKay.
Brandon McKay out of Louisville.
Yeah, that was a legit.
rounder.
And McKay obviously has been really, really damaged by injury, multiple injuries, and I don't believe he's played in 3 years.
I think that's right.
But yeah, he was very much on that two-way track.
3-2 the count here to Adrian Santana. Santana, a switch hitter. He pops that one up. Behind second, it's the shortstop who makes the play. That's Stone Russell. And 2 up, 2 down in the bottom of the first.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Santana hit a lot because I thought Santana's defensive drill was maybe the best one that I've seen at this event. I love his footwork at short. Hopefully he'll get challenged defensively today, and we'll get to see more of that.
Blake Grimmer next. From Orchard Lake St. Mary's Prep, the national champion. He is committed to Tennessee. He's battled a bunch of injuries here. He had labrum surgery in 2020 and then had to rehab through the COVID shutdown. And then had a stress fracture that limited him last year too, so he has really overcome a number of injuries. Be a high-level player and a Tennessee commit, one of the top 100 high school prospects here.
Nice change up there to finish off the inning.
A 1-2-3 frame for Landon Marutis.
That was spectacular in its lack of being spectacular. 92 fastball, breaking ball for strikes, nice change up, not necessarily pitching away from contact and trying to blow people away, but just a nice, quiet, 10-pitch inning maybe?
Get it there. Only ran 1 3-ball count, and you could see, as you said, able to land the breaking ball for strikes was a big part of that. One came back to the corner, and take a look at that changeup that ended the inning. So a 1-2-3 frame for Landon Marutis. Both starters as advertised as we get underway on day 4.
Oh, you mentioned with Grimmer, you said torn labrum. I don't think there's an injury in baseball now that is scarier than a torn labrum. Tommy Johns, are kind of an accepted part of the baseball injury landscape now. You tear an ACL and that's okay. That's just a normal injury for sports. It costs you a year, but okay, we can get back. But a labrum is just like the injury right now to be afraid of. That's what impacted Brendan McKay, who we were talking about with the Rays.
teams and players are so much better at shoulder strengthening that the number of shoulder injuries has actually decreased significantly over the last 15 years. And so it's very rare to see them. But between labrum and I would say the shoulder capsule tear
when's
is
the last
other
time
one.
you ever heard of a rotator cuff?
Right. You might hear some fraying or something like that, but it very rarely does that happen.
Yeah, and I think in so many of these kids, you look down the dugout and you see all their stretching and bands and all the work they do to strengthen the, rotator cuffs and the labrums and the shoulders. You are very correct there.
No, he's going to come over here.
Braden Holcomb is the leadoff man here, top 5 prospect in this class. Committed to Vanderbilt. Holcomb, 6'4", 215 pounds. Some loud contact yesterday in game action from him. Fouls that one back, a little tardy on 94. I haven't seen that top end 98 from Soto so far, but boy, has he been aggressive with that fastball.
Yeah, I think 96 is the top, and that's fine. That is fine. He's pitching. He's not out there looking for a number. And in this showcase environment, we see it all over. We see it in outfield drills, infield drills, catcher pops, even in BP, where guys are looking for numbers, looking for bombs and everything like that. And Soto is just pitching like he would if he was thrown in the semifinals of this, 17U National Championship. That breaking ball, with the power, we look at spin rates on breaking balls often and evaluate them by that. He's throwing that breaking ball with nice depth at 86 miles an hour. That's a slider in the book, but it's got some curveball depth to it as well.
Swing and a miss, and that was one of the best sliders he's thrown today as he needs just 3 pitches to put away Holcomb.
Holcomb, don't worry about that. Big leaguers swing and miss at that pitch all the time. That's a big league pitch right there.
One out, and that'll bring up Riley Jackson. Jackson, as you can see, committed to Florida State from Melbourne, Florida. And he gets the first hit of the ball game. Inside outing, a first pitch fastball, and Jackson a 1-out single.
Nice piece of hitting there. And it wasn't going to get his barrel out in front on that pitch, so he got his hands in and got the barrel to the ball. George
Wolkow is next from Downers Grove, Illinois, Downers North High School. 6'7" left-handed hitter. He's a guy that reclassified for this class. He was originally going to be a 2024. Inside for ball 1. It's almost like he's playing up a level this summer.
Yeah, and sometimes kids reclassify because they're getting with their group. Wolkow is still 16 and a half years old. So he really is, in an age sense, playing up. And there are 18-year-olds here, not many of them, but the basic age here is going to be mid-17s and stuff. So he's truly a 2024 in age, but he's so talented, was so dominant with his age group. I think it's going to serve him well to face the better pitching, to be in the higher level tournaments, get into college earlier, and just help his development.
Fouls that one away. And there's the added aspect to it, and I know he's committed to South Carolina, but there are a number of teams that are looking for the younger position players in particular in the draft, and that age at draft factors into their draft models, because if you've had success against older level competition, the feeling is that you've played up, and that probably is a better indication or a good indication of your talent level.
Yeah, and it also gives an organization really more time to develop a player. Some organizations all the organizations have different models. Some like the college player that's already physically mature, that they don't have to mold, and other organizations really love to mold, and you see it in the international game or scouting market. You see it more and more at this level as well.
He's in a good count here, 3-1. It's the first time we've seen Soto work out of the stretch today. Jackson a pretty short lead at first. Bluff's going and Wolkow's hit. hit by a pitch on the right thigh.
I was worried it got him on the knee, but if it got him on the knee, he wouldn't be standing there swinging the bat. So, yeah, he tells Soto, hey, I'm good.
So the count will reset for him as a courtesy runner goes in at first. And Wolcott's at bat will continue. Now, again, the walks and hit by pitches lead to base runners, but because you want to see hitters hit, keep them in the box and reset the ball count.
Now, there are two things going on here from a scouting perspective that are carefully watched. First of all, Soto's, as you said at the start of the at bat, working from the stretch for the first time. So from a scouting perspective, you're watching, and of course, in a fastball only count, you're watching what the hitter does. He knows what's coming. He's not having to guard the play. He knows it's going to be a fastball. Wolcott got the barrel out there nicely. Didn't get a break on where he hit it. Whew, that was almost a double play.
Maybe off the end of the bat just a bit,
Yeah.
but a nice job by Hindle for the shovel the second on it. 2 outs. Here's Trenton Lyons. Committed to Mississippi. The defending national champions. Gets away. Runners will move up to second and third with 2 outs.
That was that split change again that challenges catchers at every level. And at this level, I don't know that George Baker's ever seen that pitch before, especially thrown at 84, 86 miles an hour.
I wonder how many of the hitters have. Too. I mean, it's a really good pitch. We've seen a couple of good splits in this showcase so far. Justin Lee is the other one who stands out from the other day, the UCLA commit.
Now, have you heard the story on Justin Lee and his split finger?
No.
He just learned that earlier this week, and that was the first time he'd thrown it in a game. That's what's the story that he told people that made its way back behind the backstop. So.
Well, he should throw it more because the one that he threw the other day was
nasty.
Sick. I mean,
I've seen that from the center view. I saw the clips that are on social media, and it's like, yeah, that looked nasty behind the plate, and it looked nastier from the center field camera.
Swing and a miss.
And that's that other changeup, the one that runs away from the left-handed hitters.
Now we haven't seen grips on it, but I mean, it very well could be that he's switching to a circle grip there. You think, or is he still just getting a feel for the split a little bit?
I think it's two different pitches. Just by the action is so different on it that it pretty much has to be two different pitches. Much like a 2-seam, 4-seam fastball have different characteristics.
Yeah. There aren't a whole lot of guys that will throw two separate changes. Kevin Gossman stands out as one who does. He's got the splitter and the circle change that he uses. But Gossman's difficulty has always been in spinning a breaking ball. That's been something that's never been easy for him. Soto has much better feel for that.
Gossman somehow picked up the win last night with his 28 runs of support.
Keep him there, Kevin.
Yeah.
That's called strike 3 on a changeup. 2 pretty strong innings for Charlie Soto here at the 2022 Perfect Game National Showcase.
And what stood out for me here with Soto was not what I expected. I expect him to come out and blow people away with the fastball, but that wasn't his program today. He showed 4 different pitches. He showed quality to 4 different pitches. He threw strikes with 4 different pitches, and it was a real mature outing, a low heartbeat outing we saw between innings. He's over by the stands talking to his guys. So just a nice day at the park for Charlie Soto, and you'll be hearing a lot more of him over the next year and beyond, that's for sure.
Definitely. Very impressive outing for the right-hander. His work here is done.
And he's going to go get his bands and go do some shoulder work. It used to be after you worked, you went and ran poles. Well, you really don't do that. You still see that. But now pitchers will go and work on their shoulder strength, work on their core strength. Stay healthy.
You see him, and big smile on his face as he heads down the left field line towards the bullpen. And now you look at Landon Marudas, who begins his second inning of work. He was impressive 1, 2, 3. I know we've been gushing over Soto here because of the velocity and what seemed like, if you think of it as two different changeups, 4 pitches really that he was using. Marutis showed 3 real pitches and command for a breaking ball and a good changeup. I mean, it was, I think the velocity gets your attention with Soto a little bit more, but it's still pretty impressive first inning from Marutis as he gets ready to face Justin Best here.
Interesting face-off. Marutis, the number 27th ranked player in the class right now, against Best, the number 33 ranked player.
This at bat will determine where they go in the ranking.
No, absolutely not. And there's absolutely no difference,
Right.
even if the kids think there is, between 27 and 33. And then I should also point out that the last time we ranked this class was probably back in May at the end of the high school season. So there's not only been this event, but a huge calendar of tournaments and stuff with player evaluations at all of them. So we will go to the work of re-ranking the class probably pretty shortly after this event concludes.
Best listed at 6'3", 201 pounds. So there he's committed to Florida State or so before. Cornelius, North Carolina. Turned it loose 3-1 and swung through it.
Best 6'5" in the 60 earlier, 95 from the outfield.
And the 3-2 is low, and so he will draw a walk. First base runner allowed by Marutis. Adrian Santana is going to run. And there is a good chance he runs. Best gets a piece of it. So all fastballs now from Marutis for the remainder of Best's at bat since he issued the walk. And while this is an advantage for the hitter, I always think it's really interesting in watching how pitchers react knowing that they just have that one pitch to use. That could be 2 and a little too slowly hit to double up Best at first. One out.
Well, Marutis had a play on there, and that's a great point, Mike. He threw two seam fastball sinkers down and away, in his 2 fastball onlys, looking for the grounder, keeping it away from Best power. Got the force at second base. So instead of just saying, "Hey, here's my 93," he kept pitching with what he's capable of doing. Because when you say fastballs only, you don't say, "Well, you can throw 2 seamers, 4 seamers," you know. It doesn't limit you as a pitcher to stop. You can't pitch anymore.
Antonio Parada is up. He swings and misses the first one. Nice play by Eric Fernandez on that, too. Not trying to rush it to get the double play. Made sure he got the out at second. Some heads-up baseball there, knowing it wasn't hit very hard.
That might have been Marutis' best pitch right there to start off Parada. That was an 81 changeup. You got a big 6'4", 230 power hitter up. You know what he's looking for, and just perfectly located changeup.
Snap throw to first, and Best just back. Parada out of Georgetown Prep. He is committed to Virginia, and he's behind in the count 0-2, so he goes changeup curveball to the lefty. So we see a 4th pitch from Marutis, too.
Boy, does that make hitters angry, especially big power guys. They're like, "Come on, dude, please just throw me a fastball."
The fastball counts don't exist anymore.
No, they don't.
Popped up to the third baseman, and right there is Walt Collin. He'll throw back to first, and they're going to double off Best. That is out number 3.
I believe they're going to have one more hitter here. One more hitter. As we had a ghost runner make one of the outs. I don't know what Best was thinking there.
You've forgotten how many outs
he doesn't
there were?
know either. You can just tell it's like, ooh, boy.
Chalk it up to being 9:30 in the morning, right? 2 outs. This is Brett Denby. Denby from New Albany, Indiana, committed to Georgia. 6 foot tall, 180 pound right-handed hitter.
And there was that four-seam fastball on the first pitch that everybody else was looking for and didn't get.
And Denby on the 0-1 dumps one into left field for a base hit. So the first hit allowed, then on a breaking ball.
Now we'll clear the field.
Roll the inning after that. And the inning is over. And so you get a look here at some of what Landon Marutis brought to the table in his second inning of work. Impressive 1 hit, 1 walk for the right-hander. And we're going to look at some of his work here in just a second.
Yeah, Marutis, both pitchers, and that's something that stands out. We highlighted before Charlie Soto and Landon Marutis went out there that you know, these were two of the top-ranked pitchers in the class. And you can see, though, it's not because of velocity. It's because of their ability to pitch, you know, throw the changeup early in a count, drop a curve in early, get swing and miss outside of the zone. And, you know, that's something big league pitchers are looking for is how do I get outs out of the zone on weak swings and swing and miss out of the zone. And these two young men already at 17 years old have a good feel for that. And of course, at this national showcase, starting primary pitchers all throw 2 innings. So we're going to get another look out here. Ryan Garrity from Mundelein, Illinois, will be the second pitcher for Orange. Ryan, a 6'2", 192-pounder. Pitches for Mundelein High School in the spring and artillery baseball in the summer. Has been up to 94 himself this summer. In fact, at the 17U National Championships, just through 1 inning, was 93-94 with an 81 slider. Leading off for Maroon team is number 23, Luis Castillo. Castillo, a big right-handed bat, 6'5", 210 pounds. You can see that strength there. Another uncommitted player. Garrity opens him up with a slider. I thought that was going straight for his hip. Castillo hung in there, though, took it for ball 1. That's the universal look on every hitter's face when he ducks and leaves the barrel up and picks up a strike. That, oh my goodness, it happened to me. And you can see for a right-handed hitter, that's just such a tough arm slot from Garrity. He's coming from that almost sidearm, certainly low 3/4, whippy arm action. And he's throwing that big breaking slider. Look at the spin rate on that slider, almost 2,900 RPMs on it. That is a nasty pitch for a right-handed hitter. And Garrity hasn't thrown it in the strike zone yet, but he hasn't needed to.
But you could see there too, Ron, that looked like a fastball outer third into the last minute. I mean, it really has some late movement.
And then that, looking up on the board, that had 19 inches of vertical break.
Big Pete Kraska lines the first one up the alley, and a nice running catch by Best. And that's out number 2.
We always look forward to Pete Kraska coming up because you know what's he's gonna go up there hacking. He had the highest exit velo in drills at 103 miles an hour. He takes the cut, squared that one up, but a nice play, a nice jump by Best.
Zaid Diaz hits next, 2 outs and nobody on in the third. Diaz from Miramar, Florida, uncommitted left-handed hitter. He's gone full Cespedes with the day-glow yellow sleeve on his left arm. Fouled at the plate. They count 1-1.
I was just going to say that every pitcher with especially right-hander with this low slot, the first thing you think is, how are they going to get left-handed hitters out? And we just saw a really nice 83-mile-an-hour changeup there to Diaz that answers the question, hey, is this guy a three-pitch guy who can attack lefties with another offering? Because that slider's going to be so hard to land anyway, and it's going to be coming in on the lefties. It's not really a pitch you're going to feature to a left-handed hitter often.
We've seen more low arm slot righties have success against lefties for a couple of reasons, and one of them is that the more we do research and find out about how we can track the angle of the fastball, that you see a lot more of them with that flat fastball playing at the top of the zone and really dominating lefties. I think about Paul Sewald with Seattle, Tyler Rogers last year with San Francisco. Pop up to short, and Hinkle's there to make the catch. Grimmer is there to make the catch in a 1-2-3 inning here for Garrity.
And Garrity got that last out on a changeup. So I think another thing that contributes to that, more low slot lefties or right-handers that you're not thinking of just a reliever profile, is the fact that in baseball, we're not as hesitant to throw a majority off-speed pitches.
Right.
Fastballs are in some organizations are less than 50% fastball. Or we're talking about all through the minor. There were 5 organizations. I read a study last month that there are 5 organizations that in their minor league system throw less than 50% fastballs, and the Mariners only throw 42% fastballs in their minor league organization.
I may have read that same thing. I think.
Yeah. And as you throw more and more off speed and you mix your pitches and you use these metrics to attack hitters, you can see the right-handers, mixing it up more, not going with their strength from that low slot against opposite side hitters.
I think it was something like those 5 teams that threw the lowest had the lowest expected ERA too, I think, of any organizations. It was interesting looking at that. And
you have to scout. You have to have coordination between your scouting department, amateur scouting department, and your player development staff on that, because you need to be acquiring players, whether it be internationally, through the draft, through free agent signings, minor league signings, pitchers who can pitch to that. If you have a high school kid who throws mid-90s and has no off-speed stuff, that's not the development profile that, let's say, a Mariners is going to be successful with.
Right.
You've got to bring in pitchers who already have feel for throwing that, or you're just burning development time and innings at the lowest levels.
Bryson Moore is the new pitcher here for Maroon. He will face A.J. Gracia from Monroe, New Jersey. Moore, the 172nd ranked prospect in this class from Fairfax, Virginia. He is committed to UVA.
Something we've seen. I think we see more and more of baseball across all levels, all high school levels, regardless of the talent level, working from the stretch with nobody on base.
Simplifying the delivery. That one hit fairly well to left, but it's playable there, and making the grab is the left fielder. That's Luis Castillo for out number 1.
Last time we saw Bryson Moore was at the 17U National Championships, also pitching for top-tier Roos, who I mentioned before. Was 89-93, 76 curveball, 82 change, and struck out 7 in 4 innings. So he's had a strong summer on the mound.
Delafield, Wisconsin's right-handed hitting Ethan Hindle is in the box, sporting the state of Wisconsin on his helmet and Badger colors, which is disappointing because the University of Wisconsin still does not have a baseball team. Not that I ever bring that up every time.
You brought it up our last broadcast, as a matter of fact.
There are 2 things that I'm all over all the time. The fact that 3 teams aren't traveling their radio broadcasters still, and the fact that University of Wisconsin does not have a baseball program. They have a terrific history there, but Barry Alvarez never wanted to have one. So now that he's gone, maybe it'll change. Rounder to first. Nebraska's got it. 2 outs. Pitching has dominated the day again so far. And that'll bring up Revis Reynolds.
The thing I've seen from Moore so far, and he's obviously been very efficient getting 2 quick outs, that one breaking ball he threw, 29-12 RPM. We have only seen a couple breaking balls above that kind of magical 3,000 mark. And Moore looks like it has it in his arm to do that.
We saw yesterday. Who was it that threw a couple of 3,000 breaking balls? Right, there was. We saw someone there. I remember the first one was Carter Stewart.
Oh, Carter
was at that PG National. Who's now pitching in Japan.
There's your 3,042 right there. Pass the eye test too. See, an old-fashioned guy like me has to have the pitch pass the eye test too. When you're watching Carter Stewart, who's now a superstar in Japan, it passed the eye test like no other curveball I've seen. No, I'll take that back. It passed the eye test, but no curveball I've seen except for Darryl Kyle's. Late Darryl Kyle.
Darryl Kyle did have a terrific curveball. Late Astros and Cardinals pitcher. Colorado Rockies as well. Count 3-1 here to Revis Reynolds. I still remember sitting with the scouts as that's ball 4 when Stewart came in, and his first pitch was 91, 92. I was like, oh, okay, this is kind of interesting. And then he dropped the first breaking ball, and all of a sudden the buzz started under the tent and everybody. And there's a lot of movement around, right? It's always an exciting moment when you see something you aren't expecting, but it's really, really great. We had that moment yesterday. Alfonso Rosario's batting practice display. The first pitch misses outside here to right-handed hitting Revis Reynolds. He inherited an 0-1 count after drawing the walk. Runner goes, and the throw is high. It'll be a stolen base for Best. It's Trenton Lyons doing the catching right now for Team Maroon. Here comes the 2-1. 2-2.
I think it was Reynolds yesterday that in one trip to the plate had, what, a 14 pitch at bat? Just kept fouling balls off. He's a patient hitter, so he gets into these walk counts. Not going to have one today, though, as he strikes out to end the 3rd inning.
A high fastball there that he swung through, and it's a scoreless first frame for Moore.
Yeah, good fastball, 90 to 92 on the fastball, but I think it's going to be the curveball that's going to be Moore's money pitch as he moves up the ladder. Certainly low 90s are going to keep you honest.
Let's say it was pretty impressive glove side fastball command too for him. You don't always see that with guys, especially when he moved just a little bit towards the third base side of the rubber. That stood out.
Yeah, that creates angle, and his fastball looks pretty straight, so any advantage he can get with angle and location on his fastball is going to help him be successful.
Good look at Bryson Moore there. We are at Tropicana Field in St. Petersburg, Florida, day 4 of the 2022 Perfect Game National Showcase.
I love the camp following the pitcher into the dugout and the camera angles on that to see. It just shows you a bit of their personality when they come off the mound. Some kids you'll see are really uptight. Some are like Soto or just, hey, I'm in my element. And it's something you don't get to see when you're sitting in a scout seat or a fan seat or even on TV, that camera angle of watching the pitcher. So I'm loving that right now.
Ryan Garrity back to work for his 2nd inning of work. Face Rowdy Rodriguez, Statesboro, Georgia. Rodriguez had a loud workout What day was that? Thursday?
Yeah, I don't know what today is.
Day 2? We'll stick with the numbers. I think I might be able to get the numbers right.
During the summer, the formula is I know where I am today and I know where I'm supposed to be tomorrow. And that's about as far ahead as you think.
2-1. There are work days and there are off days.
There are?
Well,
there are work days and there are travel days.
There are work days. Well, for you, there's work days and there's report days. I think that's what it is.
One thing I've seen from both Charlie Soto and Ryan Garrity that's interesting is that hand glove separation where you come up and you read.
Oh, nice play. Garrity, the reaction there on the broken bat. 1 out.
I'm glad it was a broken bat, not just a rocket, because Garrity, that's one of those scariest plays in baseball, obviously, and he's smiling and stuff, but that's also going to get you on the top 10 plays of the PG Showcase, National Showcase.
Ooh, man, what a play.
And he got that in back. It was already past him. Nope, he got it there. But you see what good. He was in a great position after he threw that. He was square. He was balanced.
It's a really athletic delivery that he has. I mean, you can see that he's a terrific athlete. I know he is a bit of a position player too. He'll play some third base and some outfield, but you can see the flexibility in him with the big leg raise that he has, and that leg kick and the wind up, and just how balanced he is. It's never seems like he gets off balance in it. So. Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's having to work hard to get to 90 or 91 either.
No.
But yeah, I'm always curious about that too, where you were talking about the separation from the glove, that like glove tap. It to me it works almost like a toe tap for a hitter, right? It's a timing mechanism.
It's a timing mechanism, and I'm trying to think of the downsides. There's a nasty one. Close to 3,000 on a slider, 20 inches of horizontal life on that.
Getting Stone Russell.
That's up on the big board here. Tropicana with the TrackMan. We have the velocity. We don't have the spin rate up there for some reason, but we have the vertical and horizontal planes, which give you another metric to evaluate things. And when you're at 20 inches of horizontal, that's getting up there at the top of the scale, I have to think.
What's the average? Is around 14 or 15, something like that?
I have no idea, Mike.
Ronson, you know everything.
No. At my age, I don't know everything about analytics, that's for sure. Nice change up there from Garrity.
You know an awful lot.
That was a right-on-right changeup. We've been talking a lot down there about pitchers who are not afraid, left on left, right on right, to throw that changeup. Because I'm a huge advocate of throwing same-side changeups, and it's so much part of the game to throw it to your opposite things. But I think a right-on-right changeup, especially if it's a high-quality pitch for you, that's one of your weapons.
I do feel like you see more right-on-right than left-on-left.
Yes,
too.
that is true. There's some, lefties, if they get that pitch down and in and whatever, that old baseball myth.
Walker Barron is the hitter from Atlanta, committed to East Carolina.
And with analytics today, you can punch up two things on your computer screen and find out where your left-handed hitter that you're facing, where their hot zones are anyway. So
right. Yeah, it's amazing the precision that go into advanced scouting reports now.
Another right-on-right change.
It's ball 4. So the count will reset to 0-2 for Barron. And Wolko's going to run it first.
And I found it interesting through this event. I don't think this is really a new trend. I'm finding a lot of these, especially the high quality pitchers that you're seeing here. A significant number of them have a better changeup than they have a breaking ball. And that wasn't the case, let's say, 10 years ago. It was always that, well, he doesn't need it in high school because he can dominate with his fastball type of stuff.
His play there by the shortstop Grimmer, and 2 innings of work in the books for Ryan Garrity from Mundelein, Illinois. The Wichita State commit, excellent work.
Say, Wichita State must have got in front of the crowd there, because that, I was just thinking, that's an example of a young man who is going to go to college, because it's really not with that arm slot a pro profile as a high school draft, but he's going to go to college, and if he lands that slider successfully, and like that one right there, and spots it, he's going to win a lot of games, get a lot of outs right away at the college level, and that's whether you're at Wichita State or whether you're at Vanderbilt, because that's a nice formula for being successful in college.
You know, the Wichita State staff, just in talking to some parents and kids who've been recruited there, have been raving about Mike Pelfrey as the pitching coach there, and the former first-round draft pick, top of the draft pick, I think it was number 4 overall, right, by the Mets. And Pelfrey has become the pitching coach there under Eric Wedge, and really has done a great job of relating to players. And I think there's a little bit of, it might be a little bit that they're in early, but I think if you've ever spent any time around Mike Pelfrey, he's a wonderful guy, and it just is easy to build a relationship with him, I think.
Yeah, and I would think with Wichita State in that regard, when you've got a big leaguer in Eric Wedge and a big leaguer in Mike Pelfrey, well, that's a selling point for your program. It's like, we played in the big leagues. Everybody wants to play in the big leagues who's going to college. It's like, we've been there. We know how to get you there.
Yeah, you're seeing that trend a lot, and a lot of pro guys going back wanting to be assistants or head coaches in college. It's been a big change over the last several years.
And I think a lot of that is because, previously college baseball simply did not generate enough revenue to pay those people a wage that's comparable to what they can get paid at a professional level. And now that college baseball has grown so much, you have the revenue streams and all, it's easy to, with a better lifestyle, a better family lifestyle, to say, hey, we can offer you this and this, and it's become that much more attractive.
Yeah, and in some cases, significantly more money that comes out of it, as we saw with Wes Johnson leaving the Twins mid-season to go to LSU. Mark Gialusi is the hitter, Boston College commit from Westfield, New Jersey.
We get a second inning from Bryson Moore from Fairfax, Virginia, the UVA commit on the mound.
He's got a pretty good feel for pitching. I mean, he knows to start the big guys at something off speed or with a breaking ball. Tried to get him to chase one there.
When you have his breaking ball, it's not a bad idea. As I said last inning, that's going to be his weapon moving forward, and it's a matter of developing the fastball command and maybe working with grips a bit. That I'm sure he threw that with intent up.
Well, that was a 2,500 spin rate fastball, so even though it was at 90, it probably played up a little bit more. And he's been he's the first pitcher we've seen today that's really worked his fastball in the upper part of the strike zone.
Soto threw one. We don't know whether it was with intent or not, but Moore strikes me by the way he locates his pitches and mixes as a guy who's very aware on the mound of what his goals are with each pitch.
He spotted that fastball in the corner to Michael Petit, who's committed to UAB. And it's another fastball there. Another breaking ball there, excuse me. Yeah, nearly 3,000 RPMs on that one. So, really good. And a one-out single to center field for Petit. Get on that fastball and has a base hit. There's Walker Buchanan. Talked a little bit about Buchanan's backstory the other day. He's the son of former first rounders. You get another look at Petit's base hit. Play for Casey Dunn at UAB. But Walker Buchanan, son of a former first rounder, Brian Buchanan, who's currently the hitting coach for Omaha in the Royals system. And his maternal grandfather was the great John Havlicek.
I actually mentioned that behind the backstop yesterday, and, I might be 30, 35 years older than some of the guys I'm down there with, and they looked at me like, who's John Havlicek?
I just
really
can't-
did.
Like, I can't believe that nobody knows who Havlicek was.
I would say 2 of the 5 people who heard that comment had an idea, and then it was a very vague idea.
I think I might just shout down there and ask, hey, who knows who Havlicek is? And everybody can raise their hands. If you don't know, John Havlicek was part of 8 world championships in Boston. One of the most famous calls in NBA history, Johnny Most screaming, Havlicek stole the ball. Havlicek stole the ball. I'm not going to do my Johnny Most impression.
Okay. I don't know whether you and Johnny Most's voices match up real well. All right, back to baseball.
3-1 the count to Buchanan. Runner bluffs going, and it'll be a walk. And so a courtesy runner will come out and will have been at first and second and an 0-1 count now on Walker Buchanan. And we'll look at Petit going to second. So now 2 base runners on. Denby, the runner at first. We'll see how more pitches now with a couple of base runners on. The fastball by him again. Again, only 90 miles an hour, and I say only, but it's a high spin fastball that seems to really jump on the hitters. And he is living with it above the belt. Swing and a miss again.
Pretty much the same exact pitch in the same place.
You know, one thing that I have noticed is he will steal that strike on the outside corner. He seems to have pretty decent command to both edges of the plate. We haven't seen him work down with that fastball, but I don't know that he necessarily needs to.
Yeah,
I mean, as long as he can get the edges and up above the belt, it's pretty good. It's one of those where the radar gun can be a little tricky on you as Taggart Tyson stands in. Takes a curveball strike, 0-1.
Now that pitch had 18 inches of horizontal and 10 inches of vertical to it. That's just big numbers.
Upstairs with the fastball. 1-1 the count. Lyons trying to wrap his second inning work. Runner goes, pitches a strike, throw to third in time. Nice catch and throw. Nice catch and throw there from Trenton Lyons behind the plate as he guns down the runner trying to steal. And
I thought he had no chance to get the runner at third on that. I'd like to see that again. That was a breaking ball down and away, and to catch that and the footwork that Lyons showed there as we take another look at some of Bryson Moore's best pitches after he completes his 2 innings. But that's a nice athletic play by Lyons.
make every day a beach day in St. Pete, Clearwater, where 35 miles of sugary white sand, warm Gulf waters, and rejuvenating sunshine await. So consider this your official invitation to come kick back, relax, and mix things up on America's best beaches. Let's shine. Plan your escape at visitstpeteclearwater.com.
Follow up on that promo. My wife and I have gone to Clearwater Beach on vacations before. She absolutely loves it. She's always asked, when can we go back to Clearwater? In fact, she knew I was here, and it's like, can I go with you? And I'm like, if you want to go to the beach by yourself, you're more than welcome to come. Because I'm not going to any beach. I haven't been outside the route between here and the hotel in 4 days.
In Tropicana Field here in St. Petersburg. I'll tell you what, that little downtown area, though, on First Avenue, Central Avenue, with the restaurants and bars that are right outside this ballpark is continuing to grow, and there are some terrific eateries there.
Oh, yeah, we have our Perfect Game staff hangout. That we go to, that you can dependably go after we get out of here at 8 o'clock, and there'll be a dozen people.
I walked into a place that had just opened a couple weeks ago the other night and had a medianoche sandwich. It's Phoenix does a lot of food well, but Cuban food is not something you can get there. And so, just a terrific sandwich spot. Everything right around the ballpark, really, really great. If you ever do come to St. Petersburg, make sure you come and visit the Dali Museum. The Salvador Dali Museum is really neat, too. Weston Rouse is the new pitcher for the Orange team. He is committed to go play for Josh Holliday at Oklahoma State.
Rouse, a big young man, 6'7", 235. Fort Gibson High School in Oklahoma. Also plays for Sandlot U as his travel team.
Cameron Chialoy will lead off for the Maroon team from Toronto, Ontario. He is committed to the University of Illinois. See Chialoy firing the ball back down to the first base side of the right field bullpen. First pitch from the lefty Rouse is low, ball one.
Last time we saw Rouse is in early June at the PG National Select Championship, playing for Sandlot. Up to 88 on the fastball with a 75 curve, low 80s changeup.
It's 2-0 the count here. Took a little something off it and got it over the quarter for a strike. Miss, 2-2. Rouse trying to dial in that outside corner here. And a really good tight breaking ball there for out number one.
Looked like he tunnels that pitch real well. I think what he's doing with the fastball is a two-seam, four-seam, but what jumped out at me is the tunneling. When we say tunneling, it's really releasing the ball from the same point as your fastball, and that just makes both pitches so much more effective because the hitter doesn't get any clue until the ball's coming up on him what you just threw. And then I think we just saw, okay, that's the fastball. I thought that was the two-seam sinking away, but
it's got a little bit higher spin, but it has a lot of horizontal movement, so it's a swing and a miss there. I mean,
get our first look today at Landon Marutis at the plate.
Held into the glove, it's 1-2 now. I'm assuming that he's probably going to go back to the curveball in that same spot, trying to start it on the outside corner and get it to dive. That's what he did the last time, right? Oh, no, he floats a changeup in there and a beauty for out number two. Whoa.
My impression from these first two hitters is that they don't see the ball. Rouse is doing a good job hiding the ball behind that big 235-pound body. Yeah, he goes straight down his backside. Hitters are not seeing the ball until it's up, up at its release point, and he's tunneling his pitches so well. And of course, he's filling up the strike zone.
I mean, there's enough movement on the fastball that the TrackMan is fooled as to what kind of pitch it is. Like in that hit, that's Fernandez. Eric Fernandez got him on the hand. Hopefully he's okay. Looks like he wants to continue the at-bats and not going to take a breather here. We get a courtesy runner for him at first. But it seems like there's enough arm side movement on that pitch that it must be really deceptive too, from where not just because he's hiding it well, but because of the movement on it.
Yeah, that had five. That pitch that got Fernandez had 5 inches of run to it. But one of my favorite TrackMan metrics, and you never see it. It's there are literally dozens of TrackMan metrics, and I'm sure the Rapsodos and everything do generate the same type of information. But is actually that release point. And you'll get a dot for every release point in different colors or such for each pitch. And as a development tool, getting pitchers to repeat that release point, same release point for all your pitches is so key, especially as the game gets faster at higher levels. Because if you're in a different slot on, let's say, your slider or your changeup, advanced level hitters recognize that immediately, and they're at a huge advantage. They know what pitch is coming when you release it.
Oh, cranked down the right field line by Fernandez and foul. Count remains 1-2 to Eric Fernandez from Miami, Florida, a 6'4", 190-pound infielder. He's committed to the University of Miami. Swing and a miss. High fastball, and Fernandez swung through it, and the inning is over. So a hit batter is all that Rouse allows. And we're through 4.5. We had just 3 hits in this game. Let's take a look at Rouse here, Rons.
Yeah, and I'm only looking at one thing. I'm looking at that arm slot because I'm really fascinated with him because of the tunneling, and I think that's the whole key now and moving forward to his success and his prospect status, his ability to go through easy innings like that. That was an easy. The other was a hit by pitch, but that was an easy inning.
So Rouse, the 6'7" lefty with a scoreless inning of work. You get a look at him committed to Oklahoma State. I feel like he could fill out a little bit more. Super exciting arm for the Cowboys. And we have a new pitcher here for the Maroon team in the 5th. This is Brody Shawn from West Potomac High School in Alexandria, Virginia. He is committed to Wake Forest. We're going to take full advantage of the Wake Forest pitching lab.
And boy, talk about some numbers for Brody Shawn. He has not pitched at a PG tournament last year, but last year through 23 innings, allowed 7 walks, and struck out, get this, 54.
Wow.
Struck out 54 hitters in 23 innings.
Up to 94 with his fastball at previous events.
Yeah, I'm looking at an event here. 2021 PG Underclass Coastal Fall World Series. 5 innings, no hits, 15 strikeouts, 3 walks. That means every out he got in a 5-inning outing was on a strikeout. And that event, he was 90-93 with a 78 slider. So he was also all tournament batting in that team, hit .714.
And we did see him hit, I think, the 2 days ago, too. So he does it all.
Yeah. The event before that, 3 innings, 9 strikeouts. Yeah, there's something nasty going on here. It's going to be fun to see what it is.
Long, lean right-hander. And the first hitter he faces is Taggart Tyson, Louisville commit. Takes a ball at 92.
Another young man who works from the stretch, what I call a closed stretch position, with already turned.
Fastball swung on and missed. 1-1. Look at Tyson from Mount Pleasant, South Carolina. Swing and a miss. Another fastball at 92, just under 92 miles an hour. Looks like he's set up for a breaking ball here. No, it goes back to the fastball. Thought with the catcher going down to one knee, we might see a breaking ball there, but still trying to establish the fastball away to the righty. And there was the breaking ball.
There's the strikeout pitch.
A lot of lateral movement on it. You get a look at it. Moving away from the right-handed hitter, 1 out.
And I think that this is another example of a pitcher who hitters don't see the ball. If you see how he lines up and you draw the line between the hitter's eyes and where that baseball is going down and his arm stroke and back, you can't see the ball. And he doesn't let the hitter see it for a long time.
There's the powerful George Baker from Waldorf, Maryland. It's outside a ball, 1-0. Baker had some loud BP on Thursday, day 2 during the workout session. Oh no, swing and a miss.
Yeah, you look at his horizontal and vertical numbers, meaning how much fastball life there is. They are huge.
Yeah, it's running what, 15 inches?
Yeah,
horizontally. Swing and a miss. That one was right down the middle, and Baker's kind of like, what happened?
they're not seeing the ball.
Yeah.
They
Do you think it's from that close start?
I think he hides the ball extremely well, and I really haven't looked at how his arm works out front. But hitters just aren't seeing the ball.
It's a short arm action in the back.
Yeah. And he's getting just, big life consistently.
2-2 the count. Count goes full now to Baker. You were talking earlier about how difficult these events are for hitters because they're seeing constantly good arms, but you only see them once. You've got maybe 2 at-bats a day, if you're lucky, a third. And I'm just kind of curious from an evaluative standpoint, what are you looking for? If it's not, obviously you want to see hard contact and you'd like to see guys barrel balls up, but if it's not that, what are some of the things that you're trying to evaluate with hitters to get a sense of who they are?
I think it's a timing. It's having a quality at bat. It's being on time. And, yeah, you can ground out 3 times to shortstop, and you can say, hey, he had a good day. He was on time. He took good cuts. He swung at the pitches he should. He didn't expand the zone and such. Eric, we were watching Eric Batanti yesterday, the fine young infielder from California. And he did not – I think he went 0 for 2 or something, 0 for 3 maybe. But he – did such a good job of recognizing pitches. He took a number of 2-strike pitches just off the plate. He was in control of the strike zone. He on the pitches he should have taken a big cut at, he took a big cut. He just didn't, square them up. Pitches that he was protecting the plate, he just fouled off some pitches. It was such an advanced approach there. That's the one that just right off the top of my head stood out from yesterday. For somebody, no, he didn't have a big knock. He wasn't hitting home runs or doubles, but it was just an outstanding approach every single at-bat.
So as we apply it to Baker, there's been a couple of swings and misses. One was a fastball above the belt, but it looked like a strike. The other was in a good count. He made a right swing decision. He was protecting the plate there. So, since he's drawn a walk, do you look at part of that too as he rolls over a base hit into right field? Santana, the runner, racing for third, and he will be safe. And Santana picking him up and putting him down.
And Baker, that's a different swing approach than he has early in at bats. He even was choked up a little bit on that. Nice throw, nice baseball play here. Good throw, maybe the 2 feet it was off is why he was safe.
The right fielder is Cameron Chialoy.
That was a hand adjustment. The ball beat him there, and he moved that left hand out to avoid the tag. The home plate umpire hustled down there and was right on top of it. Nice baseball. Let's see if we can see that again. He's coming out.
Oh, yeah, the swim move and got in with the left hand. Very impressive. Santana's got a pretty high baseball acumen, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's fun to watch play.
I'm in on him. That's great. Will Briggs is at the plate here.
And that's a fun thing. At a regular regional showcase, we don't have the ghost runners. It's only at the exclusive high-level national events where we have the staffing level and stuff to do the ghost runners. But it's so fun watching them because you see another aspect of the game because it's all the speed guys. You don't see Pete Kraska coming in to ghost run. You see Adrian Santana come. You see Best go in. And it shows you so much more about the breadth of their talents.
Runner goes. Foul back. Baker, I'm assuming, is catching the next inning, and that's why he is out. Actually, no, he's Baker not running, though. They are running Michael Petit, I believe, is the runner.
That could very well be the reason.
I think if Baker caught the first two, it looks like, so. Or maybe just trying to get a man in scoring position to steal a run here. No, I'm just kidding.
Now,
I'm kidding.
there is a scoreboard up there.
Yes.
And in a regular showcase game, the score is about as irrelevant as something can be in baseball.
Right.
Except for in these dugouts right now, you can bet that everybody knows what the score is. It gets very competitive at this level. And they have that scoreboard up there saying it's 0-0, or what used to be 0-0.
Wild pitch gets away. It bounced back to the catcher. That's, I believe that's Riley Jackson, and he just couldn't get a handle on it as Santana comes in to score, and it's 1-0 Orange. A breaking ball that just went 5-hole on him. So now it's 2-2 to Briggs. One fouled away. Briggs uncommitted. Shakopee, Minnesota, just outside Minneapolis. Fouled away again. The only reason I know where Shakopee is my first college roommate was from Shakopee, Minnesota. His last name was not Briggs, so I know this isn't his kid. Here's the 2-2 in the dirt.
Nice block there by the catcher.
Riley Jackson doing the catching.
Yeah, to me, you can talk about framing. You can talk about a whole arm strength. You can talk about a lot of different things with a catcher. And I get back to blocking pitches is the thing that I pay the most attention to, really.
Racing in and making a very nice running catch is Zaid Diaz for out number 2. He had a long way to go on that ball. Excellent running grab by Diaz for the second out.
And we've seen a couple times with this roof, this probably the first time a lot of these players, if not most of them, have played inside. And we've seen some outfielders get a little over aggressive running at balls. Carter was right on that one.
Carter White bats.
There we see that bright white roof that was shaking last night during the thunderstorm.
A good look at the roof there. Big league outfielders have lost the ball in the roof here, so these guys shouldn't feel bad about it. There's a strike. It's 1-1. A nice thunderstorm during the last part. I think it was Alfonso Rosario that brought the rain last night. He
brought the thunder.
Oh, man, was that impressive. We were still buzzing about it this morning.
I don't know. I'd submit to you that Daniel Cuvier's BP was just as impressive.
It's pretty good. I would actually say that when you're looking at the whole package of player, Arjun Nimala was who really stood out.
You got me on that one.
I mean, he was hitting balls as a shortstop as far as Rosario. Rosario, quarter outfielder, but like Nimala was very impressive and smooth defensively.
I am looking forward to seeing all three of those play in games as we're getting the last look at this game and next game at the Group 2 as we see Riley Jackson with another tough block there. Not a difficult block because it was a fastball, 92-mile-an-hour fastball that he couldn't get his body in front of, but got the glove well positioned. But yeah, that group last night in the drills, they really didn't stand out in the defensive drills, and they didn't really break into the top 10 in the 60s much. But the batting practice was by far the best group of the three teams in terms of the bat speed and the offensive potential.
Swing and a miss by White, and the inning is over, and a nice first inning of work for Sean.
Get to see a little bit of the reason why his strikeout totals are so absurd. You know, he has that swing and miss on fastballs, and something that scouts do now so much more than they used to is keep track of swing and miss on various pitches. And Sean was able to get a lot of swing and miss on a fastball that just by the eyes is, 92, maybe touch a 93, but gets a lot of swing and miss on it in the zone.
Orange team gets their first run on the wild pitch. We head to the 6th. And back to work is Weston Rouse, the left-hander, 6'7", from Fort Gibson, Oklahoma. He had an impressive first inning of work. We've seen some very good pitching today.
I want to get back to the blocking and catching.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit more about that.
Because first, evaluating catchers now is with the advent and when it's going to happen. We don't know of computer-generated strike zones, and that's going to take away the framing aspect that's so important and stuff. I've always get back to blocking as being so important, not only in just doing it, but the pitcher confidence it gives your pitchers to have somebody who's going to block the ball so they can throw their pitches in the dirt with runners on base. Mm-hmm. And I've never seen a metric for it. You can find a metric for how good a first baseman is at picking the ball. You can find a metric nowadays for everything. I have never seen a metric for catchers blocking pitches.
I think Baseball Info Solutions has one. I'll try and track one down for you
Yeah.
today. I'll ask my buddy Mark Simon over there.
And no, I don't get into that and some of these really the wacky websites that have all of it. But it's something that I would, I guess place so much priority on and evaluating. You measure athleticism when you're watching how a catcher moves and shifts, and really even his willingness, his courage in blocking balls.
Drew Burris leading off here against Rouse. I think that's a big part of it. And I think the one thing that, I understand the microeconomics, right, of every extra strike being stolen. Look at it is Baker that's back behind the plate here. And there's a strike. So I understand why receiving is important. You see a lot of infielders who convert there because they have great hands. But the way I look at it is that any pitch that gets by a catcher is instantly creating a better run-scoring environment for the offense, right? Because if you're going from first to second in the same out state, even if we're to use, run expectancy, there's a significant difference in the run expectancy in that instance versus what you have with the framing over the course of the game. And while that may play a big role in advantage counts, as soon as you have a pitch that either is a pass ball or a wild pitch, you're creating a high leverage situation for your team and your pitcher.
Exactly. The margin of one base is far outweighs the margin of one strike.
But
in a game context.
Yes, but the margin of 10 strikes, that was a good breaking ball there for out number one, over the game probably outweighs the one base runner moving up. So it's just, you're right, like in terms of just within the context of one inning, it can be difficult, but over the course of a game, there's got to be a balance to it.
Yeah. That at-bat was very impressive for Rouse because Burris not only is one of the best hitters in the class, he's one of the hottest hitters in the class. And he took some swings that were not good for him, chasing pitches out of the zone, not recognizing pitches. And I think as long as Rouse keeps mixing it up with his very advanced ability to tunnel pitches, it's just a matter of him throwing strikes because he has that tunneling advantage right now.
And for the most part, he has. I mean, he has a hit batter here. He's given up a hit, but that's been it. He's upstairs with the fastball there, and Emerson fights it off. Again, you see the spin rates on the fastball. The major league average is, I believe, right around 2,300 now, just maybe a tick below that. And, first started really using the TrackMan nearly a decade ago, guys who threw 2,300 spin rate fastballs were pretty rare. So there's still some carry on that pitch. Tried to land that breaking ball and couldn't. It's 2-2. That time it looked like he slowed down everything on the breaking balls. His delivery, his arm. This is away with the heater. It's 3-2. Emerson putting a tough at bat on the lefty. It's inside for ball 4, so he will get only fastballs here in an 0-2 count.
Well, Emerson's had some quality at bats just in his couple appearances here against lefties. He had a single against a big lefty, Adams, who was throwing 94, and Emerson was behind the count, got the breaking ball, and just had a nice contact, inside-out swing, hit it to left. He turns on this one, though, and drives it to right.
That went to the fence in right before it's tracked down by Reynolds for out number 2. 96 miles an hour off the bat. He just missed that one.
Yeah, he got a fastball in his zone, and in another year or two, when Emerson's a little stronger, that's out of any ballpark.
Of any of the hitters, though, he's had the best. He had the best swings against the fastball of Rouse, I felt like.
Yeah.
You know, and that was a left-handed hitter against him too. Colin Houck, Parkview High School. Takes a strike, it's 0-1. Sub out the runner at first here. Swing and a miss, boy, way tardy on that one. It's 0-2.
He didn't see the ball. Didn't recognize the pitch. He's going to get the same pitch right here.
Swing and a miss, blew the fastball by him, and Rouse with 2 scoreless innings in the book. An excellent performance for him here at Perfect Game National.
Yeah, nothing big on the numbers here for Rouse. We were talking before about pitchers throwing 94, 96, 3,000 spin rate fast, breaking balls. You're not going to see any of that from the big Oklahoma lefty, but you saw a lot of that. A lot of hitters taking bad swings, a lot of swing and miss. There are different ways to get to the goal, which is to get hitters out.
You saw that breaking ball, too. It's not like it had crazy spin metrics, but from the eye test, it certainly passed it.
Yeah, and it was located. You didn't see any hangers there. Most of them that swing and miss on the breaking ball, you saw swinging out of the zone, which is the best sign that hitters aren't recognizing the pitch, is when they're going outside the zone.
I'm going to look at some of the outfield fence here at the Rays ballpark here in St. Petersburg, Florida. Rays winning last night in Kansas City.
Well, up there in left field is where you see the most important part of the Rays ballpark, where all those championship banners are up.
You get a good look at it. 2 American League pennants in the last 14 years. AL East champions a year ago with a 100-win season for the Tampa Bay Rays.
I always get asked, what's your favorite team? What's your favorite team? And my answer is, when you've done this so long, you root for players.
You root for people.
And people that you know in the game. For teams, I root for underdogs, and there's no organization that is more the consummate underdog than the Tampa Bay Rays. So if they were to go win the World Series this year, if they get to the playoffs this year, I'm thrilled, because they're such underdogs just by the nature of the organization and their how they make so much out of so little.
Lee Ellis leads off for Team Orange. And fouls the first pitch back and out of play. Brody Shawn in his second inning of work. Talked a little bit about Ellis during his workout, but he has pretty good athletes in his family. His mom ran track at Pitt, and his dad played basketball at Manhattan. So D1 athletes in his family. He's committed to South Carolina. Shoots good speed and quickness. Lines out with foul. And nice play by his teammate Mac Estrada warming up in the bullpen. Nicely done.
Hey, yo, Petit.
I love hearing about bloodlines for all these players because they're so important. Not to say that there aren't big league all-stars and future big league all-stars that might have a more humble background with their family athleticism, but with so many, we saw it in the draft this year, as Ellis swings through that high slider. You know, in the draft this year, at the top of the draft, it's just dominated by,
Absolutely dominated.
you know, by the bloodlines.
Matt Holliday's son, Andrew Jones' son, Eric Green, the old All-Pro tight end son,
Even
Carl Crawford's son,
Cam Collier, his
Yep.
big league dad.
Lou. Yep.
We don't seem to have as many of those ex-sons of ex-big leaguers. That's something that's cyclical. We'll get 1 year 9 or 10 guys in the All-American game that have big league connections. Some years might only be 1 or 2.
Swing and miss by Santana as he was tardy on that fastball. It's 0-2. Yeah, I think we have, well, in this game we have Walker Buchanan, whose dad played in the big leagues. I believe Trevor Wilson's son is here, former big league pitcher. We were just talking about that in the press box before this game. Santana takes outside. It's 1-2.
Yeah, I've got my stopwatch out
For Santana so he can run.
Yep, I want to see.
Let's see him put it in play. We've already seen him on the base paths. Terrific defender at short. Takes outside. It's 2-2.
Sean, a lot of times with left-handed hitters, he's gotten behind in a few counts or not taken advantage of being up in counts because he gets so much arm side run on that fastball, and he's working arm side to left-handed hitters. I'd like to see him come inside to left-handed hitters more. He may not have the life to the glove side, but I think that would make him more effective using that fastballs to opposite hand hitters.
Well, he was trying to maybe back foot a breaking ball there and didn't finish it all the way, and the count's full. So as catcher, Jackson set up way inside on that.
I will say this about Sean. He's a low heartbeat guy on the mound. No expression.
Makes that fastball, so it's a walk, and so the count will reset to 0-2 with 1 out here in the 6th.
Ellis back out there on the bases.
Throw to first, and Ellis diving back. Now only fastballs for Santana. Let's see if he can square one of them up. Pops it up.
Yeah, one thing I did notice about Santana in the outfield is that drops out in no man's land down by the left field bullpen. One thing I did notice in batting practice for Santana, he put almost every ball in the air, especially from the left side as a switcher. And that's something that he's going to have to probably be cognizant moving forward to. I know it's a big deal, put the ball in the air in baseball and all that, but when you run a 6-2 from the left side, he's probably 4 flat, home to first. You know, putting the ball on the ground here and there is going to be a big advantage for him.
Yeah, there's still some room to grow. He's at 5'11", 160, so chance to add strength along the way. He lines that one back through the middle. That was nicely done. A base hit. Stopping at second is Ellis.
Yep. At the end of the day, barreling up the ball is what you're looking for. And that was barreled up.
91 mile an hour exit velocity on that. And knocked Sean's hat off.
Yeah.
And here's Blake Grimmer. His second plate appearance of the day. Left-handed hitting infielder committed to Tennessee. Orange team trying to tack on to that 1-0 lead. First pitch to the left-handed hitting Grimmer is a strike. Poured in that fastball 0-1. Swing and a miss. Another high heater. It's 0-2.
All right, let's see what Sean's approach is. Now he's again up ahead in the count on a left-handed hitter, whether he nibbles that outside corner and tries to get the movement to coax Grimmer in another swing, or whether he challenges inside. Looks like he's going outside.
Swing and a miss. Threw a fastball right by him for out number 2.
He put that pretty much exactly where he wanted to. Kept it low, made Grimmer reach for it. Good execution by Brody Sean there.
Now here's Justin Best. .33rd in this class, Combine Academy. Cornelius, North Carolina, home for Best. Takes down low. He was watching that one all the way in. Pitch from Sean. Runners go. Throw down to third is in time to get him. And with 3 batters having hit in the inning is over. So Sean's work done after 2 frames. And a nice throw from Jackson, the catcher.
Yeah, that's the only. If that throw hadn't been right there, the runner's safe. I mean, look at this throw. Right there on the base, perfect. Anywhere else, and a good job by the third baseman there. Who is that? George Walkow, of keeping his hand in there. Let me take another look at Sean's work on the mound through his 2 innings. Real interesting arm, real good approach to pitching, but between the fastball life and the sweep on that power slider, a really nice package. And you can see where his absurd strikeout numbers come from. Even there after a great effort, though, he has that calm demeanor. And after 6 innings, we have a 1-0 ball game. Team Orange only run scoring on a ball that went to the backstop. So not a lot of offense in this game, and we'll be seeing 2 new pitchers on the mound here in the 7th inning. Mac Estrada taking the mound for the Orange team. Estrada, 6'4", 195 pounds, from Valrico, Florida. Plays at Lakeland Christian High School. Travel team Resmondo FTB Baseball, ranked 278th in the class. The verbal commitment to South Florida. This game scheduled for 10 innings, and at the risk of jinxing it, we're moving along rather well, as befits a low-scoring game. We last saw Estrada at the 17U National Championships a couple weeks ago in Marietta, Georgia. He threw 6 innings for Resmondo at that event. 87-91 on the fastball, 80-mile-an-hour slider, 78 change.
And the South Florida commit is going to get a good test here right away with Braden Holcomb, the powerful right-handed hitter. Holcomb to lead things off for the Maroon team, down 1-0 in the 7th. We're going to play 9 today in this first game, it appears.
Oh, we've had a change up there.
Well, at least that's what the lineup card says. So.
That's always a moving target for PG Showcase. I'm used. Trust me, I'm used to that.
8, 9, 10, sometimes 10.5.
Yeah, parents will ask me, how many innings are we playing? I'm saying, I don't know. I just keep track of what's already happened. I can't control the future.
Live in the moment, right? 3 big, powerful hitters that Estrada will face here in this inning. As he misses low there.
Well, you see the nature of the rosters here. You know, everybody hits, of course, and Holcomb hit in the first inning off Charlie Soto, and here we are in the top of the 7th inning before he's getting his second at bat, and that's both a reflection on the size of the rosters and the efficiency of the pitchers so far in this 1-0 game.
Tap foul at the plate by Holcomb. Count 2-2.
Holcomb hits from this widespread stance, which is something, there was a phase, you know, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 years ago where a lot of hitters were hitting from that spread stance. I think it was a Albert Pujols offshoot thing. And Holcomb's one of the hitters that's strong enough and physically mature enough, as a nice breaking ball there. Change-up speed, maybe that's like a cut change-up that Estrada threw. Let's take another look at that one.
That's a split grip, it looks like.
Yeah. But a really nice location and just kept moving away from Holcomb. But Holcomb has the strength to pull off that spread stance where you're just getting less lower half movement, and you need physical strength to pull that off.
Went out for Riley Jackson, the catcher. Jackson heading to Florida State.
And Jackson may have had thus far more of an impact on this game than any other player on the field. He's blocked a number of balls with men on base. He made that absolutely perfect throw to cut down the runner at third to end last inning. So his defense has really stood out, and as the number 37th ranked player in the class, certainly not something we haven't seen before, but really standing out this game.
One misses outside. It's 2-0. Get a good look at Mac Estrada here. And that time is called, and Jackson will step out. It's the first of 4 games today here on Perfect Game TV. David and I will have the second one almost immediately following this first. Swing and a miss. It's 2-1.
There's that change-up's a split or whatever grip he's using. That went in the completely opposite direction as the first one.
Jackson taking a little extra time to dig back in. Here's the 2-1. Swing and a miss. That was a really well located fastball. It's 2-2. Just really impressed by the command of these pitchers, especially to their glove side, away from righties. These right-handed pitchers, it just seems like it's right on the edge of the zone every time. Pitch. Breaking ball misses high, and the count's full. I mean, just in the, I know it's been, what, 5 years since I've been to National, but man, just there is a lot less throwing and there's a lot more pitching going on at these young ages. Swing and a miss.
There's no question that you've got the right idea there. I think there's so much more, not only with, we talk about analytics, but just so much more that these pitchers can watch online. And they can go and access any video to any pitcher, immediately, and they can, talk the game in a different way that 5-10 years ago was just beginning to happen. And it gives them the opportunity to throw. I mentioned before that there seem to be so many pitchers now compared to before who threw that pitch, that changeup. There's so many more pitchers who can throw a quality changeup. And I mentioned before the back in the old day, high school pitchers didn't throw changeups at this level because they it didn't serve any purpose. You were just throwing to what high school hitters can hit. But I think they play so much more summer ball now, more summer ball, travel ball than they do high school ball, and you're facing such better players by doing that. And it just challenges them to more well-round themselves as a pitcher.
George Wolkow at the plate behind an account now, 1-2. Yeah, I mean, even the top two prep arms, or at least right-handers for this draft, Brock Porter and Dylan Lesko, both had exceptional changeups.
Yeah, maybe the two best changeups, in fact, in the class.
Yeah. Called strike 3. Landed the breaking ball that time, and Estrada works a scoreless 7th.
And I think he got outs on 3 different pitches. He got out on a changeup, gets an out on a breaking ball, strikeouts both, and the fastball was 91 and very well placed. Getting that fastball on the outside corner there, for example. A nice first inning of work. There's that changeup. But yeah, and that's maybe the most important aspect of travel balls exist now. And I know travel ball comes under criticism at various levels, and some of that criticism is defensible. But one thing it definitely has done is it enables kids to play against higher levels of competition. And all these guys know each other. I remember when my son played, 15 years ago. His complaint, this is back in Nebraska, is he played, Legion ball, he plays high school ball. He says, Dad, I'm playing against the same guys 10 times a year. Right. And he was like, this really isn't, fun. And these kids get out, right now they're in St. Pete. Last week they were in East Cobb. Next week they might be in Fort Myers. They're traveling, they're playing against quality players all the time. The only way you can improve is playing against better players.
Well, we talked about that in drafts years ago, with even going back to like when Bryce Harper was picked, that he was playing a lot on the travel ball circuit, and that high level of competition that he played against probably sped up his development time. Now, there's probably a little less fine-tuning going on in the minor leagues now as guys get to the big leagues faster when they can handle it at the plate or they're able to get outs. But at the same time, I mean, I think they're coming in a lot of respects, at least more tested against high-level competition than they had been otherwise. And so you get high schoolers that are better prepared, at least for the competition level of professional baseball. Then they have to, do all the things that you would do if you were going away to college, right? Learning to live on their own, all of that. So this is Wesley Mendez, who makes his appearance here, number 21, my perfect game in this class, committed to Vanderbilt. Now, Mendez, this is kind of incredible. He had his appendix rupture Memorial Day weekend, and that's really scary, and was in the hospital for a few days. And he is still, I think, working some strength back now, about 2 months out from that. So really curious to see this, but he participated in the PDP, the prospect development pipeline as well. So he has been competing this summer. He had to slow things down for a little bit.
Yeah, this is the first time he's been on the mound at a perfect game event this year, and comes in with the sterling reputation. Really is a two-way player.
Grounded to short by Best, and a quick throw across the diamond for out number 1.
Yeah, it's been up to 92 in the past in 2021, but very athletic, runs a 6'7", outfielder, throws 95 from the outfield. Just a really a 50-50 player right now who could develop as an outfielder, could develop as a left-handed pitcher.
Antonio Parada bats. UVA committed slugger. Takes the ball low, 1-0. selection of players from Georgetown Prep here at Perfect Game National this year. Swing and a miss. Nearly 2,500 on the spin rate on that fastball.
Yeah, Georgetown Prep has come out of nowhere. I'd be interested to hear more on that program. I saw them mentioned a number of times during the spring for what they were doing there, and just to get players. That DC area has not been a real hotbed of baseball, and that appears, at least with the Georgetown Prep program, to be changing.
Good breaking ball there. Swung on and missed for out number 2.
I feel for Parado. He's first time up against Landon Marutis. It was changeup, breaking ball, pitch backwards. Gets 2 nice curveballs there from Wesley Mendez. But that's what you get when you're 6'4", 230 pounds and come up with an open stance, and you know you're looking to, drive the ball to the pull side. Pitchers are going to see that and go, okay, I'm throwing away with off speed.
Brett Denby bats now, the infielder committed to Georgia from Indiana. New Albany, Indiana, to be precise. Lines that one to right, coming on and having to play it on a bounce. That was a nice job on the short hop by Burris. Denby with a 2-out base hit.
Denby's done a nice job of finding barrels in his at-bats here. Good athlete, took a real nice batting practice. Nice all-around player.
Brings up A.J. Gracia from Monroe, New Jersey. He'll play for Chris Pollard's Duke Blue Devils. Takes a breaking ball in the dirt, 1-0. Setting the delivery, and that one down low, and the count 2-0 now to the left-handed hitting Gracia. It's Rainey High School. And there's a strike on the outside corner. It's 2-1. Outside, putting together a good at bat against the lefty here. It's 3 balls and a strike now to Gracia. Advantage count here. We'll see if he gets something to hit. 3-1. Up and in. That's ball 4, so we get a courtesy runner, and the count will reset to 0-1 for Gracia. He will have only fastballs here. All right, let's see what happens now.
Every time I see a Duke commit, the first thing I do is look up what I can on what their academic backgrounds are, and they are unfailing 4 points and higher and 30-something ACTs.
Right. Big SAT scores. It's the 0-1.
Gracia is certainly no exception to that.
Bit of a disappointing year for Duke this year. There were high expectations for the Blue Devils, but injuries really wrecked their pitching staff. Be in pretty good shape next year. Compete for one of those large bids in the ACC, if not a conference championship, 1 and 2. It's good to see Alex Mooney have a big summer in the Cape too. They're rising sophomore shortstop.
Of course, Alex's brother is here.
Yep. Yeah, there's a base hit the other way for Gracia. Rounding third and heading to the plate is Denby. The throw is in time to get him. What a throw from left field to gun down the man at the plate and end the inning. Excellent throw I believe that's Rowdy Rodriguez, who had one of the strongest throwing arms in the outfield drills. And he fires a strike to the plate to get the speedy Denby. Wow.
That might be the defensive play of the National Showcase so far. Not only that throw was just absolutely perfect, and he went a long way to get that ball. Perfect footwork. Yeah, that was fun. Get to see a little more of Wesley Mendez in his first inning of work. Wow. That's a big league play, Mike.
That is a big league. Well, he has a big league arm. If I remember right, you may have the numbers in front of you, but I want to say Rodriguez was in the high 90s maybe, mid to high 90s on his outfield throwing.
95.
Yep. It's a terrific arm and, I mean, accurate, on the money with all his momentum coming forward. And Denby can run. That was a really terrific play.
I mean, we saw Riley Jackson before with that perfect throw to third. We see Rowdy Rodriguez with that perfect play home. There's so much skill that goes into making those type of game throws. Very impressive work.
And we are still here at Tropicana Field in St. Petersburg.
And first
game of the day.
We're still in a 1-0 ball game.
Mac Estrada getting ready for his second inning of work on the mound. And he will face Trenton Lyons to lead things off. Lyons switch hitting catcher, left side infielder. Start the inning. Lyons to get things started here. He has one of David's favorite nicknames in this tournament. He is Bing Bing.
Bing Bing.
Bing Bing Lyons. First pitch and dumps it into center field for a base hit.
Went bam bam on that ball there. Drove it to center field. Might have damaged that bat a little bit, getting a little off the end, but if he did break the bat, it died a worthy death. Well, maybe he didn't break it. Get to hear that sound again.
Base hit to center field to start the inning. And here's Luis Castillo, 6'4", 210-pound right-handed hitter, is uncommitted top 200 prospect. Showed good power. That was the 1-0.
Estrada was really playing with that grip a lot in his glove.
Two-seamer here. Oh, got it for the strike. It's 1-2. Apparently my eyesight is so bad that I can't even see the difference between one spinning finger and two fingers in the catcher. That's why they put me as far away from the field as possible. It's for my own safety. 1-2, runner goes. That one hit hard to center field. Going back on it, the center fielder, and unable to haul it in is Best. Lyons is going to head to third, and Castillo, with nobody covering second, will get to second base. Boy, Best had a good jump on that one, Rons, but just could not quite get to it, and that one almost 100 miles an hour off the bat.
Yeah, he had this track the whole way. Very hard hit, but Best got a good jump, and he just didn't account for that tail. You know, that center field, maybe not used to playing the tail on that. That just had a little subtle tail off Castillo's bat, and it was enough to create the error and put runners on second and third.
That's that toughest play, right? The ball that's hit right at the center fielder, because you don't know if it's going to fade a little bit or stay true.
And you don't want to be turning your body all the way around at the last minute, although we've obviously seen big leaguers do that.
Here's Pete Kraska swung at the first pitch and hit a ball hard his first trip. He's got a couple men on here. He takes a strike. It's 0-1.
Kraska had that look of disgust on his face, like how dare he throw me a first pitch breaking ball. Well, Pete, if you're not used to seeing that yet.
Pitch outside, it's 1-1. You know, the thing is what he's going to learn is that breaking ball for a strike with a man at third and less than 2 outs, it's a great opportunity to hit a fly ball, right?
Yeah.
So
Kraska hit 16 home runs last summer in PG play. And yes, he goes to East Cobb Baseball Academy, so he's at the East Cobb complex all the time, so he gets to play a lot of PG games. But yeah, 16 home runs. That's above average.
he really seems to use his legs pretty well in his swing, too. I mean, it's not, you know, he stands upright, he's open a little bit, but you can see him really get into that lower half. 1-2 the count. Pitch. Pops that one foul and out of play.
And it's impossible to look at Kraska without, you know, mentioning one of the PG's all-time favorite players, Dan Vogelbach.
Just got traded last night to the New York Mets.
I was not aware of that. How about that?
That was actually a really interesting deal for Pittsburgh. They got Colin Holderman in it, who's a legit reliever out of Highland Community College, I think, in Illinois.
Okay.
I think that's where he played.
Got me on that.
Swing and a
change
miss. Good change-up that time. Back-to-back change-ups there. He fouled off the first one and had a little bit more bite on that, out number 2, or out number 1.
No shame in missing that one, Pete. That's another of those big league pitches. It's just location, movement, got the whole package on it.
So Diaz hits.
I'm happy for Dan Vogelbach going to the Mets in that situation.
And a solid first half for Pittsburgh before the trade. Vogelbach was a second rounder out of high school in Florida by the Chicago Cubs. Zay Diaz waits, ball 1. All right, so I learned something about Zay Diaz thanks to our friend Danny Wexelman. Look at his name on the board. Look at it very closely and tell me what his first name is backwards.
His first name is Diaz.
It's intentional.
I imagine it is.
His name is a palindrome.
Dang.
How about that?
I am impressed.
Z-A-I-D is his first name, D-I-A-Z.
Okay.
So Zay Diaz.
Now,
it's pretty cool.
yes, that is very cool. The only thing I can think of that compares to that is Nomar Garcia-Parra.
Right.
Whose dad's name is Roman, which is Nomar. Spelled backwards.
Outside, it's 3-0.
Hat tip to Danny for.
Yeah, that was a good one. She texted me a little earlier, and she was like, you're not going to believe it. She's like, I didn't notice it. I didn't pay any attention to it either, but yep. Sure enough. I didn't even have to do the Harry Carey where I say, Diaz said backwards is Zaid. There's a strike.
We must all be a bunch of word nerds, because I know I've spent hours driving along highways on trips with my wife, who's an English teacher, you know, just thinking of palindromes, and who can think up another one? And it's, I'm gonna have to tell her that. Hey, we had a player who's a palindrome.
3-1's a strike on the outside corner. That was a tough pitch and probably a good take in that count from Diaz. But now it's full. The infield's still in. Maroon has not dented the plate as of yet.
This is definitely their best chance, too.
Payoff. Off the end of the bat to center, coming in best. He'll have to wait for it as it bounces in for a base hit. Racing home to score is the runner, and Diaz, seeing the throw coming home, hustles to second. It's an RBI single, and the game is tied at 1.
Yeah, there was going to be a play at the plate there because Lyons had already gone back to tag up. He was at third base tagging up here when the play was made. So there was a chance to have another play at the plate there, but throw a little offline, and Maroon's on the scoreboard.
Just a good read from Diaz, too, and seeing where the throw was coming. Cutoff man was in place, saw that it was high enough that he could take second. So now the go-ahead run is at third. And here's Rowdy Rodriguez, who threw a man out at the plate to end the bottom of the seventh. First pitch to Rodriguez is low ball, 1-0.
I'm sure there's a metric that had a probability when ball got to Rodriguez of whether it would be thrown out based on where the runner is, where Rodriguez was, and that whole chance potential. And that was probably like a 99.5% chance he was going to be safe on that without a perfect play.
Yeah, I was surprised, to be honest, that he was able to score on that, or that he wasn't able to score on that. But it just speaks to the way Rodriguez played the ball, and man, what a perfect throw. Here's the 1-1. Inside, and the count 2-1 now. Still only one out in the inning. Here comes the 2-1. Outside corner strike with a fastball, and the count now evens at 2-2. Rodriguez takes inside that time. And the count full. 1-1 the score. Here's a chance for the Maroon team to take the lead.
Infield in, full count.
Breaking ball, hammered foul right side. Rodriguez was paying attention, though, in those previous at-bats runs. He saw that even in a full count that Estrada was willing to go off speed or
he was
use the curveball.
Yeah, he was on that pitch. I was thinking elevated fastball. You want to strike out here as a pitcher, go elevated fastball.
He did there.
Yep.
That's out number 2.
Whether that was with intent or not, but it certainly was effective.
Probably a little higher than where the catcher was set up, but on the outer third of the plate. And now there's 2 outs for Stone Russell, the Florida commit. IMG swings and misses. A hanging breaking ball there that he swung through. It's 0-1. He's had a couple of breaking balls up in the zone that guys have swung through. Swinging a foul at the plate. Nothing in 2. The infield obviously backing up with 2 outs now.
Well back, in fact.
Look at Estrada digging in his glove. The pitch just off the plate. Ooh, that was a pretty good pitcher's pitch there. It's 1-2.
Close enough to tempt a swing and maybe get one.
Estrada gets the sign. He's set. And the 1-2. That's called strike 3. Boy, that was a perfectly located changeup, and doing that away to a right-hander. Very well done. And Estrada gives up just a run on 3 hits.
Certainly a young man who has the ability and even looks like he wants to mix his pitches. We saw really everything at every point in the count. A bit unlucky to allow a run there with the misplay on the hard hit ball off Castillo's bat, but still a solid outing for the young 6'4" right-hander.
He had 4 pitches that he was able to throw, and all of them he landed in the zone. The curveball and changeup in particular were impressive in his secondary. So Mac Estrada, good day here for the South Florida commit. Not a whole lot of offense to this point. And we have a new pitcher from the Orange squad, actually pitching. This is Nick Robert. We were talking about him the other day. 6'6" right-hander, uncommitted. He was taking outfield drills and batting practice as well.
And looked really athletic.
Yep.
Really athletic in batting practice, really athletic in drills.
Trenton Lyons is going to lead things off. Or excuse me, is doing the catching, excuse me.
Yeah, it's always, and this is a regular feature of PG Showcase games where you have a player for one team pitching for the other team. But it does get you confused on, on what's normal in baseball.
Look at the rosters again to double check. But yeah, that's so. An Orange team pitcher against the, I guess, his teammates. Yes.
Robert was outstanding at the 17U National Championships 2 weeks ago, pitching for the FTB Philly Scout team. Was pitched 10 innings, allowed only over the course of 2 games. Only allowed 3 hits, struck out 11. 88-91 with a 78-mile-an-hour breaking ball and an 80-mile-an-hour change. Looking down his other events in the year. Big right-hander, but a strike thrower. Not many walks.
Shown off, at least in warm-ups, 3 pitches, the breaking ball and a changeup as well. So look at the final warm-up tosses here for Robert. And the leadoff man for Orange this inning will be Ethan Hindle. The Wisconsinite. From Delafield, Wisconsin. We're set to go. As excited to see Robert again. 6'6", 220 pounds. His first pitch, 91. That's the strike on the outside corner at 89. It's 1-1.
Ethan Hindle's a young man who would probably be in perfect position to be recruited by the mythical University of Wisconsin baseball team.
Again, he's got Badger colors in the state of Wisconsin on his helmet. Any day, University of Wisconsin wants to bring baseball back. I mean, now that the Big Ten is a big baseball conference with UCLA and USC joining.
A whole nother topic. Have you ever reached out to Barry Alvarez and say, Barry, you don't know me, but I have an opinion?
No.
Okay.
I have not. He's no longer the athletic director
Yes,
there now, so there's a chance. So. One out as Holcomb made the play at third.
Let's see Holcomb's strong arm across the diamond.
Holcomb just looks the part of a third baseman. Big physical, but his actions were pretty good towards the middle of the field at short. They weren't too bad.
Oh, yeah. I think he's going to be one of those players, and Brady House being the latest example, where you send him out as a shortstop and let him play his way off shortstop. No different than Corey Sager was, you know, coming in, and sometimes he show the ability, and of course the bat factors in. If the bat's good enough, it might let you you know, be a little more patient. You know, and Tamar Johnson from this year's draft is going to be the same situation. He's projected to end up at second base and all, but he'll, I'm sure, go out as a shortstop and let the game play him off shortstop if he has to go to second.
Well, and he also has said, as Reeves Reynolds hits here, fouls it back, that one of the things Tamar said was he knows that everybody thinks he's going to have to move to second, and he's like, well, I'm going to work tail off to play short, which I know that will surprise you based on how much time you spent around Tamar, that he would be, one, confident and two, motivated. So
I'm laughing here as that pitch almost gets Reynolds high and in. I'm laughing because I'm just saying, if Tamar says he's going to do it, the chance potential of his doing it's pretty darn high.
that did hit Reynolds and hit him on the elbow guard, so we'll get a courtesy runner there. I think it's Santana again. Moving around the umpires there I don't think third base ump was quite sure that it had hit him, but now we're ready to go. 0-1 the count.
Fastball only.
Fouled it off his left inside. Boy,
painful at bat.
Yeah, that hurt him more than the ball that hit off his elbow guard. But dude,
Well, he doesn't have the shin ankle guard. He's well equipped on his arm, but
get a look here. Oh, that was off his calf even.
yes.
Ooh.
That's going to leave a bruise.
Time with Coach Nelly there.
Nelson Gonzalez, the head coach of the FTB Philly Scout team.
Chance to spend some time with him the other night. What a great guy.
Oh, yeah.
Terrific guy.
Talk about a baseball guy.
Oh,
He grew up in a dugout. His father's a very prominent baseball man as well.
now the 0-2 to Reynolds. He's ready to go again, and he takes outside. It's 1-2. Swing and a miss. Reynolds down on strikes. That's out number 2.
Yeah, it's fastball only count, and that was a fastball, but it almost had change characteristics with the location and that hard late diving action.
So now 2 outs. Here's Mark Gialusi from Westfield, New Jersey. Throw over to first there quickly. I would think that Santana's probably a good candidate to run at some point in this at bat. Haven't seen him really attempt to steal a base. We saw speed going first to third. Swing and a miss. Foul back. And the count now 0-2. Gialusi with that open stance. And that time called is Robert taking a little too long there. Now we're ready, and the delivery. Outside, it's 1-2. Robert's still looking for collegiate commitment. Fastball misses away, the count 2-2.
I'm not a big fan of the big open stance like that. It creates so much variable, especially as when Gialusi's doing it. He's hanging his load and using it as a timer. He's not closing and then moving into a swing. He's hanging that as he puts a nice barrel on that one.
Floats it into right center field for a base hit. Santana's on his way to third, and he'll make it without a throw. So it's cut off by at third. Thrown behind the runner. cut off on the way to third, I should say. That was.
But yeah, this is a nice barrel control by Gialusi. Didn't try to do too much with it at all. But with that hanging front load from open to straight, he doesn't really get straight. But I guess he has the barrel control, and it worked out well.
Here's Michael Petito as a hit. He had the first hit of the game for Team Orange. Back in the second inning. Threading here in the last of the eighth, 1-1 game. One gets away from the catcher. Santana's racing home, and he will score standing up. Lions had trouble holding on to that one, and Santana comes home to score, and Orange now with a 2-1 lead. Both their runs have scored on wild pitches.
Or to go back to our previous conversation, pitches that weren't blocked.
Yes. Here comes the 1-0. Foul at the plate again. And the count 1-1. Just looking at some of the spin characteristics we see with Robert, I'm going to see, I think as he develops, you're going to see a lot of two-seamers from him.
Yeah, no question about that. His best pitches have been that sinking fastball working down in the zone.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough angle for right-handed hitters in particular with a 6'6" guy. Bounce to second. Easy play there. Throw on first. The inning is over. Orange reclaims the lead. On a wild pitch, they lead 2-1 at the end of 8.
There was some interesting byplay there between Robert on the mound and Pettit at the plate, because they are teammates on the Orange team. They are also teammates on their travel ball club, FTB. And you saw Pettit once or twice look out there and saying, I see what you're trying to do there. But Pettit got the best of that battle as we see some more from Nick Robert in what I would presume to be his first of 2 innings. Not sure about that.
Wait, I might have an answer for that.
But it's interesting. He, of course, goes over to the maroon dugout where nobody knows him, really. Oh, that's nice. I see
Clint Hurdle's here.
Clint Hurdle's here. I saw Clint earlier in the week. Didn't know whether he was still around. What a great baseball man. If you've never had the chance to talk to spend a lot of time with Clint, it is a joy. A man who enjoys every day of life. I can guarantee you that.
That is absolutely true. Clint Hurdle, when you spend enough time with Clint Hurdle, like you spend 5 minutes with Clint Hurdle, you feel like you can go out and win the Rose Bowl.
Yeah.
Like by yourself. Like he's just an exceptional motivator.
And he has a podcast even on PGTV, 13 Pieces of Bubblegum, I believe it's called. And where he gets to share some of his nuggets of enthusiasm and wisdom. And you can see he already has the maroon dugout wrapped around his finger.
Clint looked like he's having a great time. Currently a special assistant in the Rockies organization too. Great man, former first-round draft pick.
And where they're teenagers, there are going to be cameras and selfies somewhere, even in the dugout.
Somebody getting a picture. Pete Kraska with Clint Hurdle. All right, we are ready to go here. And again, we've got a maroon pitcher facing the maroon hitters, and this is 1 inning of work today for Ethan Gibson. First pitch hit on the ground, foul by Walker Barron, 0-1.
Gibson, primary shortstop, Virginia Tech commit. Also has been up to 91 on the mound, so has some legitimate mound talent as well.
Terrific season for the Virginia Tech program this year. Hosted and won a regional. For losing to Oklahoma and Super. Swing and a miss.
I'm going to go out on a limb early and say that his breaking ball is his go-to pitch.
He's got the K strut down. Cameron Chialoy, outfielder from Toronto, committed to Illinois. And this game's scheduled to go 9 innings. Subject to change. Swing and a miss. 0-1. And Ron's and I will be right back after this one. With navy and purple, always a grudge match when those two colors get together, right? So.
Yeah, you can see Gibson's a pretty tightly wound young man on the mound. He takes the ball and steps right onto the rubber. We saw his strikeout walk. But yeah, takes the ball right up there, gets on the rubber. Okay, I'm ready. You better be ready.
Dictate tempo. Foul back.
Yeah, we'll be taking notes beyond the plate. A new pitcher comes in, and one of the things you'll write in your notes is works annoyingly quickly, because you're back there trying to break things down, take notes, do your evaluation and everything like that. And every time you look up, the guy's ready to throw another pitch, and it's like, come on.
Inside, that got him.
A changeup that puts him in a fastball only count.
So the count will be 0-2 to Chialoy. You get a runner at first. I think that's Wolkow that's running. Wolkow's done a little bit of bench running. You don't normally see the 6'7" guys out there doing it. He's been out there a couple of times.
He's a really good runner. He's a sub-7 runner. He's an athlete.
He's dancing off first. Here's the 0-2 again. Outside. Time fastball missing the corner.
In fact, Wolkow, a 6'6" runner.
Wow. For a guy that size.
Doesn't steal a lot of bases. Only 3 steals over the last 2 years in 38 games, but certainly has the speed to do it.
Popped up right near home plate. And making the catch is Briggs, the catcher. That's out number 2.
Nice play by Briggs there. We talked about the roof before, and any pop-up like that straight up is tough enough to begin with. And seeing it there from the catcher's position and coming back at you. Good fundamental play.
Landon Marudas bats. Saw him pitch for 2 innings to start this game. Runner goes. Pitches a ball. Throw by Briggs. Not in time. Wolkow got a really good jump.
We see the big guy's speed.
Now the tying runs in scoring position. If Marudas can dump one into the outfield, you get things even. One team has just 3 hits on the day. Upstairs, it's 2-0. It's been, I don't want to jinx it, but it's been pretty clean defensively, too. Seen some good defensive plays. He swings and pops that one foul, first base side. And out of play, it's 2-1.
Well, let's write the story beforehand then. Marudas is going to get a hit, line drive single. Wolkow's going to, he's heading home.
Right.
There's not even a third base coach out there. Nelly's not out at third. He's going no matter what. We'll see if we can end the inning on an out at home plate.
Instead, we get the bouncer to third.
Couldn't write the story.
Denby with a perfect throw, and the inning is over.
It would have been a good story, though.
It would have been. I think they're going to let one more hitter face Gibson here since he's only going 1 inning. And that'll get Eric Fernandez actually his second at bat of the day, too.
And I think, yeah, okay. we'll take the runner off the base.
Okay, since he got out of the inning.
It was the third out.
And so now he faces Fernandez. That is the last name in the lineup, so.
And that is exactly why he has another at-bat here.
Swing and a miss. He had a big cut at that one. It's 0-1. Ready to go. Love Gibson's tempo. You may not like it for note writing, but as
actually,
a fan, I love it.
Actually, from a baseball point of view, nice block there.
Get the ball, let's go. Come on, I'm dictating what's going on here. I'm the pitcher, I'm in charge.
Yeah, there was a pitcher yesterday who was the exact opposite of that. No need to mention his name, but we were like, okay, let's get it going here.
This is inside. It's 2-1.
And of course, you know, you want every pitcher pitching at his comfort zone. And I know there are big leaguers who, you know, we wouldn't be talking about, you know, clocks, you know, and the effectiveness they have, you know, at various levels of baseball below the major leagues. We wouldn't be talking about that if there weren't pitchers who were rather slow-paced in their work.
Right.
But the idea is, if you put it in at enough lower levels, you're going to get pitchers trained up to work faster and thus have faster ball games.
Swing and a miss. Fernandez down on strikes, and the top of the ninth is over. One more half inning in this game. As Robert's going to go back to work and get a little bit of a look at Ethan Gibson, 2A prospect for Virginia Tech. Good breaking ball there for the strikeout.
You can see him at being a two-way guy at Virginia Tech, maybe a reliever with that breaking ball and come in and be aggressive.
Final half inning of this one, and then shortly after we are done here, once the field gets reset, I think we are scheduled for a 12:30 start for game 2, I believe.
And it will be that or before. This game has been well paced. You know, the pitching has been outstanding.
Don't jinx it.
Oh, we have a half inning left. Actually, while you stepped off a few innings ago, I did mention that too. So,
oh boy, so you got away with it.
There's another baseball lifer. He and Clint Hurdle could tell some stories. Frank Foltz. As Frank watching Clint walk in front. Yeah, Frank's been worked in pro ball for, I imagine close to, over 40 years. Strength and conditioning coach, longtime employee of the Braves. Hits infield and coaches at PG events, especially in the Atlanta area where he lives. But just a fascinating baseball man.
Conversation between Jackson the catcher and Robert the pitcher as they dap and they're ready to go.
Catcher said something entertaining. But who do we have behind the plate there? He's talking to everybody.
Riley Jackson.
Riley Jackson talking to everybody.
First pitch to Walker Buchanan is a ball, 1-0. It'll be Buchanan. My guess is we get 5 hitters in this inning regardless because we're down to the bottom of the lineup. So Buchanan, Tyson, Baker, Briggs, and White still have yet to hit a second time.
If you get a chance to do it, they mic'd up catcher Colton Wombles.
Oh, did they?
Yes, they mic'd him up, and they have like a 4-minute section as that's grounded to third base. 1 out here in the bottom of the 9th inning. Yeah, they mic'd him up for a couple innings, and I saw that on Facebook late last night, and it was just fascinating. Talk about a character. It's the side of players that you don't get to see when you're not down there in the dugouts.
See their personality and how they act in game, and especially the catcher. There's a lot of conversations that we had with the umpire and opposing hitters, with the pitchers. So Taggart Tyson hits here. Committed to Louisville.
I think he's going to go back to the dugout here and get another weapon to bring to the plate.
That one may have eaten him up just a touch.
And this is a comment to all the young players out there who are looking at the older players here, the best players in the country, and saying, hey, I hope to be playing in a PG National Showcase someday. I hope to be evaluated by scouts, et cetera, et cetera. It is a normal part of our process after these events and during these events for people like Jared Goodwin, myself, Brian Sikowski, Vinny Cervino, to talk to Nelly Gonzalez, to talk to Frank Foltz, to talk to Rico Billups, who've been in the dugout, and say, okay, who are your great teammates? And conversely, who are your not so great teammates?
Mm-hmm.
Who'd you have trouble with? And learn about the kids through the coaches in the dugouts. So we're looking for the complete evaluation of the player, and these scouts in the stands are doing the same thing, talking to your travel coaches, talking to your high school coaches, talking to people who are teammates of yours, seeing what kind of kid you are in the dugout and what kind of teammates you are. So don't underestimate that as part of the evaluation process.
And just about everything that you do anymore with your social media presence, all of it, everything is fair game for teams and schools to look at to try and evaluate. And they want good players, but they want people who are good people too, good teammates. Make good decisions.
Yeah, you can talk to any of the scouts here, and one of the things that's not their favorite part of their job.
Punched into center field, and they'll fall in for a base hit for Tyson.
The new bat worked well for him.
All he needed to do was change out his lumber.
Yeah, but that's not the favorite job of many of the scouts you're watching. But when they have a prospect in their area who they know they're going to be watching and evaluating for the draft, they sign on to the social media for all the players, whether they be college players, high school players, and that's part of their regular routine. You know, hey, I'm watching a 17-year-old's Twitter account every day. Well, that's no fun for a 50-year-old, but that's part of the job responsibilities.
There are very few players that make the major leagues with bad makeup. Just there aren't very many. And that's it. There's two different kinds of it, right? There's on-field makeup, so how you treat your teammates, how you treat opponents, how you treat umpires, coaches, all of that. And work ethic ties into that as well. And then there's your off-field makeup too, and the decision-making that people make. You're especially if you're going to go pro, there's a lot of money that's invested in your future, and they want to make sure that you are willing to commit to what's needed to get to that level, to do your part to get to that level. Swing and a miss, and George Baker down on strikes. It's out number 2. 2 hitters left to go. I like that. Now, see, there's a little makeup moment we didn't catch. We'll catch it after. We'll talk about it after you see the changeup there, or sinker with a little bit of changeup action. But Baker had a quick conversation with Will Briggs before he came to the plate about what the pitch shapes were. That was really interesting. Speaking of good on-field makeup.
Yeah. And that last pitch emphasized what you said about Robert earlier. He's going to make his living in baseball on that sinker.
Boy, that was a really, really good play there by Colin Houck. They're going to have one more hitter here. Everybody was heading off the field, but you have one more batter that needs to hit. Houck has made 2 nice plays defensively in this inning at third. Looks very natural there. He's had an excellent national showcase.
But to wrap up your thoughts on the makeup, I was told very early when I started working with the Houston Astros 30-odd years ago that I was told everybody who gets to A-ball has the talent to play in the big leagues. And the reason they don't is either because of injuries or because of makeup. Mm-hmm. And those get rid of far more players than lack of talent. And you can make a case for, we have 320 players here, whatever. You can make a case looking at the tools that all but a few of these have the talent to play. Certainly in pro ball, and in most cases in the big leagues. And especially if you project a bit on it, on everybody. But so many of them will be weaned out by to those two things, injuries and makeup issues.
1-1 the count. Swing and a miss. It is 1-2 to Carter White. You will be the last hitter for this game. The Navy and purple coming up. And Robert's going to step off as tries to get on the same page with Jackson. Well, Jackson knows he wants that sinker of the pitch.
Yeah, that's my pitch. Let's go to it.
It didn't take him long to figure it out, did it? No, that's what we're going to.
Yeah. Low spin rates, he says in 1900, some low 2000s.
So we were talking about high spin earlier, but low spin is really good too because it leads to more movement.
Yeah, you being caught in the middle is where you don't want to be. You know, high spin, low spin on the fastball, you don't want to be sitting there at 22, 23. That's the danger zone. That's where you get flat pitches.
DJ said he's good. He's got DJ is, yeah, you don't have to get anything in.
The 1-2 again, breaking ball in the dirt. It's 2-2. Though I think that I would argue that there's probably that whatever that middle ground is actually probably determined more by the hitters than the other pitchers that you're around, right? So as White gets a piece of that. So if, you know, you have a fastball that plays at, you know, let's say 2,300 RPM, that might be the limit for where big league hitters can square it up, right? Even at velocity, or because it's going to still at that level allow that fastball to carry. White. Little floater to second base, caught there by Stone Russell, and that will do it. That is our game this morning with Orange defeating Team Maroon 2-1. Get a look at the end of Robert's outing. A good ground ball out. Nice defense behind him from Colin Houck. There was that sinker diving away from George Baker. As we wrap up the first game of this 4-game day here at our 2022 National Showcase for Perfect Game. Coming up next, Team Navy and Team Purple. Those two teams will square off. We will be back with the broadcast coming up shortly. For our entire crew in St. Petersburg, for David Ronsley, I'm Mike Farron. Talk to you in a few minutes here on Perfect Game TV for Game 2 of the day between Team Navy and Team Purple. So long.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Well.
Thank you, man. Right.
Welcome back to Tropicana Field in St. Petersburg, Florida. The iconic Rays tank ahead of you is before Game 2 of this 4-game day here at the 2022 Perfect Game National Showcase. It'll feature Team Navy and Team Purple as this second group of teams will wrap up their stay at PG National today. With David Ronsley, I'm Mike Farron. And David, we saw some really good pitching in the first game today. What's the expectation for Game 2?
Well, maybe we'll see a ball hit into the Rays tank. I don't know. Actually, I was just thinking in our first set of games, we saw 3 home runs hit. We haven't seen a home run in 2 days. Maybe this game is the game that we'll get back on the home run thing. I gave an over-under of 4 home runs for this event before we started, so maybe we'll see a long ball. And maybe we'll see more pitching like we did earlier. And certainly Landon Stump, the young man on the mound for the Purple team, is capable of that.
Landon Stump committed to UCLA, a top 50 prospect, as you get a look at some of the Navy team getting ready to hit here against him. Landon Stump, he is 6'3", 180 pounds, 2-time All-League pitcher for the Live Oak Acorns, which is a terrific high school nickname. I mean, if you're going to be a Live Oak, right, you have to have acorns.
This will be. Now, Stump, very talented young man. You can see the length there. To me, if anything, he looks taller than 6'3", 180. He's been up to 94 in the past, but has pretty advanced pitchability for a young man. 17 years old. Saw him in Jupiter last year at the WWBA World Championships, and he had a great start there in a high-pressure game, and really showed the ability to mix all his pitches. And we'll see how he's moved forward in the last 10 months or so.
And he will face the top of the Navy lineup, starting with Miles Naylor. Miles Naylor will lead off.
I'm a Major League box score junkie. I try to read every box score every day, every year. Did notice that brother Josh picked up 3 RBIs yesterday for the Guardians.
And they won the key game against the White Sox. They've got a doubleheader against them today. But Josh and Bo, Miles brothers, both in the Cleveland Guardians organization. As Miles behind 0-2. Impressive loud batting practice from Naylor the other day. Not surprised from this terrific baseball playing family. Staples on Team C, the Canadian national team. Miles a little bit different positionally. He plays more in the middle of the diamond. As he takes strike 3 on a breaking ball, and that's out number 1.
You see Stump comes from that lower arm slot, extended 3/4, let's call it. Maybe even mid 3/4. But gives that slider a little extra sweep and a little extra depth to it.
Coleman Mizell hits from Hartselle, Alabama. First pitch to Mizell is a strike, 0-1. He has the nickname of Bull. We've got a bull and a fridge left to compete here.
Fridge?
Yeah, oh yeah. And when I tell you who it is, you're going to be like, oh yeah, that totally makes sense as a nickname for him. Easton Shelton from Vegas on Team White.
Okay.
His nickname is Fridge. And I'm assuming it's not because he's a huge dude, but because he's just incredibly, he's a massively immense built dude that looks like he could be built like a refrigerator. I mean, it's just.
But not a William
impressive.
Perry.
Not a William Perry fridge. No, this is not. Fridge is a pejorative. This is like, we need to find the biggest appliance we can, because that's what. Either that or he's a big dude and he's been eating his parents out of house and home, which happens with most teenagers anyway, right? So, Bull Mizell at the plate, committed to Alabama. It's the count full of 3-2 to him.
It's probably a slider pitch right now, I'm thinking, for Stump. It is.
Rolls over to the Right side to his left. Second baseman has it, and Meisel hustling down the line. Nearly beat that out. Nice play by the second baseman. That's Jackson Goldberg. 2 outs. And that'll bring up Ashton Larson. Overland Park, Kansas, LSU is where he's heading. Top 50 prospect. Takes it all inside, 1-0.
The slider looks like Stump's go-to pitch. He's thrown up both the left-handed hitters and right-handed hitters. Opens up Larson with 2 of them. Larson takes both to get ahead in the count.
2-0. One missed just away in the count, 3-0. Stump doesn't waste any time either.
No.
Getting right after it. 3-0 chopped foul. 3-1 to Larson. Larson will play outfield today. Again, this game's scheduled to go 10 innings today. Pitch. Popped up, foul territory, third base side, and that one will reach the party area down the left field line behind the bullpen. And the count now full, 3-2. Pitch. Down low, ball 4. So it's a walk, and Larson's count will reset to 0-2. Again, if you're just joining us, if a hitter walks, a courtesy runner is sent in, the ball count resets to 0, and they can see only fastballs. Runner goes, bounce to first. Handled there by the first baseman, Colin Priest, and the inning is over.
And what a difference it makes when a pitcher works fast like that. You know, had a walk in there, maybe had 15 pitches, and yet that inning is over in just a blink of an eye. Stump's basically doing things. He's making a fastball run off the arm side. He's using that slider in the upper 70s to make the ball move in the other direction. Working low in the zone consistently, using that pitchability and really low effort. You get the sense that if he grunted a bit and reached back a bit, yeah, that 94 he's shown us in the past would be there right away, but he's choosing not to. He's choosing to pitch right from the bat.
Landon Stump, an impressive first, back with the bottom of the first in a moment. It's the 2022 Perfect Game National Showcase on Perfect Game TV.
Let's make every day a beach day. Let's induce some serious vacation envy. Let's make it look like we've done this before. Let's reconnect. Let's get it fresh from the Gulf. Let's shine in St. Pete Clearwater.
Bottom of the first inning from Tropicana Field in St. Petersburg, and the starting pitcher for Team Navy is Adam Hockman, a 6'5", 210-pound left-hander from Wentzville, Missouri, committed to Arkansas.
And this will be fun to see how much Hockman has improved. We haven't seen him this year at a Perfect Game event, but saw him last year, underclass junior national showcase, I believe. 6'5", as you mentioned, and a fast arm up to 95. Comes from that over-the-top high slot, working downhill. Command has been a problem occasionally for Hockman, and you know the stuff I already know is top shelf. So what I'm watching here as a scout is, okay, how does he use it? Is he working around the zone? Does he have an idea going to both sides of the plate? Can he throw his breaking ball for strikes? Because you're not going to find a much more talented young arm, at least based on our last look, than Adam Hockman.
Is ranked in the top 25, and the little giggle out of that.
There is nothing more disturbing when you're sitting right behind home plate, 5 feet away from that plexiglass that Hockman just squared up, and you're looking down, you're not watching what's going on in the field, and a ball hits that at going 95 miles an hour.
Little Nuke Lelouch there. And it's now the first hitter is the left-handed hitting Rafael Velasquez. Top 60 prospect out of Arizona State. Big power in the workout 2 days ago. First pitch inside at 95. It's 1-0.
Yeah, Velasquez has had an outstanding event so far. You mentioned batting practice, the show he put on there. He took some really good swings in the first game. He's shown athleticism despite being a big young kid behind the plate. Very strong arm. He looks like the whole package. And, of course, left-handed pitchers, or catchers, excuse me, you know, a very rare commodity at the highest levels of the game.
Huntington Beach High School, two-time Team USA member. Is that one to the screen again at 93?
I can just see Vinny Cervino back there saying, "Stop it. Stop it."
3-0 the count to Velasquez. Hockman's pitch. Swing and a miss. A fastball that just exploded at home plate. 3-1. One at 92. Everything between 91 and 95 so far for Hockman. And he misses low with a fastball. Well, you mentioned that the concern with him has been command, right? And so as you we should get a courtesy runner here for Velasquez, who drew a walk. I think the scoreboard didn't reset right away, so I'm not sure the players knew that there was going to need to be a runner. There we go.
Or it's the first inning and they just haven't got organized.
Yeah, that's
yet.
true. Eric Batanti is going to do the running. 0-1 outside. 1-1. Hockman will go from the stretch. Foul back. Velasquez was on that one. You only count now 1 and 2. One misses outside, and the count evens. Count full again. So Hockman having a little trouble finding the strike zone here early.
Well, for the first set of pitches, it was vertical command, up and down, and now since the walk, it's become more of a horizontal side-to-side issue.
Swing and a miss. And to chase a 3-2 just off the plate at 93, it's 1 out. Well, that'll allow Hockman to reset. Now, almost wonder if trying to land a breaking ball or something might get him back on track here as he faces Jonathan Mendez from J. Serra. Committed to UC Santa Barbara. First pitch misses inside, 1-0.
And a lot of times you will see that, Mike, the pitcher who actually has better command of his breaking ball, and he struggles with his fastball release point, and every once in a while he needs that breaking ball to get back into the slot and the groove, and that's, for some pitchers, one of the disadvantages of that. You know, going to the fastball only. It's like, well, you took away my best command pitch.
I just feel like that too, it just kind of, there are certain things that happen in a delivery, right, that you have to do right to land a breaking ball, and then you start getting the feel to repeat it. 2-0, swung through, got a piece of it, but it's 2-1. delivery. Swing and a miss. 2-2. It's not a crazy high spin fastball. It moves a little bit, but that's a big man at 6'5", big young man.
And it's a compact arm action and back. He's not giving the hitters a chance to see it. It stays on line.
It's become so prevalent now, that shorter arm action. Seems like it's easier to repeat. Might put a little bit less wear and tear on the elbow too, right? At least that's some of the discussion on it.
That's some of the discussion. There's so many. I don't think
So many
anybody's
theories,
figured out the right way, and I don't think anybody's going to figure out
Pitching
the
is
way
dangerous.
the way to prevent, limit, reduce arm issues, elbow issues, especially. We talked during the first game about how the games and the advanced training methods have been largely successful in reducing shoulder injuries, which is great. The same success has not shown itself yet for the elbow.
Payoff inside. Second walk issued by Hockman, so the count will reset to 0-2. Isaiah Drake going to run at first, with Batati at second. And is just the second hitter that Hockman has faced here in the first inning. Here comes the 0-2. Swing and a miss. Chased a high fastball. That's out number 2.
I think most people will agree, though, that one of the causes of elbow injuries and why there's more is it's simply that pitchers throw harder and harder, and that there's a certain cliff that you go off of, and it can vary from body to body. Different bodies are more capable of handling the stress of throwing 90, 100 miles an hour than others, and it's different ages. But, we've definitely seen a change, a dramatic change even in velocities over the last 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. I know I read something the other day at the start of the StatCast era, the average right-handed starting pitcher's fastball was 89.7 miles an hour, and now it's like 94.1.
Yep.
And that's in 17 years, I think, since StatCast.
Since pitch tracking began.
Since the pitch tracking began. And so we're looking at 4+ miles an hour. And I can say that the same thing exists at this level. It used to be 90 miles an hour was a big deal. And I can count on one hand the number of pitchers here, I bet, who haven't thrown 90. It's just expected now for, if you're going to be a D1 pitcher, that you throw 90, or you're a lefty who has a number of pitches.
There's a nice block that there by Max Coffer, the catcher. It's 2-1. This is Aiden Smith, who's committed to Mississippi State, speedy outfielder. With a strong arm. Fouls that off to the right and out of play, and the count 2-2. It used to be so unique to see a lefty that could get up to 95, and now
it used to be if you were a lefty who threw 95, you could punch your ticket to the first round of the draft. And we were talking down there yesterday, and one of us made the comment, we have a exhibition game, a workout game before the All-American Classic, and we've started I believe it was just last year, taking pitchers and naming them as All-Americans and having them pitch just in the exhibition game. And somebody made the comment, we're going to have a heck of an exhibition game at the All-American. Because it's like, if you throw 95 now, it does not guarantee you a trip to Phoenix in late August. I'll put that very, very clearly out there.
Smith fouled that off his left leg. He's got the shin guard on, though, so the count stays 3-2. Really haven't seen anything other than fastballs, have we, from Hockman?
We saw
one breaking ball?
We saw 186 changeup. But I have not seen him attempt to throw a spinner, as I say.
3-2. inside. That's ball 4, and so now the bases will be loaded, but the count resets to 0-2 on Aiden Smith. So 3 walks in the inning for Hockman. And now the 0-2. That one to the screen, and everyone's going to advance as Batati gets a good jump from third and scores on the wild pitch. It's a 1-0 Purple, bottom of the first. And that one off the glove of the catcher, and racing home is Drake, and he scores. And so it's 2-0. And on the play, Goldberg, the courtesy runner, goes to third. That one looked like it bent back the glove of Cal for the catcher.
Catching those, catching those high fastballs that are riding up in the low to mid 90s. That's just a tough. Come out of your crouch, get the glove up.
Hockman gets a strikeout to end the inning, but the purple team scores twice. And look at the lefty having a conversation with his catcher quick.
Well, as advertised, the arm strength is strongly there. The command, not there yet. You saw the best in both, best and worst of Adam Hackman. There's certainly so much potential, but strikes and the ability to spin the ball, and he was never in really a curveball count, getting behind all the time.
That ball really seemed to jump on hitters, despite the fact that it wasn't a real high spin pitch. It seems like, at least from my largely untrained eye, that he gets pretty good extension down the mound using that 6'5" frame. Would you say that that's part of what allowed the ball to explode that way?
Yeah, I mean, he's 6'5" and he's getting down the mound, and with the extension that you mentioned. Now it's just a matter of going to be repeating that slot. I mean, he threw 28 pitches that inning. So 39% strikes.
We'll look to improve on that in the second as Landon Stump goes back to work for Team Purple.
In fact, I'm kind of surprised looking at the pitch counts here. Landon Stump had a quick first inning, right? He had a one walk mixed in there, but got some threw a lot of strikes. But he worked so fast. He threw 18 pitches and had like a 5-minute inning.
Mm-hmm. All right, back and ready for the second. Here's Luke Stevenson from Wake Forest, North Carolina. He's heading to North Carolina to play for Scott Forbes. Telling the Stevenson story the other day. He moved to Wake Forest right before his freshman year of high school. Didn't really know anyone. He's from New Jersey originally, and so his nickname is
Jersey.
My guess is, and I still haven't had a chance to talk to Luke, that there's a little bit of a Jersey accent there. Otherwise, the nickname doesn't fit, right?
No, you'd be surprised. These kids who are coming into dugouts for the first time at showcases, it's just like walking into a classroom in school. Hey kid, where are you from? Jersey. If his name was Nevada, if he was from Las Vegas, they'd call him Vegas. So, it's the easiest way for one kid to identify another kid.
As we'll get now Jackson Goldberg hitting here after the miscue defensively puts Stevenson on, and Goldberg will dig in.
It's a lot better than calling somebody by a physical characteristic, let's say.
First pitch is a strike to, this is Cole Eaton, excuse me, not Goldberg. Cole Eaton is hitting. Eaton from Elkhorn, Nebraska, committed to Tennessee.
And I'd love to see Cole square a ball up here. He's got such great tools. And, 99 from the outfield. One of the faster players here, just huge physical tools. And the bat hasn't reached. Of course, if the bat reaches the level of being a 6'4" runner or throwing 99 from the outfield, that's going to be a special bat. But would love to see him square ball up, maybe up an alley, see him run.
As you can see, Eaton, a top 50 prospect in this class. Called strike 3. Good breaking ball there, landed on the outside corner for out number 1.
Stump's following the same formula he did in the first inning. He works that fastball to the arm side, works the breaking ball to the glove side, gets nice sink and run on the fastball and that sweep on the breaking ball. Not a power pitch really, but has been placed very consistently.
Matthew Ossenfort bats from Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Sioux Falls Christian High School. 1 swing and a miss. 0-2. So let's see. Fastball away.
Slider in.
Looks like he's going fastball up.
Yeah, that was trying to throw with, and a lot of times you get a guy like Stump who is so focused on sinker, working away, using his movement. Throwing the ball up in the zone is challenging. It's not something he's used to doing. For a lot of pitchers, that can be a learned skill. And there's his bread and butter pitch. There's that running, sinking fastball to the arm side.
Pretty good pitch. It just missed the corner, and it's 2-2. Swing and a miss. Down on strikes goes Ossenfort, 2 outs. And here's Max Coffer. Coffer starting at catcher today. He will catch 3 innings. Then we're scheduled to go 10.
Coffer's had himself a nice event. Has impressed on both sides of the ball.
Swing and miss.
Takes a big cut there.
1-1. Never mind that when a guy's ahead in the count or first pitch. You want to try and do some damage, right? So let's see how he adjusts in at bat. Coffer heading to Texas A&M. Snap throw to first, and the runner gets back.
And Stump is one of those guys, you watch him from the side, you can probably get comfortable thinking, hey, I can go take a big cut there. But he's always got that movement. It's always going to be usually away from the hitter. He works glove side with the fastball very nicely there. So he can be a little deceptive. He's one of those pitchers that in the old days they used to say you had a comfortable 0 for 4 against.
2-2 the count. Pitch misses low, and the count goes full. So now the runner will be on the move. 3-2. Stump set, runner goes, and the pitch is called. Strike 3 on the outside corner. A landed Stump showing good command in his 2 innings of work today. And this purple team has a 2-0 lead at the end of 1.5.
Yeah, Stump pitched within himself so well that whole outing. You know, sometimes you see pitchers, in fact, often you see pitchers go on, try to post the number. We see that everywhere, whether it's position players, pitchers post their number. He looked like he had no interest in posting a number. He was just interested in pitching and getting outs, and a tip of the hat to him for that approach. It was fun to watch. Nice
work from the UCLA commit. As he's heading down, undoubtedly to get a little stretching done after his outing. Team Purple leading 2-0. He seems pretty happy about it.
Yeah.
Should be.
You look at the scoreboard and you see 0 runs on 0 hits. That's a good place to start. Waiting on a catcher here.
Yeah, Coffer was hit in the last inning, so you got to look at the scoreboard.
That's a sign of a pitcher who knows the field, though, is you don't go out to the mound until your catcher's ready.
Get somebody out there to warm him up, too.
Yeah. Well, I know the team has 3 catchers on it, so that's one of the frustrations when you're scouting or running an event like the guys down there. It's like, guys, you got 3 catchers.
Coffer's ready to go, and so Hockman will start to get loose here before we start the second inning. Second of 4 games today. This is the last one for this group. The last time that Navy and Purple will play, and then we will get, let's see, the final 4 teams. You get red and royal blue, and then gold and white will be the 2 games this afternoon. Darren Sutton and Brian Skowski will have the play-by-play for you on those. And then back in the morning with the final games of this national showcase. And we're very pleased to be joined now by Glenn Carnes from Ump Nation, who runs the umpire training program, is overseeing the umpires that are here at this event. Glenn, thanks for joining us. It's good to see you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the time.
So tell us a little bit about the Ump Nation program and what you're working on with the umpires that are here.
The umpires that are here, they earn their ways to these big events. They work hard for us. The gentlemen out on the field right now, each will probably have worked about 300 games this year for us throughout the summer and the fall. And sorry about that. They're very hardworking gentlemen, and they're very professional. And they look professional in the field, and that's what we're looking for. We're looking to train guys and make them better.
The first pitch misses low here from Hockman to TJ Pompey from Capel, Texas. So are you evaluating then throughout this game too? You evaluating the umpires? You have people that are charting what their strike zone looks like, their decision making?
I keep an eye on all that stuff, and it's one of the main reasons I'm here is to make sure that they understand the goal and what we're trying to achieve in this event. You know, we can't. If a pitcher's struggling a little bit, maybe we need to give them a little bit of incentive to throw strikes and help them out in that direction. And if a kid's not struggling, just call the zone you should be calling, and then give the pitchers an opportunity to do what they're supposed to do.
Now, Glenn, at this event, we've noticed there is a significant number of Latino umpires here. Is that something that was a plan of yours, a direction that you're trying to further develop? I know there's so many Latino players in the games. You don't always see many Latino umpires. Is that part of the plan?
Well, it is part of the plan. We're trying to grow the game on the umpire side anywhere we can. At this point in time, we work very closely with Major League Baseball and Major League umpire camps. This year, they have given perfect game umpires 13 scholarships to umpire school this year already they'll be taken from us, and a lot of them are Hispanic or of color or however you want to say it. We work hard because we want umpiring to be good everywhere we touch, and that's has a lot to do with the way we work this.
Now, something we've talked about in the past, you always are updating me, is how many perfect game umpires, guys who got into umpiring largely through perfect game, how many are out in professional baseball now? There's always, I know you keep track of the minor league totals, not to mention the major league totals, but where do we stand right now?
Right now we have over 30 guys in the in the minor leagues. The 2 of the 4 umpires that did the Futures game this year are perfect game guys. So that just shows you the level of the umpiring that we put in there. We make sure they see the guys that they want to see and the guys that want to work hard to get there.
Something that's certainly to be very proud of, those type of numbers.
You know, and that's the first out of the inning there. I think the other thing that's important to note is that when those guys get assignments like the Futures game or the Arizona Fall League, those are important things for them to be able to move up. You can't be a major league umpire without having done at least one run through the AFL, I know, and those future games guys are selected because they grade out extremely well.
Absolutely. And most of them have come through. We've been working with Rich Rieker and the MLB umpire camps for about 10 years now, and we keep putting the guys in front of them, and they give them the scholarships. There was a time frame a little while ago when we had a run where we had 5 of the top 6 students, the number 1 student 5 out of 6 years at Wendelstadt and also at the umpire school. So we're putting quality guys in front of them, but it just goes to show how hard we work to get to make our umpires quality umpires. Recruiting is the hardest thing right now, and that's what we're looking to do. We're trying to find ways to do it and find ways to train our umpires to be to the level everybody expectation. The one thing that I tell everybody is the umpires on our fields are the one representative perfect game on every field. They are our billboard, so we have to make them good. We have to make them better, and we work hard at it. And we have a lot of the people that help us throughout our situations. It's like Bill McKellen, who is one of the NCAA guys who chooses who gets the College World Series every year. Bill is a big help with us. Most of our training events, we get the MILB guys or MLB guys that help us. Derek Malika, who is does all our booking and signing in the state of Florida. He's a SEC guy. He spent 10 years in the minor leagues, did AAA. Now he did the SEC Championship Series and a regional this year. So we have the right guys in the right place. It's just finding a way to train them and get it there. And we're working on an app that we're gonna kick off this year to help us with that.
So take us through a little bit more with the app. We're with Glenn Carnes from Ump Nation here as we talk a little bit about the umpires during Levi Jones at bat. So what is the hope with the app? What do you hope to do with it?
Well, when I first came up in umpiring, we had about a half hour, 45 minutes in between games. So the older umpires could explain to us, and we could talk back and forth and get things, rules, why, intent of the rules, things like that. So it made it easier for us to decide how or get trained. Now we're doing 10, 15 minutes in between games sometimes, so there's no locker room situation. And what we're doing with this app is we're trying to recreate the locker room situation that I grew up with.
Jones floats one into left field. It's a base hit. It'll bounce over the head of the left fielder. It's an RBI single, though. First hit of the game for Team Purple. And they have a 3-0 lead.
Good at bat there by Jones, sticking the left-on-left matchup and going down a pitch down in the zone and picking the best place in the field to hit it.
Good job there from the center fielder for the Navy team. Bristol Carter backing up on that play to hold Jones at first. Here's Hideki Prather, committed to Michigan, and he takes a ball in the dirt, 1-0.
Now, Glenn, there's so much we're doing now with international baseball, and I mentioned the Hispanic Latino umpires here, but with Perfect Game going to Europe now, going to Australia. We had a Chinese pitcher earlier here in the event. Is that part of the future program? Is developing umpires internationally as well as part of the effort to grow the game?
We're hoping. Once we get the focus properly down here, my focus now is more on training and recruiting now, which in the past I had to do most of the booking throughout the country and keeping all that stuff straight. So my focus after this summer is going to be changed, and yeah, we're going to go in that direction. We're going to try to make sure that we spread this. My goal has always been to make umpiring better everywhere Perfect Game touches, and that really fits within our goal.
One of the things that umpires deal with a lot is criticism, right? It comes with the job. Heavy lies the crown, right, with them as they make decisions. In terms of trying to keep a positive relationship between umpires and parents, what do you try and encourage umpires to do if there maybe is a parent that is getting a little aggressive with them?
We mainly we ask them to get a hold of the site supervisor, our umpire site supervisor, and let them handle it. We want our umpires to keep their focus on the field in between the white lines. That's our goal with them, and that's what we try to get them to do. It's hard sometimes not to ignore some of the things that are said and yelled at to you, but bottom line is we have to keep our focus in the game. And the main thing is if we get the training done properly and you have the confidence when you're out there doing the game, then you can ignore stuff like that. It's when you're out there and you're not confident and you really don't understand some of the game rules and some of the intent of the rules, things like that. You kind of listen to things that are happening around you, which is another goal of course of the training. That's where we're trying to go.
I would think relationship building, too, with coaches and players is important. It's a little different, I think, maybe at the high school level than as you get older, but that has to help to build mutual respect, I would think.
Exactly, and it's the confidence thing is the most important. And if we give them, we make them confident in our umpire, confident with their. And I'm not saying that you walk on a baseball field and you just think you're better than the game or better than anything else. It's going out there and knowing you're as good as anybody they can have that day. And once you kind of get that understanding, it just you let things go. You just kind of look and let the game happen. There's 5-6 calls a game that the coaches couldn't agree on, and that's what they're there for. The rest of the game, you allow it to call itself.
0-2 here after another walk has loaded the bases, misses outside to hit Prather. I do want to mention runs. We've seen a couple of good throws. It hasn't resulted in getting the runner, but Max Coffer's made 2 throws that have been right on the base in this half inning.
Yeah, that one from his knees particularly stood out for me. He's had a good event. Yeah, he swung the bat aggressively. We saw that big cut, but I think the way he's thrown, the way he's managed games and stuff has stood out even more than his bat.
1-2 the count here to Hideki Prather. Hockman going back to the windup here with the bases loaded and 1 out. And the pitch. Upstairs, it's 2-2.
Yeah, Glenn, I've always we were talking about catchers there and Matt Cawthor. I've always enjoyed watching the relationship between catchers and home plate umpires because it's an unrecognized part of the game, but it's always an interesting dynamic because we were watching one catcher, Riley Jackson, earlier, who seemed like a very talkative young man who I think knows some of these umpires, and they were in constant conversation. That's one of the fun things that will bring a smile to your face when you're talking about umpires, and that's one particular one that's always stood out to me.
It's a very special relationship. I've always had that with all the catchers I've ever worked with. It's just if you give them the information, they can help you have a good strike zone. If there's a kid that's catching the ball a little low, and if he could catch that ball a little higher and make it look good, you can get that strike for him. And you give them that kind of information. If they ask you a question, give them the information because that's what you want. That relationship works really well, and it makes it better for the whole game and also for you as an umpire.
They're going to roll the inning here after Hockman issues the walk, so his day is over. And it's a 3-0. Well, we look at some of the work from Hockman in this inning. Again, some issues with the fastball command. It looked like Ron's, but for the most part, you can certainly see the building blocks there with Hockman.
Yeah, he's going to be the challenge for the pitching coach at the next level, and I think any quality pitching coach is really going to welcome the challenge of working with a big, tall, athletic lefty who can touch 95. But getting the ball in the strike zone consistently is going to be step one, and that's probably going to involve reworking the delivery, start with the very base mechanics and working up from there. But to expect him to go right to the D1 level or right to pro ball and throw strikes might be a little ambitious, but the talent is obviously there.
He's going to a great program to develop pitching, too, in the University of Arkansas. As Paul Wilson will be the new pitcher here, son of former big leaguer Trevor Wilson. And we are joined here in the booth by Glenn Carnes from Ump Nation. Glenn, one of the things I know you're working with on the amateur level, it's certainly an emphasis at the professional, is on pace of play and how long games are taking, but also how much time there is between pitches. What are some of the things that you're doing at this level to help with that? Because it's been a big discussion point at the collegiate level. I know that there are probably more fans of it in the way that it's played out in the minor leagues and the professional ranks than it has in college. But I'm kind of curious what you're what you're working on here with that.
There are only certain things we can really control as umpires back there, like having the batters keep 1 foot in the box during that time frame, making sure that that there's a catcher out to warm up the pitchers in between innings. That's big for us to do. We have to keep that in line, and it's really one of those things where we control the things we can control, where counting the pitches, making sure they get the right amount in between, not too many, not too less. But of course, at this, when we do showcases, if a kid wants a couple extra pitches, we're not going to say no to it.
Right.
We want them to do that. So this is a little different, but it's also like when the coach does the trip to the mound. Don't stand back there and twiddle your thumbs and decide when it's long enough. Get out as soon as you give the timeout, clean the plate, and walk out to the mound, face side, so the coach sees you coming. That way, he's going to maybe just speed it up a little bit. So they're just little things we can do as umpires to try to help the pace of the game.
Paul Wilson has missed on his first 2 pitches. It's 2-0. Samuel Stafura from Mohegan Lake, New York, is in the batter's box, committed to Clemson.
As you mentioned, Paul Wilson, son of former big league lefty Trevor Wilson, ranked 81st overall in this class, from Lake Oswego, Oregon, 6'3", 180 pounds.
He's falling behind 3-0 here. And the pitch to Stafura. This is inside ball 4. Glenn Carnes from Ump Nation, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for joining us. If people want to know more about Ump Nation, how can they get more information?
Go to umpnation.com and get some information. All our contact information is on umpnation.com. And we're looking to train and recruit and help anybody get better or anybody be a part of the Perfect Game family.
Great to have you up here. We appreciate your time and your insight. Thank you so much,
Glenn.
Yep. Glenn Carnes from Ump Nation joining us for a little bit. Give us some insight into the umpires that are working these Perfect Game events. An incredible 30 Perfect Game umpires currently in the minor leagues, and 2 of the 4 that were doing the Major League Baseball Sirius XM All-Star Futures game last Saturday. So there's a swing and a miss by Stafura. It's 1-0. The runner at second, or Stool second, is somewhere on my list. It's Thompson who's at second.
Yeah, Wilson working 91, 92 early. You saw him on that 3-0 pitch throw a sweeping breaking ball to get that in, get his first breaking ball out of his hand. But yeah, the development of the umpire since I started working with Perfect Game 20 years has been incredible. And Glenn was originally, way back then 20 years ago, our umpire coordinator in Fort Myers, where he still lives. And he's been at the middle of every development in our umpire world. It wasn't even until maybe 10 years ago that we had hired even Glenn full-time to develop the umpires, but there's so much potential to grow the game, grow the game being Perfect Game founder Jerry Ford's mantra for Perfect Game, grow the game. And it's so important to grow this part of the game because umpiring is more difficult than it has ever been, both at the big league level down to the youth level.
David McCann hits now with the Navy team down 3-0. It's Neziah Thompson as the runner at second who stole the base. And the first opportunity he got a great jump. Get a look at Thompson, who's committed to Cal State Fullerton. Nothing in 1, the count to McCann. Pitch. Swing and miss. Blew that fastball by him at 92. It's nothing in 2. Wilson will check the runner and the pitch. Breaking ball misses upstairs. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes to McCann.
Must have missed upstairs. I was like looking back and refreshing myself on Big League Dad, so sitting here looking at Trevor Wilson, of course, who was from Oregon State, where his son's scheduled to go. Battled injuries a lot, but when he was 25, he went 13-11 and over 200 innings for the Giants. Sort of battled with injuries after that, but put in 8 years in the big leagues, won 41 big league games. one of the pitchers you always wonder, what if he'd been healthy for at least a couple years more? He was on that track to be a potential all-star, certainly a standout starter in the big leagues.
Here's the 2-2. In the air, shallow center. 3 fielders converging. It's the shortstop who makes the play. Thompson tags but holds a third. And that's out number 2. Nice job there by, I think it's Jacob Hudson, who is that right that it's Hudson? At 28. Shortstop with a nice play to get the ball back in quickly. 2 outs. It's TJ Pompey at short. I'm going to have to get these glasses fixed, Ron. Things are... It's been 2 years since I've updated my prescription. I think it might be another 2 weeks before I do. Got to get this corrected before the All-American game. Here's the 0-1 to Kyle Remington, fouled away. Remington committed to Minnesota from Grand Rapids, Michigan. 0-2 the count.
Got some northern tier and non-core baseball states. I heard of New York earlier. We've got Oregon on the mound. We've got Michigan at the plate. Sort of adopting that Jersey sort of theory of naming players after where they're
just
from.
Call Kyle Remington Michigan now.
Oh, yeah.
Call him GR for Grand Rapids. Oregon Wilson set in the pitch. No one misses upstairs.
I guarantee you when Nolan Souza was in the game, Souza, the fine shortstop from Hawaii, somebody in that dugout called him Hawaii. I can virtually guarantee you that, and it probably just wasn't one person.
Here's the 2-2. Popped up, foul territory, third base side, long run, and a bobble by Cerro, and then Wilson tried to make a diving attempt. He couldn't get there, Wilson.
Oh, he was thinking, he saw that play beforehand. He's like, okay.
You got to look at it again. Boy, he made no hesitation in breaking over there. Cerro just couldn't come up with it, and Wilson, a great attempt. Oh.
That would have been the old 5-1 put out there. How many 5-1 putouts have there been?
Probably not a whole lot.
Not just a put out, not an assist and a put out.
Just a 5-1 put out? I don't think that there's probably not been very many 5-1 where the 5's the assist either.
Yeah.
Grounder to third, pitcher covering.
I always think whenever I see that play happen, which you don't, or almost happen like that, I always think of Pete Rose, first baseman for the Phillies, when he was playing first for the Phillies, doing that, what, in a World Series game?
That's right, 1980. Fly ball to center. Coming in to grab it is the center fielder. It's Eden Smith, and the inning is over. So Wilson will walk, but he leaves a man. We played 2.5. Team Purple leading Team Navy 3-0. Let's get a look at Paul Wilson here.
Yeah, obviously a real live arm. After he came out a little excited, after that had a real idea where he was throwing that fastball. Pretty much relied on that fastball, and why not? 92 with life. But it looked like he was having fun out there the whole time. After he got that first nerves out of him, he was having fun out there. And
Wilson in the Team Purple dugout.
he looks like a lot of these pitchers go into the dugout and they go off on their own. They go talk to people. He wants to talk to people in there.
The lefties always want to chat, right? So he's got Will Gasparino's here now.
And he's trying to tell his teammates, hey, I almost made this play, and there's like they're saying, Paul, we were watching it. We were right there. It was right in front of our dugout.
New pitcher for the Navy team is going to be Nathan Teague from Snow Camp, North Carolina, a 6'7", 220-pound right-hander. images of Tropicana Field. This has been a terrific home here. There's Teague. 6'7", 220, Vanderbilt commit. Southern Alamance High School in Snow Camp, North Carolina.
I'm going to have to go back and look at the number of 6'7" players we've had in this event, because it seems to be higher than ever. And I can tell you, we're going to see him in a little bit at the plate. Will Gasparino, the fine outfielder, is listed at 6'6", and if he's 6'6", he's a lot taller than 6'6". Let's put it that way. But yes, Nathan Teague, we last saw him 2 weeks ago at the 17U National Championships, playing for the Dirtbags. Was up to 94 with his fastball at that event, through 7 2/3 innings with 9 strikeouts. Also threw a 78-mile-an-hour slider and an 83-mile-an-hour changeup.
Just trying to go through to see 6'7" players in the event. He's a 6'7" teammate, and Bryce Eldridge, who pitched and hit yesterday. George Wolcott is listed at 6'7".
Don't forget about 6'8" Garrett Bauman, or even 6'7" Walter Rouse, or Nathan Rouse, who threw last game.
A number of 6'7" guys throughout. High school kids are bigger.
No, but you know what the rarest size in baseball is, of course.
7-footers.
Oh, there might be more 7-footers than there are 5'11" right-handed pitchers.
That's true. Well, and there are more 5'11" righties now.
But they don't list themselves at 5'11".
No, they're 6'1".
I once did a bell curve type thing where I listed every right-handed pitcher size in the big leagues, and there were 3 5'11" guys and 41 6-foot guys, and that just can't. And that's statistically odd. Yes. Well, let's see what 6'7" Nathan Teague brings to the mound here. His first of 2 innings of work.
Good sweeping breaking ball there that he gets a strike with. It's 1-1.
And not only have we seen a lot of 6'7" kids, we've seen a lot of pitchers with that lower arm slot. And Teague certainly gets way extended out there. And that just gives, think of the angle that he's creating with that slider.
Well, he's
6'7", that's almost sidearm. That's low 3/4, and the sweep on that slider to a right-handed hitter.
He works from the first base side, and then he's got a little hesitation in the delivery there as he yanks on that one. It's 2-2.
And we saw this from a pitcher earlier, 91 on that fastball, and I can't remember who it was. Where it was the same thought. He's throwing from that angle out there. If he moved 15 inches across that rubber, he's going to create 15 more inches of angle, and that angle is a big weapon for him, and why not maximize that weapon? And I've seen that before, and it kind of frustrates me when I perceive that a pitcher is working from, quote, the wrong side of the rubber, because it should be easily correctable.
I would think that part of the reason why he's set on the first base side, I'm just guessing, I hate to assume, but I'm going to anyway, because this is a broadcast. What do we do if not assume? At least I wonder if part of the reason why he's there is because it's been easier for him to command his fastball to the glove side from there.
Yeah. Well, I think, that's an obvious reason why, but it's something that if he and the people he works with at this level, the people he'll work with at Vanderbilt are certainly aware of it. Hey, let's try this. Let's, when you're throwing bullpens, let's work on this, see how you feel, see what your comfort level is, and that will be probably and maybe undoubtedly part of his development process.
MJ Sao hits now, two-way player, committed to LSU. So throwing an inning yesterday. First pitch, he fouls it away off to the right and out of play. Sao from Plano, Texas. Now, he has a younger brother, right, who's quite a good player?
Yeah, 2025. His first name escapes me right now. I apologize, MJ, but a talented baseball family, certainly.
Count 1-1. His brother committed to Vanderbilt. outside. It's an all SEC family. Two and one the count. And the pitch. Fouled at the plate. It's 2-2.
Minjae, spelled
Minjae.
M-I-N-J-A-E. Minjae Sao, 2025, committed to Vanderbilt, ranked 47th in the 2025 class.
Wow.
So we will be certainly seeing a lot of the Sao family for years to come.
Pitch fouled away again. Well, MJ ranked in the top 100 as well, 91st. Good look at Nelly Rodriguez there, explaining why he didn't make the play.
And Nelly, no explanation will be accepted.
Well, the ground is short, backhanded play, long throw across, and nicely done. Excellent play by the shortstop for the Navy team. That's Samuel Stafura, I believe. Wow, nice.
That's a
nice
big league play. That's the kind of play you see in the big leagues that big leaguers make. Not only do you get there, but you circle it. The footwork is so important on that. If you don't circle that ball, you're not going to have the momentum to make a strong throw, and that was certainly a strong throw as well as outstanding footwork.
Well, it's Stafura, who had a good workout day, good speed, showed good actions on the infield. Really made an excellent play to the hole. 2 outs now as Lucas Moore from Westchester, Ohio takes a ball low. Left-handed hitting Moore takes outside. He's committed to Kentucky, 6'1", 170-pound outfielder. Plays a little second base as well. The pitch misses, and it's 3-0. T having to adjust a little bit facing the lefty here. Comes the 3-0. There's a strike. 3-1.
The lefty up, he unveiled the change up and
threw it 3-0.
Didn't even have that was fast. So a change up before, really dead in the spin on it, but he hadn't. Change up's a field pitch, and if it's the first one you thrown so far this inning, you may not nail the first one, but almost below 1,000 on the spin rate on it.
Count now 3-2 to Moore. Purple already has a 3-0 lead in the bottom of the third. And the payoff. Outside, ball 4. So the ball count will reset as a courtesy runner comes in. TJ Pompey, the runner at first. 0-2 the count. And the pitch. Down low. We're doing a good job of not chasing outside the zone.
Yeah, it might be a 1-2 count. He has to throw fastballs.
There goes, throws on the money, but just in under the tag is Pompey.
So maybe only a fastball count, but he does have 2 strikes on him, so you do have to still protect the plate.
It's David McCann behind the plate. Boy, that was really close. He made that a very close play. 2-2 now. Outside, and the count goes full. So he's already drawn 1 walk and reset the count to 0-2, and now worked it to full. As the left-handed hitting Moore, the pitch. Called strike 3 on the inside corner. Finally, after all those pitches away, something inside, and it locked him up. Teague with a walk and a man left. And we'll get another look here at the low slot righty and some of what he featured in this inning, Rons.
Yeah, sometimes you can get mesmerized by that right on left, pitching the arm side there, and that whole half of the plate there, you can ignore it. And it can be a fertile half of the plate to get outside.
Teague will have another inning. Again, this game's scheduled to go 10.
Bobby Freeland there with some words of wisdom.
I think he's saying use the whole plate.
Yeah, that's kind of what his hand action is saying there.
Exact thing that we were just talking about. Maybe he was listening to you.
Now, Bobby was a hitter. Now, that doesn't mean, of course, he doesn't know about pitching. Bobby was a fearsome hitter in his day, and his Ray's son Alex, who's, I believe, tomorrow is going through all the official signings and medicals and all that to become a member of the Los Angeles Dodgers organization after being a third-round pick out of UCF. But very proud dad. I've talked to him about it this week, and yes, very proud and relieved dad.
I'm sure now. Well, he should be.
There's Bobby.
Third-round pick is no joke. Central Florida's had a great program and was going into one of, if not the best player development system in baseball with the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Yeah, the Dodgers just seem to come up with players, oh, they're drafting the third round, they're drafting the fifth round, they're drafting the 17th round. And it's, I like looking at college programs the same way. It's like, where these guys, there are programs that you go there and you're not recognized as a prospect, and all of a sudden you're turning out first, second round draft choices. I mentioned, I think the other day, East Carolina's been like that. You mentioned Virginia Tech earlier. In this cycle has been outstanding at taking players who may not have the recognition of a Vanderbilt or Florida when they come into the program, players who go there, but they're turning out some big time prospects. In any program, whether it's a professional organization or college, that says players get better there. That's so key to success.
First pitch misses down and into Bristol Carter. I guess the luckiest kid in this room might be Will Gasparino, because if this event had been held before the draft, Bobby may have been bending his ear the entire time with his dad as the scouting director for the Dodgers. So, say, hey, put in a good word with your dad for my son. 3-0 the count. Wilson walked the leadoff man he faced. They got out of the inning with no damage. Yes, in the third. 3-0, Carter swings and fouls it back. It's 3-1.
Well, maybe the most important thing, and it's not really recognized because it doesn't exist everywhere, in player development for a major league organization, is having a scouting department and a player development program that are in sync. You want to draft players that you can develop. That this is your organizational philosophies, these are your organizational strengths, and you have to pick players in the draft. You have to sign players that your system will fit. Now, LA has a model for their pitchers and have had just tremendous success with guys you've never heard of. Nobody was worrying about Tony Gonsolin when he, was in college. And
he was more of a DH in college for the most part.
Yeah, he was a two-way guy, who had some arm strength, and all of a sudden he's, pitching in the All-Star game.
Olin Ward bats here for Team Navy from Saraland, Alabama. 1-0. Inside, it's 2-0. I think it's a great point, and I think it's not just the communication with the scouting staff, but also the ability for the player development staff to recognize what a player's strengths are or what the strengths could be. And we touched on this, I think, a little bit yesterday or 2 days ago, that the personalized level of development that so many organizations are going through. I was just reading some comments before the Futures game from Mike Burrows, who's one of the top pitching prospects in the Pirates organization. And he was talking about how with John Baker in charge there, that they have had a much more personalized development plan for each player, trying to emphasize their strengths, trying to focus on what they need to do to get better individually, instead of having a one-size-fits-all plan where your desire is to, okay, everybody's going to throw sinkers here, and you're going to do this, and you're going to do this. And that, I think, is really beneficial for the player, too, to try and help them get the most out of their career.
Now when you have a curveball like Paul Wilson just shown there, that's going to work in every organization,
Yes.
isn't it?
It absolutely is. 2 outs. Here's Bryce Eldridge, another one of those 6'7" players that Ron's was talking about. Saw him pitch yesterday from Vienna, Virginia. Committed to Alabama. Another one of those D.C. area players here.
I'm going to throw in one last Dodger thought there, because the Dodgers aren't perfect by any means. I was just looking back at, they did a lot of the development on Yordan Alvarez, who you could say is the best hitter in Major League Baseball now. And back in 2016, they traded him to the Astros for the long-forgotten Josh Fields.
Former first-round reliever that the Mariners took in the first round, Josh Fields out of Georgia. Yeah, now, the interesting story on that. So when Alvarez was an international free agent coming from Cuba, the 2 teams that were the most heavily involved on him were the Astros and the Dodgers. And it was only about, I think, 7 months after his signing.
Yeah, it was right when he
him.
became eligible.
The Astros desperately wanted him, and they had missed on a couple of key Cuban players before, including Jose Abreu. They were in line to get him. I think they actually finished 3rd in the race. From Colorado was involved in Abreu, too, before the White Sox got him. Now, as Eldridge sends that one foul down the left field line, it'll get out of play. Now, just as an aside, with the Astros and their development program, one of the things that they've done very well is identify older international players, guys that are over the age of 16, 18, 19, 20-year-olds to sign. And they have built their rotation largely on that with Christian Javier and Luis Garcia and Framber Valdez. So, development doesn't just stop when you're drafted or when you're draft eligible or a potential international signing, as Wilson uses a good breaking ball to get out of a 1-2-3 inning. Nicely done.
Yeah, we've got sidetracked a few times on Paul Wilson, and maybe we shouldn't have, because that was a nice performance. 90-92 on the fastball, gotten a real nice breaking ball groove there. We see a nice one there to get it out. Picked up a couple outs on that breaking ball to both left-handed and right-handed hitters. Just overmatched the hitter with that one. And a thing that stood out in addition to his arm, he's having fun out there. Yeah. I think of any pitcher I've seen, certainly today, and thinking back, he might have been having the most fun out there. And he's going to go back to the bench and talk to his teammates about it, too. Yeah, hey, I felt good about that.
Well, fired up, and he grabs Will Gasparino.
There's his buddy Will Gasparino. I've already been told that that Will Gasparino is a joy to have in
really
a dugout. Our staff, the PG staff, who's talked to him, have said that's a young man. That's a 17-year-old who can talk like an adult. So, and I say that as a tribute to his parents as well.
His dad, as we mentioned, Billy, the scouting director for the Los Angeles Dodgers. You get a look at some of the scouts that are hiding out. Number of scouts are here, and I think one team rolled in with maybe as many as 16 people this week. So
16?
Well, there's 8 teams,
yeah,
or 12 teams. I guess you put, what, 1.5 on each one?
Yeah. I know I talked to one of my friends in my age bracket. He says, oh, I'm going to miss your national this year. I've just been on the road too much. But we've got 6 guys there anyway, so it really doesn't matter. And I'd say that's representative, having,
Yeah, I think it's probably about right. I mean, most of the area scouts, you might get a cross-checker or 2 here as well.
Oh, you certainly have some cross-checkers and scouting directors. They might not be here the whole time. I mean, they got a lot of other things on their plate, certainly.
Colin Priest leads off, committed to VCU. They have pretty good recent history with first baseman, with Tyler Locklear going to the Mariners on day 1 of the draft. As T's 1-1. 2-1. I'm sure that there are plenty of scouting directors that are watching right now. If they're not here, they are trying to get contracts finalized because that deadline is August 1st.
And
Swing and a miss.
You know, a lot of the cross checkers, the senior scouts on every scouting staff, often they're referred to as cross checkers. You know, there's also a trade deadline coming up.
Yeah.
And you know, those senior scouts, the cross checkers, the special advisors, you know, are being, if you're in a hot trade talks, you want to know who you're, you know, some of the people putting in the trade and get your last looks as well. So extremely busy time of the year for the entire scouting industry, and having the draft later just further complicates it.
Yeah. Payoff. Trying to check his swing. I believe he did. That's going to be a walk. So you want to lay off that breaking ball, so we'll get a courtesy runner here. And the count will reset to 0-2 for the powerful Priest. I mean, there's benefits, and so Tony Clark, the head of the Players Association, talking about that the other day, that you know, that while it's been more difficult, it has been more difficult on baseball operations, it's been more difficult on players, it's difficult on families of kids who are, you know, getting ready to commit to college and trying to figure out where there might be scholarship money, all of that. He said the other part of it is that now you've got the draft by itself on Sunday night before the All-Star game. It's kind of all alone. Can you build an audience for it? And I think that's a big question MLB is trying to answer right now. There's a stolen base. That's Aiden Smith.
Hey, Abe Smith saying this big league dirt is as sharp as the high school dirt I play in back home.
Smith from Lucas, Texas. And count goes full again to Priest.
I'm going to ask Mr. Teague. He can't hear me. He said, I'm going to say, remember the inside half of that plate on your fastball.
Swing and a
He
miss.
had some success with outside too.
That's the first out. And here comes Jackson Goldberg from Overland Park, Kansas. Goldberg, middle infielder. Uncommitted, Blue Valley North High School. Takes a strike. Seems like he can land the breaking ball to that side of the plate into lefties.
We've seen a couple change-ups from Teague, but he's just, I think, more comfortable throwing that sweeping slider to the left-handers.
This is low. Count 1-1. Inside, did it hit him? It did. Breaking ball clipped Goldberg, so now two men on with one out. Count will reset to 0-1 for Goldberg. Trying to get a little feeling back in those toes. And the pitch. Called strike on the inside corner. It's 0-2. On the ground towards the middle. Well, about a shortstop right on the bag and throw into first. Stafuro, who's had a nice game defensively. As they get
Another
two
hitter.
outs there and get one more hitter here. Actually, that should be the third hitter of the inning, I think.
Okay.
So, yeah, that's it. So the double play ends it.
Teague tried to field that. He thought he had a chance to get that behind the back with his glove, but that's one of those things you're just better off letting it go through. Take a last look at Nathan Teague after his 2 innings of work. Those are his 2 pitches, the sinker away and the slider. We've seen a couple pitchers with that model. Landon Stump, our starting pitcher, same model, sweeping it in on the slider, fading it away with the fastball.
The Vanderbilt commit Teague's day is done after 2 frames.
And he'll be one of Vanderbilt has had so much success developing pitchers over the years. That's been just a trademark of their program, and taking the raw clay of somebody like Nathan Teague and molding it in 3 or 4 years is exactly what they have done so well.
First with Derek Johnson and now with Scott Brown there, their outstanding pitching coach. Terrific program that Tim Corbin has built in the SEC. Tropicana Field is the home for the Perfect Game National Showcase this year. We are in the 5th inning of our second game of the day. You get a good look at the Rays tank out in right center field. Have you gone out to pet the Rays yet?
No, I have not been out there.
Think you could go swimming with them?
I've been swimming with Rays before. That's what snorkeling's all about.
Well,
I think they might.
Of course you've been snorkeling with Rays.
Of course I have.
Is there anything you haven't done? When you climbed Kilimanjaro, what was it like?
It was actually Mount Kenya. It wasn't Kilimanjaro. It was very cool. The coolest thing thinking about it is that I was at 25 years and in such great shape I could do it. I couldn't even think about doing it 35 years later. So that falls into the category of pleasant memories.
You're a real Renaissance man, that's for sure. You have experienced everything. Will Libbert is the new pitcher, and Anziah Thompson, the Cal State Fullerton commit, will stand in against Libbert from Meta, Missouri. He is committed to Mizzou. Their new pitching coach there, Ricky Meinhold, a longtime scout and coach in the Mets organization. See Ricky end up there, a really good guy. 1-0. Upstairs, it's 2-0 to Thompson. Let's get a good look at Libbert there, ranked 408th in this class. Strike, it's 2-1. Listed at 6'1" and 195 pounds. This is outside.
And Libbert's a great example of a player that has not been to perfect game events. We have not seen him since 2020. But we've obviously learned through travel coaches, through scouts, through college coaches, that, hey, this is a guy you need to have at the National Showcase. And lefty out here throwing 92 with a nice changeup. Obviously, he belongs. So the network of information has worked really well right here.
Swing and a miss.
Kind of blew that 93 if we're rounding up. Fastball past the hitter.
It's the first out. Yeah, that was a belt-high fastball and just had a lot of carry on it. See the spin rate there, just a little bit above the major league average.
That was almost like a Steph Curry actions on the mound. He threw that and spun, and he looked like he turned his back and said, yeah, he's not going to hit that, even before hitter swung and missed.
Switch hitting Stephen Millam is at the plate.
Yeah, that's a firm changeup. It's 84, 85 miles an hour. Deadens the spin on it well, but he's obviously throwing it with full arm speed, and it really it's a pitch that's tunneled very well.
It's a little bit of arm side wiggle to that fastball too, and kind of exploding into the glove there. Breaking ball, swing and a miss. Boy, it was a real tight curveball. It's been an impressive outing so far from Libbert.
And he's another young pitcher who you better be staying in the box ready to go, because he's right there on the mound ready to attack.
Kind of gets 2-2, and he's going to go clean his spikes off. So you get a look at Millam. Millam from Las Cruces, New Mexico. Swings and misses.
Pulled the string on that one.
Good ball, 2 outs.
Interesting you used the word wiggle to describe movement. I remember years and years ago we had a scout that used that term frequently, and I remember Jerry Ford pulling him aside one day and saying, what is wiggle? He said, what do you mean that fastball wiggles? And Jerry was like, can you use that term? And he just didn't understand, because, you know, pitches can fade, they can ride, they can sink, they can cut, but wiggle just doesn't seem to be maybe a knuckleball can wiggle. I
think
don't
that
know.
probably is true.
Yes, but yeah.
I think wiggle can just mean a little bit of movement. It's got a little bit of arm side. It's not a whole lot. The last sinker actually had more on it. There's a good change up there. It's 1-1.
Yeah,
There's only about 6 or 7 miles an hour difference. You're right on that.
Yeah, it's firm. I mean, it's full arm speed, and that's, you know, that Libbert has got the feel for that pitch and the arm speed, because all he's doing is changing a grip. And maybe you can use those eyes and look into the glove here and see what the grip difference, but he's throwing it like a fastball, and that's something, you know, generations of pitching coaches have said, act like you're throwing a fastball, and you're 2/3 of the way to being able to throw a good changeup. And that Libbert's obviously figured out how to throw a fastball and just change the grip and take off 6-7 miles an hour.
2-2 the count here to Antonio Anderson. Oh, that one may have missed up just a little bit.
That's the big league strike zone right there.
Well, this is a great matchup, though, too, for Libbert, because Anderson, one of the top prep hitters in this class, a switch hitter, batting right-handed. It's hard on the ground, past a diving shortstop into left field. 2-out single.
94 exit velocity on that single.
Anderson, a threat from both sides of the plate. It's Miles Naylor.
And the exit velocity was important on that. You know, a lot of times you think exit velocity and loft equal distance and all that. There are so many infield hits that the exit velocity makes it, or not infield hits, but hits that get through the infield, where your exit velocity makes such a difference. If Anderson hits that 85, 88, the shortstop makes the play. But on a hard hit ball, the shortstop had, you know, one step and dive range, and that was not enough to get keep the ball from going into left field.
Miles Naylor's second at bat of the day. As he checks up there, it's 1-1. Hit him. Yanked on a breaking ball there. Put a couple men on. So 2 men on now and an 0-1 count for Miles Naylor, who's okay.
He's not happy, but he's okay.
A smile on his face. In the face, he does look like his brother Josh. Chop towards the middle. Goldberg has it. He will throw to first high, and everybody's safe. Goldberg looked like he was thinking about going to the bag at second there, and I wonder if that disrupted his timing.
Very well could have.
He's going to look at it again and see him.
Yeah, he thought about just that little backhand flip to the second baseman, and probably made the right decision, but his footwork wasn't quite up to it.
Double clutch just a touch. There's a strike to Coleman Mizell. Bases are now loaded. Single, a hit batter in the air. Now Mizell behind 0-2. Libert's probably dropping the breaking ball here.
I think so, but I'm just thinking, how about that left-on-left changeup, right?
He got the wiggle. He did it. Yeah, fouled off the instep of Mizell.
I've got a new favorite pitcher here.
Boy, as soon as you saw the fingers wiggle and him nod, I knew you were going nuts.
Oh, I didn't even see that. I was just like, I can
yeah.
see it right now, because Mizell's a big, powerful hitter And he's looking curveball. He's seen the fastball, and it's just like, nah.
Back to the heater here, I think. Yep.
Yeah. But hey,
1-2.
points to Mizell for fouling it off and staying alive.
Yep. There's the breaking ball in the dirt, trying to get him to chase, and a good job to lay off it. It's 2-2.
Mizell working his way to a quality at bat if he can get the barrel on the ball.
Skies a foul, third base side. Out of play. Working from the windup with the bases loaded here. The 2-2 upstairs.
Our home plate umpire has been consistent with that high strike, or that high ball, I should say.
Laying off that one.
3-2, 2 out, bases loaded.
Side of ball. Oh, score a run. Now reset the count to 0-2.
I think we're just going to leave the runners out there who are already there.
So 0-2 now the count. So we'll have to keep battling. Swing and miss. High fastball. And the inning is over. A hit, a walk, and an error helped to lead to a run. You know, look at some of Libbert's work today.
And I'm liking what I'm seeing from Will Libbert. You know, there's definitely enough firmness on the fastball to 93. He let one or two breaking balls. He didn't locate his breaking ball as well as I'm sure he hoped to, but he can spin it, and he showed some courage and quality with that changeup. And it's not the conventional changeup. You know, we're used to circle grips or split grips that provide movement and stuff. That was just some sort of grip. Maybe he just puts it way back, puts 3 fingers on it or something, gets it farther back in his hands, and he just lets it rip with a fastball mentality. Now, he's an example of a guy, we talked before about how rare it was to have 2 types of changeups. He's a guy that you could develop with 2 types of changeup and give him a circle or a split or something that would create movement on the changeup that's going to give him a 4th weapon to be comfortable with attacking hitters. He also might be the first pitcher I've seen as we've been looking into the dugout to look at the pitchers who goes right over and sits down. All the other pitchers pace, they go talk to somebody, they do something. He goes right down and sits down, gets a little bit of water.
Went and grabbed a seat. Harrison Lewis is the new pitcher for the Navy squad. Face Dylan Andino and Gavin Taylor to start the inning, and then Isaiah Drake. There's Harrison Lewis, 6'6", 265, West Forsyth High School in Winston-Salem. This is the prototypical power pitcher's build. His first pitch is 93 upstairs. Dylan Andino, committed shortstop from Orlando.
Yeah, we've seen Lewis a couple times this summer. He's been up to 94, so has the fastball to match the body and the power pitcher's build.
Working on the power pitcher mustache, too. Popped up. Shallow right, racing towards the line and making the sliding catch is Thompson. Nice running grab for the first out.
Big smile on his face. He had this all the way. He knows he had it all the way, and he came a long way to get it. I think that would have been a fair ball.
It probably takes away extra bases on that one. one out. Here is Gavin Taylor now, right-handed hitter from Tarzana, California. He's been all over the place. Playing the outfield, the infield, catching. A whole bunch of took drills everywhere. Pitch. It's hard to center field. Right there is the center fielder making the grab.
And that's not the first time he squared up the ball too. I've got a note in my mind that he squared up a number of balls. Been well timed at the plate.
Kyle Remington, the center fielder, right there to make the catch. And good read on that. And here is our first look at Isaiah Drake at the plate today. Speedy, powerful outfielder. This is at 5'10", 180 pounds. And I wrote down in my notes from workout day, can run, has a strong arm, and can hit for power. This is an exciting guy. He had one of the fastest 60 times. Upstairs, 2-0.
He's also got 5 home runs this year in PG play, so there is some pop in the bat, definitely.
From Atlanta, uncommitted. Count 3-0. Here's the pitch. Upstairs, ball 4, so 4-pitch walk. First base runner against Lewis, who will have to work from the stretch.
In fact, Drake's 6.15 60 time was the fastest 60 of this 2022 Perfect Game National Showcase.
It's him and Kendall George and I think Adrian Santana, the 3 fastest, all within 5/100ths of a second of each other. That one outside.
620, 616, and 615 respectively.
Fouled away. I just love those combination power speed guys. They're
Oh, yeah.
so much fun when you get those guys who can truly run and have some juice in their bat. Takes me back to the best players in the 80s. Swing and a miss. Throw down to second is in time to get him. It's technically out number 3, but since Drake is the 3rd hitter, he will continue to bat here. Count 1 and 2. It's an excellent catcher defense, by the way, from this Navy squad. That's Luke Stevenson behind the plate now, I believe. All 3 catchers that have caught so far for this Navy team, Stevenson, Kaufer, and McCann, have shown very accurate throwing arms.
Yeah, I think and that's been across the board. I was thinking earlier, I think during our first game broadcast, I didn't mention it, that picking an All-American team, which would generally be 6 catchers, 3 on each team, is going to be especially tough this year because there's a couple of standouts, but there's just such a broad depth of catchers in this class who can especially play defense.
Drake fighting that one off. Count stays 2 and 2. Be involved in high-level meetings this next week, getting the All-American team finalized.
I expect they're going to be finalized a lot sooner than before next week with the national
high-level
showcase.
Meetings tomorrow.
Yes, they're going on right now, discussions. Yeah, we get a list every day in our email of players that have been talked to already and have done some of the prepare work, and a lot of it is just, they're obvious players and such, but whittling down I think the 2 most biggest decisions are whittling down the pitching, of course. That's the hardest thing every year. And then the catchers.
There's the 2-2.
And the overriding idea when selecting a PG All-American team is to get the players that are going to be first-round draft choices and get the players who are going to be future big leaguers. And with an emphasis really on those first-round picks. You know, that's why every draft, the first thing we're thinking is, okay, how many guys in the first round were PG All-Americans? It's something we consistently look at as a top priority.
Lewis talking to himself a little bit as he comes off the mound and striking out Drake. Big right-hander with a scoreless inning. Look at that fastball that he has in the mid-90s, 93, 94.
Didn't see much in the way of off-speed stuff. It's a power approach, a reliever profile, if you will.
Goes back to work. I'm kind of curious. You talk about there are players that obviously earn their way to the All-American game through the showcase, right? There are a number of them every year. Can you think of one or several that maybe were even, I don't want to say unknown to you, but you didn't know that much about them? Maybe they weren't the most famous players that came to the showcase that ended up being All-Americans and starred from there.
There are two big leaguers that come right to mind, and one of them being Trevor Rogers, the young lefty with the Marlins.
From New Mexico.
We did not see. He's from New Mexico. He did not travel. We could not get him to a showcase. We hadn't seen him, and basically our only chance to see him was at the area codes, which in those days were held literally like 5 days before the All-American. And with there's so much back room stuff going into the All-American game, you just can't pick a player 5 days before under what we have. And I was able to see him in Long Beach at area codes, and I'm like, this might be the best pitching prospect in the class. We've got to do something. And that became Jerry Ford's and our staff's goal at that point, is we're trying to get ready for get Trevor Rogers there, and which wasn't an easy thing to do. And obviously he's gone on to be was a first-round draft pick, and now he's a high-level big league pitcher. The other, almost the same story, was Matt Manning.
Oh, and I did that All-American game with Matt Manning. I remember
and I
him,
was finally, we had been hearing during the spring about some kid in the Central Valley or Northern California who was just lighting it up, and we were tracking it, and I finally saw him at an event in mid-July, a regional showcase that we got him to go to, and it's like, yeah, this is an All-American.
Tigers pitching prospect. Ooh, his dad played
High-level
professional basketball, I think, in the NBA. Yeah,
6'10", Rich Manning, I believe his name, NBA big man. But his son was a D1 level basketball. Matt was a D1 level basketball player, so he didn't pitch year round. But yeah, it's one of those things, you see somebody once. You see him I think it was in the first inning of both games. I'm like on the phone saying, yes, he's an All-American. Start the wheels rolling.
Manning, if I remember right, had a tremendous breaking ball. He had just a really good curveball as a high schooler. And he was one of those dictionary definitions of projectable, right?
Oh yeah, he was 6'6", 6'7", and absurdly athletic and easy and bloodlines, and yeah.
Ashton Larson fouling that one away from Overland Park, Kansas. This is a Kansas-Missouri showdown here. Larson looks like he's got a pretty good read on Libbert based on those last two swings. He got beat with a high fastball there. That one took off.
I think Libbert has that riding fastball up in the zone as part of his repertoire. We've seen some of these long-armed righties that you look like Nathan Teague, who just left the mound. Where getting the ball up in the zone is going to be hard for him. That he's going to have to work at it. Libbert looks like he has that as part of his delivery and part of his approach to blow that high fastball up in the zone.
From a little bit of a higher arm slot than some of those guys, too. Towards the middle, bobble, throw on the run, and in time to get him. Very nice recovery there by Jonathan Mendez for out number 2. Not able to field it cleanly, but stayed with it.
I thought at first it might have been a call that could have gone the other way, but on looking at it again, I think our first base umpire got that right.
2 outs for Cole Eaton. Elkhorn, Nebraska, swings and misses. 0-1. Scheduled for 10 innings for this game today. It's 0-2.
Lippert's got ahead with the 2 fastballs, which opens up a whole range of opportunities for the young left-hander.
Yeah, he blows him away with 3 straight fastballs, and Lippert pretty impressive overall. Nicely done for the young left-hander. Committed to Mizzou.
Yeah, it was fun watching that because we get tied in with all these kids, especially the 6'7" kids who go out and throw 95, 96, and all. And then you see a pitcher like Will Lippert who goes out there and is in command the whole way. He's got 3 pitches. There's no question he can learn a 4th with a different changeup grip. He just comes and attacks. You know, pitches with just confidence.
He's got some athleticism and a little bounce to him too. So
nice outing. I'm going to put that right up there with the better performances that we've seen the last few days. And the young man from Missouri seems pretty happy. He's still got the energy. It's like, I can only go 2 innings. I feel good. I want to go another inning. I got the adrenaline flowing. I got some beat to me.
To think if you have an outing like that and then all of a sudden they say, all right, that's it. Like coming down from that has to be really difficult because, man, he was really good, showed well here on this stage at the National Showcase.
Yeah, that's a name to remember. Ignore the he doesn't have fancy MiG-90s numbers. That's a name to definitely remember.
Get a look there at Eric Bittanti, who's going to lead off against Harrison Lewis here. Bittanti, Will Gasparino, and Rafael Velasquez are the 3 scheduled hitters.
That's kind of the Purple's murderers row right there.
Bittanti and Gasparino. Gasparino's had a very impressive showcase so far.
The most impressive thing about Gasparino, once you got used to the fact that he's grown so much and gotten so much stronger, was his at bat where I can't remember where he's facing, but it was a 94, 95 guy, and even at 6, I'm going to call him 6'7". He's listed at 6'6". He had absolutely no trouble getting to 94. 104 exit mile an hour. It was a single up the middle, first pitch, and it was just easy. He didn't have to rush his swing. He didn't have to see a few pitches at a time. It was first pitch, I'm facing 94, comfort zone, single up the middle, 104 off the barrel, and it wasn't a real challenge to him to bring all that height into the current baseball world.
It's Bittanti to lead things off here for the Purple team. Bittanti from Sperry, California, 6'4", 215 pounds, and he drives one to right. Going back on it is Thompson, has a beat on it. Makes a nice catch. 2 good defensive plays for Thompson and Wright.
Bittanti has barreled up some balls.
Just missed that.
I've said before, he sees the ball so well. He's not going to offer outside the zone, and he hasn't got rewarded for it yet. But he's really barreled up some balls nicely.
There's Gasparino. He's talking about Will Gasparino, 6'6" outfielder, committed to Texas from Harvard Westlake High School. Lewis, I think, knows what Gasparino's been up to at this tournament because he started it with a breaking ball.
Yeah. These, like I've said, baseball. These guys know who each other are. They know everything about each other. 2 breaking balls.
That one in for a strike. 1-1. Gasparino digs back in. Swing and miss. So curveball, slider, curveball.
Breaking ball, breaking ball, breaking ball.
Yeah.
And
had a little more horizontal.
Yeah, and you can look at the spin rate. So those are not power breaking balls, but before this, all he was throwing was cheese, 93, 94. And that's what Gasparino's geared for.
He takes down low at 93. It's 2-2. Now he's shown him the fastball. I had to think that there's a breaking ball coming again.
But, you know, that's something the top hitters just have to learn to adjust to, because it's not going to change.
No, if anything, they're going to see fewer fastballs.
Yes.
Get the curveball again here. Swing and a miss. Really used his off-speed well there. His breaking ball well. 2 outs.
Yeah. I'll give Lewis credit for that. It's not a pitch that I think he's really comfortable throwing. He hasn't featured it yet. He still needs to learn to develop more spin. I think when he goes to North Carolina, they're going to turn him into a power slider guy, for instance. But he threw him for strikes. He had enough confidence that he could go out and throw it for strikes, and his catcher called it, and he executed it.
It gave just a little bit of a different look. Here's the 1-0 to Rafael Velasquez. His second plate appearance today.
You know, and that's the reality with hitters like Batanti and Gasparino and Velasquez, the heart of the purple order. You know, 93, 94, if they know it's coming, is not a challenge for them. They have the bat speed and the quickness to do that.
Oh, and Velasquez unloads to right and way out of here. Almost 100 miles an hour off the bat as Velasquez with the 4th home run of this showcase. And it's 4-1. Wow.
Yeah, you take hitters of that level, you throw them a fastball, they're looking for it. That's what happens. And hats off to Rafi for recognizing it.
It has been a very impressive couple of days for him.
Did you hear that sound when he?
I mean, it was loud.
That's a fun sound.
See if we can get the distance on that one as well. That was a long home run to right, no doubt off the bat. First homer we've seen out of this grouping, the 5 through 8 teams. As Jonathan Mendez bats. Ball got loose in the bullpen down the right field line. It's a tough act to follow if you're Mendez. Yeah.
Oh, it brought me back in some ways to at last year's game. Right here, Tamar Johnson hit one in about the same place, but it was a line drive, and it was one of the most violent home runs I have ever seen at this level. Just violent off the barrel.
Count 1-1 now to Mendez. Velasquez with a long home run to right. Swing and a miss. Another breaking ball, and the count 1-2. Misses inside. 2 balls and 2 strikes as Lewis trying to finish his outing strong. UNC commit going back to work and the delivery. Front door breaking ball, strike 3, and the inning is over. Pearson Lewis's 2 innings are in the books. A good fastball. Able to locate there with the fastball and the breaking ball, getting Gasparino.
Picture that in a couple years with a slider instead of that short little whatever we're going to call it, and maybe a couple miles in the fastball, and that's a power reliever in the Tar Heel bullpen.
Make every day a beach day in St. Pete, Clearwater, where 35 miles of sugary white sand, warm Gulf waters, and rejuvenating sunshine await. So consider this your official invitation to come kick back, relax, and mix things up on America's best beaches. Let's shine. Plan your escape at visit stpeteclearwater.com. We are in St. Petersburg, Florida at Tropicana Field. And if you do come to Clearwater Beach, you got to come up to St. Pete and check out just the terrific restaurants that they have. A great little downtown area. Honestly, this ballpark, which was one of the best teams in baseball, and you know that you remember old Al Lang Field, right? That was along the water. It was a spring training facility. Is now where the Tampa Bay Rowdies play.
I've been to Al Lang Field many times back in the day.
That is the, I believe the USL is the name of that league, the soccer league. But, you know, one of the stars on that team is Randy Arozarena's brother.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah. It's a little known fact. I finally found something you didn't know, Ronsley.
I'm not a soccer guy, so I think you just referred to a soccer team.
I did.
I did. Okay, so yeah, that's.
You can't get away any other sport with calling your team the Rowdies than soccer.
I had a stepson who played 2 years of college soccer, and I remember literally getting off a plane from a baseball showcase and going to a soccer showcase, 300 miles away, and not a soccer guy, I guess.
Chase Meyer is the new pitcher for the purple team. Uncommitted from Canton, Georgia. Attends Cherokee High School, 6'2", 175-pound right-hander. He's ranked 131st on PG's list of the top 500 high school players. He's shown good velocity in the past to PG events.
Oh, yeah, and he's been a regular pitching for the East Cobb Astros. In fact, has thrown 100 innings in his PG career. Get this, has only allowed 43 hits.
Wow.
With 134 strikeouts. So a big arm, has been up to 94 in the past.
Runner goes, swing and a miss, throw down to second, and not in time. As it gets away from CO. Good pitch to throw and just a little offline. Nelson Ford at the plate, the catcher for the purple team right now is Hideki Prather. Nelson Ford swings and misses, 1-2. Pitch, fastball misses away at 93. Mostly 92, 93 so far with his fastball. He's expected to give you 2 innings of work. Pitch misses just inside. Count is full. Borderline 2-strike pitches that have not gone the pitcher's way today. It's great for the hitters to get a chance to hit, as that one missed just inside for ball 4. So now there'll be runners at first and second with nobody out. Navy down 4-1. There've been just 4 hits in this game. Pitching is dominated again, as is usually the case. Thompson's going to run at first.
One thing that Chase Meyer has been somewhat challenged by as that pitch goes to the backstop is the command. He's averaged about a walk an inning over the last 2 years. Dominant stuff in the zone, but you can see with that arm action, we've talked before about the compact arm actions. Mm-hmm. The more compact the delivery is, the more compact a arm stroke is. It's much like a swing. It's easier to control and repeat. He gets his arm way offline and back and extended, and that just creates variables about your release point.
Probably helps with deception a little bit, though.
Yeah, deception and movement and stuff like that. But the challenge is repeating Obviously, center cut that one at 93 miles an hour, got the release point right. But when you see the pitches going way to the glove side into the left-handed batter's box, that's holding it on a little too late as you come across. When you see the ball going up arm side, you're releasing the ball too early.
Here's Max Calford now. Pitch misses low, 1-0. Well, that pitch that you got the strikeout on had a pretty good life on it above the belt. Nailed the glove that time. The count 1-1.
Well, just watch the catcher catch a few of these pitches, and he's working real hard to get that glove there, and that's a real sign of late movement on pitches. So, and I've seen a couple fastballs just dart off arm side, but sometimes you watch the catcher and how he's receiving the ball, and if he's struggling to get that mitt behind it, it's a sign of late life.
Yeah, a quick conversation here between Meyer and Prather. Conversation's over.
I think we need to mic up catchers more often.
Oh, especially at these events.
Note to production crew, mic up catchers more often, because you'd love to hear what they say on those visits to the mound.
This is outside. It's 3-0.
Look at the spin on that sweeping slider.
3,200. Wow.
My goodness. Let's see a few more of those pitches in the strike zone. And
It's high with the fastball there, and the bases are now loaded. Nobody out. Wait for the runner to get out there. We're not going to have a runner, I guess. On the ground to short. Run's going to score. So he was thrown to first. Dug out nicely by Priest for out number 1.
And not putting the runner out there cost us an out. That would have been an easy double play. Maybe there's some strategy by the Navy team in not putting a runner out.
Well, now they're going to put him out there. Either that or Eaton's going to coach first.
That's what the idea is, that you send down your runner from if you're in the third base dugout, you send down your runner there in advance so you don't have to run across the field. I think Navy had exhausted their runners already, their supply, and just wasn't prepared for another one.
Samuels to Furabats here.
All right, let's see another of those sliders.
Swing and miss. Looks like he's got some pretty good horizontal movement on that two-seamer that he throws, and then he has touched 2,500 RPMs on the fastball as well when it's up.
But you see the release point. He just threw that nice sinker down there in the zone to the right off the inside part of the plate, and he missed outside by 2 feet on that one. So it's just developing that consistency in the release point, and until you get to the next level and have a pitching coach, there we go with that slider. He even gets a little wrapping back on that slider to throw in another variable. But until you can get to a pitching coach who is able to shorten up that arm stroke, it's going to be a challenge to throw consistent strikes. Now, his stuff is absolutely top shelf when it's in the zone. I can see why he's been so difficult to hit. That's 3,000 almost on the nose on that breaking ball. It's certainly passing the eye test as well.
There's a bunch of schools interested in him, but he's yet to commit to this point. Breaking ball outside, ball 4. So some control issues, but really good stuff here from Meyer, and might be a couple tweaks away from having something really special. That ball just takes off on him.
I've had casual or non-baseball fans ask me, what's stuff? And I'm like, it's stuff. There's no explanation for what stuff is. It's just he's got good stuff. And the eyes glaze over from the casual baseball fan.
Swing and a miss, and the inning ends for Meyer. A little frustrated with his performance, and yeah, you can tell. Even walking off, he knows he's flying open at times. Yeah. Having a little trouble with his delivery, but we'll get to see him for another inning. Because when it was good, it was really good.
Yeah, there's a reward there for the program, the school, the pitching coach that wants to break that down. And that can even be a kid who can go to a high-level school and say, hey, you're probably not going to pitch as a freshman. We don't necessarily have to redshirt you, but we're gonna remake you so you can throw strikes because there's this magic in your arm.
You can really spin that breaking ball, just not with the command of it yet. But we'll see what the second inning looks like. Maybe he's, it looks like he's going to walk down to the pen here, and you can tell that there's a little frustration there, but he's going to get another chance to pitch here, so we'll see if he works through something. Blake Walters is next on the mound for the Navy team from Muhammad, Illinois. "6'4", 200-pound right-hander. You get a good look at him. He is also uncommitted. Walters unranked by Perfect Game. Hasn't really been to. This is, I think, just his second Perfect Game event, but it was pretty good the last time out, right?
Well, this is an explanation of why he isn't ranked by Perfect Game, and maybe an explanation to why he's not committed. When you look at players not committed, there can be just a long list of reasons. But the first time we saw him was literally 2 weeks ago at the 17U Championships, National Championships, pitching for GBA. He was 89 to 92, 83 curveball, through 3 innings there, and had a strong 3 innings. But that stuff, that body, 6'4", 200 pounds. He got his national showcase invitation probably a week ago, and big opportunity for him. And especially if he's just a guy who's developed so quickly, or there's another reason why he isn't on the map. But
it's a look at a tough hitter start things off, and Aiden Smith. Walters playing his travel ball for GBA St. Louis. Fouled away. 92 with 2,400 RPMs of spin on the fastball. Step off and reset here. Misses away.
good spin and power on that first slider.
Swing and a miss.
That's a nice cut on that fastball, too.
92. Walters pitch. Falls off.
93 again with some cutting action. It looks like whether it's a grip or just coming across a little bit out front. Hello, Frank Foltz. Share it with a fan.
And didn't quite get it to the fans. Making ball fouled away again as Smith fighting pitches off.
Yeah, that extending the netting is kind of, you know, impacted the ability to get the balls into the stands at the big league level.
Just got to get a little arch into it, you know. Called strike 3 on the inside corner. Fastball at 92. Walter's mom, Angie, was a tennis player in college at Eastern Illinois University. Charleston. Just recently had a first-round draft pick out of there, right? The Yankees picked last year. Trey Sweeney was out of Eastern Illinois University.
Very, very true.
Charleston, not necessarily known as the baseball hotbed, although some good players have come through. They were the quarterback U for a little while, right? Isn't that where, oh, shoot. Cowboys quarterback does TV now.
Tony Romo.
Tony Romo was the EIU guy. There was a bunch of, I want to say, Sean Payton went to Eastern Illinois. This has been Directional Schools in Illinois Weekly. Ahmed, where he's from, is actually just outside of Champaign-Urbana, where University of Illinois is. 1-2, swing and a miss. Boy, that fastball had some life to it. 2 outs.
Hello, college coaches. If you haven't seen Blake Wolters yet, you want him. Find the scholarship money. He's got 2 present pitches, up to 94 with command. Pro-style body.
Levi Jones will face him from Oregon.
That's a nice breaking ball right there, Mike.
Well, we get a good understanding of what Walters showed at Worldwood Bat 2 weeks ago.
81, 2,600 spin. That one got away from him, but maybe the first one that has.
Reset a little bit here. He had been in a pretty good rhythm. Chopped off the plate. Barehanded, and the throw late to first. Ward may have nearly gotten tangled there with Walters, and so I think that's what did in that play.
It's like, Blake, you know, your job there is to get out of the way. We appreciate the hustle, wanting to make a play, but no, your job is to get out of the way. We want no third base pitcher collisions. He's moving and you're not. You're going to lose anyway.
There's Hideki Prather. Pitch to Prather, goes to the screen. And Jones will amble down into scoring position.
First pitch from the stretch from Wolters, and it was lower velocity, and the first pitch that's really gotten away from it.
Ripped foul. He still has the high leg kick from the stretch. Ron's diving for a stopwatch here to time his move to the plate.
1-4-6.
So you can kind of run on that.
Well, I only did because you told me before the first broadcast that you usually have a stopwatch because that's what you use it for during games, even while broadcasting.
When I remember.
I wanted to be Mike Farron for a pitch.
When I remember, Rons. Let's not say that I'm doing that all that often. I am, as you can tell, pretty scatterbrained. So. In the air to shallow center, racing in the center fielder, making the catch. As the inning is over. That's Ashton Larson on that play. Yep. And so, let's get another look at Wolters.
And this is one of the more fun things about working at this level, working with different events, is when you find somebody, like evidently Blake Wolters is, that the major part of the baseball world doesn't appear to know about. Because you know an outing like this can change the young man's life. And really it was the outing 2 years ago that might have been the first step in it. But this event gets so much publicity. There's so many scouts and coaches here that this can be a changing day in his life where it's like, hey, I'm going to get calls from colleges. I'm going to get some offers. I'm going to get my baseball future more clarified, at least in the short term, because the talent is there. I mean, that's just obvious talent, and with plenty of room to improve. So it's great to watch you, Blake.
Really nice outing in his first inning of work. He's going to get another. Chase Meyer back to work after taking his long walk to get his water down on the bullpen. Let's see, ranked 131. So we've got a pair of uncommitteds on the mound.
This is a good angle. This is a good angle. I was watching because you see he has that pullback with his shoulder, and that's what takes his arm offline. And a pitching coach is going to look at that and say, let's not get that backwards rotation from his shoulder. Let's see if we can get rid of that little back, I don't know what the exact term is for it. Let's straighten that out, get his arm action in line, and maybe the strikes will follow without impacting the stuff. You don't want to make a change that, affects the stuff, but you do. It's like saying, oh, I don't want to put this in my recipe when I'm cooking. Well, it's going to taste completely different.
Generally, I feel like you find when guys are more synced up in the kinetic chain mechanically that their stuff ticks up even.
Yeah. And you find that with a lot of young players who go through the TJ process, where they go through the rehab and they get into the rehabbing muscle groups and getting really in pitching shape for the first time, and they come out and their stuff is like, wow, I had TJ and my stuff's a grade better. No, it was always there. You just didn't know how to get to it yet.
David McCann leads off for Navy in this inning. Fouls that one away. It's 1-1. Eighth inning, 10-inning game. Pitch inside corner, a strike. Count 1-2. Here's the pitch. Swing and a foul tip into the glove. And the leadoff man gone in this inning for Team Navy. Kyle Remington will bat. Another look at that fastball running away there.
Yeah, running hard.
Outside, 1-0. A little less velocity this inning with Meyer, maybe trying to command it a little more. Nice play and foul ground by the third baseman, Levi Jones. What a play on that foul pop. Racing into foul ground and making the backhanded grab, crashing into the netting, and gets a high five from Nelly Rodriguez. Look at that. Wow, basket-style catch. Terrific play for out number 2.
He'll enjoy watching the replay of that one.
Here's Bristol Carter from Oak Ridge, North Carolina.
There's the one he wants to get the muscle memory going on, dropping in that 3,100 spin rate breaking ball for strike 1.
Upstairs.
I think what he tried to do was throw a better one there. He got more spin, but that first one is a plus pitch. You don't need to improve on that.
Fly ball to center on the run. Remington makes a nice catch. Some good defense. Excuse me, that's not Remington. That's Remington's was playing center field for the Navy team. Lucas Moore with that great catch. Nice jump on that. That was not an easy play. Hung up just enough as he made the catch in the alley and avoided his hat in the process.
But what, Chase Meyer throw what, 8 pitches that inning maybe? Through strikes? Let his fielders help him. Got 2 great plays, admittedly, but what a nice comeback inning. Struggled in the first with walks and throwing strikes through strikes. Got 3 quick outs.
And he showed good movement on the fastball, even at the reduced
and
velocity.
just look at the young man's face. We saw him after the first inning walking down the bullpen or wherever. He was a lot of self-talk going on. Now that's a happy guy right now. He had a great inning. He threw his best breaking ball of the outing. It's like, hey, I feel good about myself. Good for you, Chase.
Yeah, good finish to his day. Happy for him. Wolters back to work for his second inning here. As Wolters uncommitted, and I'm sure that there are a lot of college coaches that are lining up, jumping on the PG site to try and find his contact information after his first inning of work.
Well, I would think after the 17U that was happening and the process starting, because the 17U National Championships is a huge event, not only in numbers, over 400 teams, but also in the recruiting world. Not as big as the 16U, but still a huge event, and really any event. You can be going to a regional showcase in North Carolina, which I'll be doing in 2 weeks, and the college coaches are paying attention to the top prospect list from that. They're paying attention to the numbers. You know, they may not be there at the event, but the whole college recruiting world has been trained to, after any PG event, any showcase or tournament, to follow the information. And social media is obviously a huge part of that.
You know, looking at his PG page, it looked like there was one school that was interested in him, a big college program. I have a feeling that number is going to increase here over the course of the next couple hours. He might have some conversations with some coaches who are even here today. Jay Seo takes a breaking ball strike, 0-1. The quality offensive player here, the swing and a miss, so it's a good test for Wolters. See how Lucas Moore, who made that great running catch in center field, bat next to then Colin Priest. Swing and a miss. Blew the fastball by him. Up in his eyes. 3 quick pitches and easy work for Wolters.
And look at that sequence. Breaking ball on the inside corner, backed him off the plate. Fastball that dotted the outside corner, got Seo reaching, and then an elevated fastball out of the zone. 3 pitches, intent, location, quality.
Here's Lucas Moore. Outside of ball, 1-0. Just 5 hits total in these games, swing and a miss in this game today. Another good fastball there from Wolters at 91. With movement. Backdoor breaking ball for a strike. 1-2. It looks like he's got some feel to use it to that part of the plate. Now, let's see if he tries to back foot him here, maybe.
Yeah, now that would be, no, he's going to up with the fastball. And he put it where he wanted to. Didn't get cooperation from the hitter, but the execution of the pitch was there. Now let's see the back foot slider.
2-2. There's the backdoor breaking ball again. Probably a couple of delivery things come to really try and finish that pitch away from righties more, but man, he's got a feel for it.
Yeah.
Two outs. Here's Priest.
And he and David McCann, the catcher, are very much in sync right now.
Upstairs. Fastball had a little cut on it. Do you think he's throwing that cutter intentionally, or do you think it's just sometimes he's getting a little cut?
I think it's just a matter of getting out in the release on it.
There's a strike. That one.
That's some nice sink.
Mm-hmm. Finger position plays such an important role in how the pitch is shaped. Breaking ball outside. It's 2-1. Now with all the high-speed cameras, and He's TrackMan and Rapsodo. They can make all sorts of adjustments to pitchers to optimize their stuff. Breaking ball down low, 3-1. It has never been tougher to hit, and hitters have never been better. It's such weird.
If you wanted to say it in one sentence, I think you just did.
3-1. And off the plate and a 2-out walk for Wolters. And now Priest will have an 0-1 count, the man on. And Priest has some big power. So he's committed to VCU. Check swing, that one running in on him. And
that was that cut, whether intentional or not. That
a little defensive swing there, protecting himself. It's 0-2. Runner out there for Purple. That went outside. 1-2. Upstairs. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And back to work, Wolters. Back to the mound. Gloved by the pitcher, underhands to first. And he gets out of the inning. Nice work for Blake Wolters, the uncommitted right-hander in his 2 innings of work.
Yeah, that was just fun to watch. You know, young man, not only with quality stuff, 2 really, really nice next-level pitches, but that backstory, or what we're kind of reading into it being the backstory, the lack of ranking, the lack of commitment, first perfect game event only being 2 weeks ago. It's really fun to see the change, potential change, follow it hopefully in the future in the young man's life. And I'm just happy as I can be for him moving forward. This being top of the 9th inning, that means we should have another pitcher on the mound for Purple. There, number 33, Samuel Schofield on the mound for Purple. 6'2", 200 pounds from Madison, Georgia. Pitches for Morgan County High School during the spring, for Team Georgia during the summer and fall. Schofield also not committed. Last time we saw him pitch was at that same 17U National Championship, pitching for Team Georgia. Pitched 4 1/3 innings, was 89-92 on the fastball, 77 slider, 81 change. Was named to the all-tournament team for his performance. .90 on that first fastball.
Olin Ward fouling that one back. And the count 1-2. Schofield from Madison, Georgia. It's just outside. Hold strike 3 for out number 1.
Just caught that outside corner.
Schofield, as you mentioned, 6'2", 200 pounds. Misses upstairs. It's 1-0. Another uncommitted. This is a great little run of uncommitted pitchers here, right? So
I said we took a guess on Wolters, and that's all it was, the speculation on why he wasn't committed. We see players in the top 100 that are certainly well known by everyone and coveted undoubtedly by many who have not committed. There's a different timeline for everybody. Tamar Johnson didn't commit until this spring. And it was realistically, he and everybody else knew that he probably wasn't going to go. But, his short list included some schools that opened eyes. Georgetown was on his short list, for instance, and Tamar was a student who could justify that. But, each family and each young man is a different situation. It's really hard sometimes to figure it out.
Eldridge to deep right field, back to the track, and waiting for it there is the right fielder. And making the catch for out number 2. That's Gasparino.
Eldridge got most of that one, and he's a big-time hitter back in Virginia. I could look up his numbers real quick here, but he probably in his high school league back home is better known for his bat than his 95-mile-an-hour fastball. But big league ballpark, that one is going to hold it.
2 outs. Isaiah Thompson bats. He takes a strike, 0-1. There'll be a lot of scouts in to see Eldridge. There's a lot of good, talented, it appears, in Virginia and Maryland. Just from looking at this, the participation here is count 0-2.
Well, the challenge now for high school players is that first, the draft is shorter. That's an obvious thing. But teams are really going away from the high school player as Schofield ends that inning with a strikeout. And, of course, with the reduction in the number of minor league teams, there are fewer minor league players now. It's been something that Major League Baseball has done with intent to put more of the development process on the colleges. Yeah, we'll take the very best. We'll take the top 100 high school guys, and you develop the rest of them. It can be seen as a cost saver, and it undoubtedly is by the 30 owners. But it also has the benefit over the long term of having more talent in college baseball, and more talent spread around means a better college product.
Team Purple with a 4-2 lead as we go to the bottom of the ninth. New pitcher coming in for Navy. We'll tell you about him in a moment. You're watching Perfect Game TV.
Let's make every day a beach day. Let's induce some serious vacation envy. Let's make it look like we've done this before. Let's reconnect. Let's get it fresh from the Gulf. Let's shine in St. Pete Clearwater.
Bottom 9, we're playing 10 innings in this one. Team Purple leading Team Navy 4-2. The fifth pitcher of the afternoon for Team Navy is Jairo Wyatt. Wyatt ranked number 77 in this class, a two-way player, committed to Duke. Worked out with the outfielders yesterday and ran.
Wyatt, a 2019 14U Select Fest player, as so many players in this game. I know there's only, 40, 45 players in a Select Fest, and it seems like every one of them's here this year. The 2022 Select Fest will be down in Fort Myers over the Labor Day weekend.
That was the first pitch from Wyatt, misses outside, did Jackson Goldberg. So some folks from beautiful Fort Myers here earlier this week. Swing and a miss, 1-1.
That fastball has a lot of life on it at 91. It wasn't there where Jackson Goldberg was swinging once it got there.
across the plate there. That time it's 2-1.
Mike, his perfect game has expanded into the younger age group so much in the last 5 or 10 years that challenge of evaluating 13 and 14-year-olds. A lot of scouts are like, we're pessimistic at the start as we start developing that, but it's really fun to do. You've got to change you got to get a good feel for what the base level tools are going to be, and you've got to project more. But from a scouting standpoint, it's a fascinating thing to do, but it really amazes me what a good job, tremendous job, Jeremy Brown in particular, who heads up our 13-14U scouting program, done, because so many of these players end up being All-Americans, first-round draft choices, and you're identifying them when they're 13, 14 years old, and they're following that prospect track all the way through.
Hero Wyatt walks the first man, so the count will reset to 0-2 for Jackson Goldberg here in the bottom of the ninth. It's not all that dissimilar to the way scouting has gone on internationally of late. And you're trying to identify guys at a younger age. Goldberg down on strikes for out number 1.
Well, you mentioned before about the Astros and a niche that they've really been successful in, and that is identifying the older Latin player. Wyatt goes arm side or glove side really well on that fastball. And that's always struck me as an inefficiency of the program, because in the United States, it's no big deal to, you got a college player. Max Verlander or Max Scherzer, Justin Verlander, future Hall of Famers. They didn't come into pro ball till they're 21. Why aren't there Dominicans, Venezuelans, etc., who don't mature until they're 19, 21 years old? They can't be superstars.
I think Ocampo, who was the international director there and now is with the Pirates, deserves a lot of the credit for that. And you're right in that, and those guys moved really quickly too. That group of Framber Valdez, Christian Javier, Luis Garcia, in particular, moved through the minor leagues fairly fast, and they're in the big leagues. Garcia's case, he's pitching the World Series at 23 last year. I think Valdez is 27. Javier, I want to say, is 25. So I mean, those are guys that you sign between 18 and 20 that still move relatively quickly. Chopper to third, charging, throwing on the run. Olin Ward showing off the gun, 2 outs.
He was showing off the foot. He was having fun on that play. Yeah, see, look at that smile on his face. That was fun. Hit it to me again.
Missed that opportunity in the last half inning, and he nearly collided with Blake Wolters, but there he gets to show off everything coming in on the ball. So 2 outs, nobody on, and that'll bring up Gavin Taylor. Taylor headed to the biggest little city in the world, Reno, Nevada. You remember the Nevada Wolfpack? Joined such luminaries in their history as Chris Singleton and Chris Jimenez. Big leaguers have come out of UNR. Two and 0 to Taylor. Pitch. Popped up on the infield. Calling and making the catch is the second baseman, Millam. And a nice inning there for the young right-hander. Excellent work from Hero Wyatt.
Yeah, now he has that same long offline arm action that we've seen for other pitchers that they've gotten in trouble with. Wyatt, because I think because his upper body gets such good direction from it, and he looks highly athletic, is able to repeat that, work to both sides of the plate, and stay more consistent with his command.
It seems like his arm works pretty quickly too.
Yeah.
You wonder too if, as they get along, some of that shortens up, if there might be a little bit more velocity in there.
I was thinking the same thing. He's been up to 94. Forrest was basically, sat 92 for a lot of that first inning. but there's more velocity there. You look at the body, you look at the athleticism, the looseness. I think there's no question there's more velocity there moving forward.
We're heading to the last inning of our game. More games coming today. You see players from the Royal, White, and Red teams collecting as we get ready for 2 more games today. Expect about 30 to 40 minutes after this one ends, we'll have a game between the Red team and the Royal team, and then Gold and White will play about 7:30 tonight. A later evening here.
Yeah, nothing like a 15-hour day at the ball, 16-hour day at the ballpark.
We are under a roof. We are continuous baseball.
We are fed between games.
Fed between games, yeah. I cannot complain. I will not. This is fun.
In fact, I'm enjoying it so much, I just may stay up here and broadcast the next game or two as well, or contribute to the broadcast.
Darren Sutton and Brian Sikowski standing by to take over for games 3 and 4 today, and then we'll be back in the morning with Vinny Servino for the final 2 games. Stephen Millam will lead off. The 10th inning, final inning for the Navy team as they face Samuel Schoenfeld for a second time. Millam, Las Cruces, New Mexico, fouls the first pitch back.
Where do you go next, Mike?
I go home.
You go home.
I go home. I will be back in Phoenix for a couple of weeks. I'll go stop by the ballpark there with the Giants coming to town next week, and then get the trade deadline coming up pretty quickly. Next week, a big week. The international draft has to be decided on by Monday, and the trade deadline is a week from Tuesday, August 2nd. So busy time there. Most of my travels are done for the summer, I think. Swing and a miss, other than vacation. Where do you go next?
I get to go home for 2 days and then come back here to sunny Florida. Unfortunately, I will be outside in the steaming Florida heat down in West Palm Beach, where we have the 14U National Showcase. Will be I think a 3-day run for it. I haven't even looked at the schedule yet down there in West Palm, but watching the best 14-year-olds. We were talking about 14-year-olds last half inning, and I'll get to see the best the 2000 and what's that, largely 26 class has to offer.
Antonio Anderson bats, the switch hitter, batting left-handed this time, up 2-0. It's Peace and fouls it back.
Anderson last time hit right-handed and shot a ball into left field, 94 off the bat.
One of the 2 hits that the Navy team has today. Swing and a miss. Readjust the batting gloves. He was a little frustrated. I think his left hand came off the bat there. 2-2 the count to Anderson. Fouled away off to the left. You know, we're nearly, what, 4, let's see, was it 8 games in? Was it 2 for each team, right? So 8 games in to this, and we have had, and I don't want to jinx it here for these pitchers, but we've had, I believe, 2 innings that have been rolled. I can't get over that, Ron, how different that is from 5-10 years ago, and just speaks to the quality of the pitching. These young men have been exceptional. In the dirt, the count goes full. And I know that has to be frustrating for the pitchers when that happens, but I mean, it speaks to what they're doing. Anderson hits one just maybe off the end of the bat towards the line, and a nice running catch over there by Levi Jones, showing off the defense at third base earlier, and a good running grab and foul ground and right.
Yeah, Anderson, no, he didn't get that solid, but it looked good coming off the bat. It just came off the end of the bat. And Anderson does have a tendency from the left-hand side to pull off a little bit, and that might have just got that barrel a little off, the sweet spot a little off.
His swings, though, pretty good from both sides of the plate. It really works there. Here's Miles Naylor, his third plate appearance today. Right-handed hitter from Mississauga, Ontario. Up and away. 1-1. It's amazing to me how different all three Naylor brothers are built physically. I mean, Josh, Bo, Miles, all different. Tamper past the mound, charging. Seo tosses to first, inning over.
I think Bo is the most athletic. Bo is a catcher now, but I think he played all over the field.
A lot of shortstop, yeah.
But Bo could be a high level any position on the field guy. I think he's the best pure athlete in the family, and you've got makings of a special catcher when you're that athletic and can handle the catching position.
And a look at some of Samuel Schoenfeld's work here in the 10th inning, and one more half inning to go. Hero Wyatt will go back to work for Team Navy, as these teams will be able to head home after finishing their 3 days here in St. Petersburg. Workouts on Thursday, their first games yesterday morning, and now they get to finish up and head home before what will undoubtedly be busy summers for so many of them, either with their travel ball tournaments or showcase events still to come. Still a couple of major showcase events coming up at the end of July and beginning of August. East Coast Pro and the area code games. And then we are just over a month away from the Perfect Game All-American Classic at Chase Field in Phoenix, Arizona. That'll be August 28th.
And really looking forward to having the first game in Phoenix. That's going to be an experience. San Diego has been great to us. I can't say enough about the Padres, Rady Children's Hospital, the whole operation in San Diego, but really looking forward to seeing your home city act as our host city.
I am too, because I can sleep in my own bed for the All-American game.
And I can tell you, Brian Sikowski is fired up to do the radio with me.
Yeah, I'm excited.
He is one excited young man about that. I just sent him the whole schedule yesterday. And I said, do not sell all the activities that these players go through. Because the players, the All-American games there, the practice, everything's great. But all the side activities, the banquet, the visit to the Children's Hospital, they're all such special things. And if you haven't shared in those before, I encourage you to spend every minute you are available at whatever activity the players are doing.
Yeah, Rady's Children's Hospital in San Diego. I went with the 1 year to that. That was special. I'm assuming it'll be at Phoenix Children's Hospital, which is a great organization. Isaiah Drake dumps one into left for a base hit. I'll get to see Isaiah Drake use his wheels here. Terrific hitter. Terrific base runner. And now here's Will Gasparino coming to the plate. It's Hero Wyatt.
I think Isaiah Drake just went, whoo, because he's been on base a number of times as a courtesy ghost runner. I think that's his first base hit. It's a little sense of relief. I mean, he's hitting 488 or something this summer. He's used to getting base hits. To go 2 games without a base hit is a major slump for the young man.
Here's Eric Batanti. Gasparino is on deck. So Batanti will hit here. And I believe you mentioned he is 0 for as well, right?
Yeah, he's
the ball hard.
But he's had like 4 or 5 quality at bats, just nothing to show for it. This is the one who had a jam shot into left field and pick up a double.
Runner goes, pitches a ball, throw down to second is not in time. Drake running right away and stealing second.
And that's a tough one for the catcher because pitch was outside. He has to reach for it, so his momentum is going away from the throw. And it's so hard to make an accurate throw when your body isn't being directional with your target.
Check of the runner. And the 1-0 outside, it's 2-0. You know, one of the things that the kids used to get a thrill out of in San Diego was going to Trevor Hoffman's house. I've been told that everybody has to come over to mine now.
Oh, okay.
I'm assuming that's because Luis Gonzalez won't allow people onto his compound.
Okay. I was going to say, have you talked to Gonzo about this yet?
No, I don't need to. I know exactly how Gonzo thinks. He's a terrific ambassador for Perfect Game. He's one of the most generous people you'll ever meet. I hope he's not listening, because if he heard me say that, I would never, ever hear the end of the fact that I complimented him.
I've told so many Luis Gonzalez stories to so many people over the years that I'm already condemned by that court.
3-0 the count to Battanti. Swings and misses.
I first met Luis in 1989 when he was playing with the Houston Astros.
Oh, yeah.
And I was a young intern. And so he and I go back a long ways. And when his son started through the Perfect Game system and he got back involved, it was a pleasure to reconnect with him.
Yeah, his son Jacob went to the Pirates this offseason and has had a really good year.
I haven't looked up his numbers. No, I think I'm going to do that right now.
He got off to a fast start in Bradenton, and now he's in Greensboro. He's playing in high A. He's really cut down the strikeout rate, which was one of the big concerns with Jacob coming out of the draft, I know. And has really – he ended up in a great organization. We were talking earlier about how the Pirates – have personalized a lot of stuff, and they really believe in him. John Baker, who's their farm director, is a terrific guy on top of it. I mean, he was a good organization.
I would say he's having a good year. Jacob Gonzalez between two levels.
Pitch in the dirt, swung on and missed by Battanti. Throw to first, and on the play, Drake takes third.
Drake still using that speed.
Well, that can really wreak havoc.
Anyway, Jacob Gonzalez between the two A levels this year, 71 games, hitting .335 with a .925 OPS, and get this, 39 strikeouts and 308 plate appearances, so only striking out 13% of the time.
Really good. Drake there, that was a great read on his part as Will Gasparino hits. I don't know if you saw that, but he stopped his feet. He's so fast, he stopped his feet, then they stopped him, and as soon as the catcher turned to throw to first, he took off and went to third. Even with being looked back by the catcher, he was able to take that extra 90 feet. It's a pretty heads-up play. Gasparino's got a chance for an RBI here. 1-1 the count. Look at the 6'6" right-handed hitting outfielder committed to Texas. Fly ball to right. That'll be deep enough to get the run home. Jones back to the warning track, makes the catch, tagging and coming home to score easily as Drake sacrifice fly for Gasparino, and with one out to go, Purple has a 5-2 lead. Nice at bat.
Really nice, and the thing to remember about that is Will Gasparino, opposite field, still drove the ball the warning track in right center field. And think of that power and how it projects from when he's 17 now to when he's 23.
Well, here's Rafi Velasquez, who has present power and hit a long home run his last trip. I had a text from someone during this that apparently he spends a lot of time in the offseason working out with Nick Prado of the Kansas City Royals. Prado also went to Huntington Beach High School, and the two have become very close. There's a strike on the inside corner. Count 1-1. That hit him. Yeah, I believe that hit him, so the count will reset to 0-1. They're calling for a runner, but I don't think anybody's coming. At this point, the last couple of innings, we haven't had many courtesy runners.
No, I've noticed that too.
There we go. Gasparino's going to run. So the count 0-1. And wait, right now you feel like when Velasquez comes to the plate, something special can happen. Just based on his swings, the way he has played so far in this showcase has been really impressive. Chop to the right side. To his left, Naylor has it, tosses to first, and that will end the ball game. 4-2, Purple defeats Navy, and that is it for the teams 5 through 8 in this 2022 Perfect Game National Showcase. Coming up in about half an hour to 40 minutes, it'll be the first appearances of Team Red and Team Royal. Darren Sutton, Brian Sikowski, and maybe David Ronsley will be on the call for that one. Now for David Ronsley and our entire crew here at Tropicana Field in St. Petersburg, Florida, I'm Mike Farron saying so long, and continuing coverage coming up in a not-too-distant future from Tropicana Field for the 2022 Perfect Game National Showcase here on Perfect Game TV. So long.
we had a call with Sorrow yesterday, so I think
And do you want? Will I get this? I grab that. It won't pick this up, but I want to move up a little bit, I guess. I don't know. Víctor. Bueno.
We got Al.
David Ronsley, Darren Sutton on Perfect Game TV. And thanks for spending time with us for the next couple of hours as we continue at Perfect Games National Showcase. And you know, if you're watching, this is a preview of the 2023 draft and or 2024 college baseball season at the highest of levels. We're excited, I think, David, for all of us, I think, and have enjoyed listening to you and Mike Farron earlier this morning. And thank you, Mike, for being a part of this. It really is a pitcher's time to shine. That's what the games are for. But if it is a pitcher's time to shine, and I believe there's been something like 50 strikeouts in the first couple of games, it also means if you do knock one over the boards like Rafael Velasquez does, it becomes a hitter's time to shine as well. It's just fun to watch the game.
Yes, they're fun games, and I think we might see some hitting with this group, especially from this Royal team. They were spectacular in batting practice last night. We'll see if it carries over into the game, and there's some very highly ranked hitters. But first, we're going to take a look at Colton Hartman on the mound.
Yeah, Colton's from Lebanon, Ohio. Indiana Bulls, his travel team. This is a Louisville commit. He's the son of Tiffany and Scott, and the younger brother of 22-year-old Madison.
Physical young man, 6'3", 215 pounds. Plays for the Indiana Bulls Travel Club in addition to Lebanon High School. I should mention my youngest brother graduated from Lebanon High School. My parents lived there for, I think about the last 30 years of their lives. Beautiful Lebanon, Ohio, just northeast of Cincinnati.
Cal Fisher, R.J. Hamilton, Edward Phelps III, Zion Rose, Andrew Lamb, some of the players we will be seeing. Troy Reeder is his battery mate there working behind the plate. The defense on the infield has at third Daniel Cuvée, at second Ariel Antigua, Antonio Jimenez is at short, James Hankerson is at first. The outfield of Nathaniel Coupe in left field, Robert Rodriguez in right, and anchoring things in center is Blake Brookins defensively. Showcase games, David, please remind all of our brand new viewers the rules of a showcase game.
The rule that comes into play most often is that there are no walks and hit by pitches. At this national showcase, we'll put in a ghost runner, a courtesy runner, whatever, in the case of a walk or hit by pitch. And that hitter only sees fastballs for the rest of that at-bat. So it gives the advantage squarely to the hitter in that situation. I think we're scheduled for 10 innings. That's kind of can be flexible. So
yes,
if you see weird things happening. There's also a maximum of 5 batters an inning and a minimum of 3, which comes into play with the ghost runners especially. And we will bang an inning because of pitch count. Hopefully we don't have to do that if one of these young men is getting up in his pitch count.
The GRB Rays, a great travel program in the Midwest. This is Cal Fisher. He's a Notre Dame commit out of Wisconsin to lead things off. The first pitch, a sinking fastball. A heavy heating fastball at 94, dives down and away we go.
Yeah, we haven't seen Hartman throw this year. Last time we saw him pitch was last year, so 94 with the first fastball certainly resonates.
Throughout this, you can keep an eye on spin rate. Obviously, if you're jumping up toward the mid-2000s with a fastball, you're doing something special. Jumping up in the high 2000s with a breaking ball, you're doing the same. As that breaking ball stayed up and away. 2-1 the count to Cal.
And a pitch we're seeing more and more of. We've saw some fascinating changeups over the last 4 days, and it's a pitch that these young pitchers are using more and more, even in high-level short outings like this.
Lively fastball at 94 miles an hour to a man who is all conference in basketball, as well as being multiple conference player of the year in baseball in Cal Fisher, but a great two-sport athlete. 1,000 points on the hardwood as a basketball player.
That's a notable achievement and a base hit here to start the game.
Yeah, Fisher with the single, pretty to see. He'll tell you, I didn't love my batting practice yesterday. That's why the game's the second chance to get out there and go.
And that's notable because he did good self-evaluation there. He looked uncomfortable. In the last 3 or 4 swings, he really opened up his swing. But before that, it looked like he was trying to do something that wasn't him. And he finally just got comfortable there at the end and drove a few deep to center field.
This is a special instincts baseball player, an R.J. Hamilton out of Hoover, Alabama. Plays for the Tampa Rays scout team, the East Coast Sox as well. Jeff Malden, his coach. His high school coach, a good one, Adam Mosley. He is a Vanderbilt commit and an all-state football player 2 times. That's football in Alabama.
You've got the 2 sport guys covered. Basketball with Fisher, football with Hamilton. Hamilton, a very interesting athlete, such a quick twitch guy. Ran what, a 6'3", 6'3's in the 60. You could tell he has fast hands at the plate. Not a physical kid, but he almost left the yard a few times last night.
Troy Reeder doing his best to block that one up. This is an electric arm with Colton Hartman. As you can see right there, good life as it disappears away at 91 miles an hour to RJ.
Yeah, and you look at Hartman's release point. He's got that high release point. It's almost straight over the top, and he's getting out inside the ball at release, and that's creating that diving arm side run that's a weapon for him. The velocity is one part of the weapon. The movement is a major second weapon with that fastball.
Close to the plate. As that one dives, there's a changeup. You spoke of it, and that one almost had the look deep of a split-fingered fastball.
That was nasty. 84 miles an hour.
You saw it, folks. Either a splitty or a righty slider. I mean, it just had heavy dive, and the key was, you tell me, you're a scout, it looked like he sold it.
Oh, he sold it completely.
Those are the breaking ball that keeps the count at 1-2 to RJ Hamilton. He's the son of Candace and Corey, and he's the older brother. There are 3 boys at home to Mason and Braylon. I'm sure they watch Big Brother pretty closely. His dad played and coached for the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Well, these changeups have been fascinating with me because just it wasn't 10 years ago that the cliche was, well, these young pitchers, these guys in high school throwing 90, they don't learn how to throw a changeup, and they need to develop as a pro or in college. Nice block again by Reeder, and that's so different today. And I think it's a product of there being so much travel ball. These guys play more travel ball than they do high school ball, and they're playing against better competition. You need, during the summer or in the fall, that third pitch to be a viable pitcher at high travel ball levels, and that's been a big difference just in the last 5-10 years with young pitchers' repertoires.
Fastball buries it in, and David talking about varying the pitches. You saw a changeup down and away, a breaking ball on his hands, and then that heater with some little run.
That's tough. You've thrown 2 off-speed pitches to your spot and then throw it on the black on the inside at 94. That's big league pitches.
Edward Phelps takes his turn now. Trey, as he goes by from Atlanta, Georgia. Georgia Premier Academy. We like Coach Gene Reynolds. He runs that program there, and he's a commit to go play for Coach Strickland at Georgia. Edward, the son of Nicole and Eddie Phelps. Change up again. 0-1.
We're gonna have to watch the grip on that, the release, and see what that is. I don't think it's a split. I think it's a true. He's just coming inside the ball and creating that spin play axis and getting that hard dive.
Arm underneath that breaking ball. It stayed high. 1 ball, 1 strike the count. The young man who comes from pretty strong athletic genes. Dad played all the way professionally to Double-A. Mom ran track and ran it well for Clemson. There's that fastball in again. A little bit of arm side run to it at the last minute.
Oh, that would technically be, and I'm starting a fight with my scouts downstairs, glove side run. He threw it to the glove side and it ran back. So it's glove side run.
Back. Yeah, okay.
Let's not get into that. We could do a whole broadcast.
You and your scout arguments. That one runs away. Good looking changeup. Fielding, firing right around the bag. Nice footwork around the bag, by the way. Antigua made the play, Ariel Antigua. Ooh. But James Hankerson, and then there was a collision between the two coming together. You hate to see that. One coming to check whether he tweaked the lower half of his body, maybe.
Maybe turned an ankle, avoiding this. I think that's what might have been what it was got an ankle turn on that. And for all of you I really don't know what that is.
Well, for Mr. Phelps and his athleticism, we hope for the best. Training staff comes on to check it out. Edward has, when you're dealing with that kind of speed and athleticism, I mean, how good is this player? Remember, this is the number 1 third baseman in the country. We'll pause for just a moment here while they hopefully make sure we can get him back up on our feet. But for now, just getting started, getting to know these talented players. We'll keep an eye on Edward Phelps III.
Let's make every day a beach day. Let's induce some serious vacation envy. Let's make it look like we've done this before. Let's reconnect. Let's get it fresh from the Gulf. Let's shine in St. Pete Clearwater.
Yeah, we love our partnership with St. Pete Clearwater, certainly, and it's good to see Phelps putting weight on that leg as he walks off. They'll have to check it out, obviously, a lot more deeply. There was a cool moment, David. It's a baseball instincts moment, and there's no reason for him to feel bad, but that throw maybe a little bit off the mark by Ariel Antigua, Select Festival athlete. He came right in and actually apologized and gave Phelps a hug.
Yeah. In fact, the whole infield came over and was concerned and all dapped up Phelps as he ran off the field. And Phelps went down those dugout steps like nothing was matter. So that was really encouraging. He didn't even favor it coming off the field hardly. So great news there.
We'll keep an eye, we'll keep a peek out there, and we hope to see him. He's got a chance of being an All-American, certainly, so hopefully he heals. Runner on third for the talented Zion Rose, and into the catcher's mitt it goes. Speaking of Select Festival, he was a PG Select Festival athlete. Chicago-based catcher who also is athletic enough to play in the outfield. Brother Rice is his high school, and he, too, another Louisville commit.
And you can bet the Louisville commits all together have some common social media accounts, and they all do, and Hartman and Rose have gotten to know each other a bit through that realm and have undoubtedly played against each other at some time in the past on the travel circuit.
Now we're looking at what could be, meaning pitcher facing hitter, battery mates in Omaha in 2 years. One never knows if they're not battery mates in the minor leagues somewhere.
It's going to be curious how whether it's Louisville or professional baseball approaches Rose, because as you mentioned, he's so athletic. He's a 6'4" runner, which is like unheard of for a catcher. You know, the kind of athlete that you could put anywhere on the field. You can put him on the infield, you can put him in center field, and they would be successful.
He has hung around the top 5 spot as far as catchers go in the 2023 class the entire journey. Pretty good take there on a heavy sinking fastball. Count is full to Zion. Ziggy Rose plays for the East Coast Sox.
Ziggy.
That's what his mates call him. He's the son of Sean and Karen. Drives him back to the bag. Born and raised a Cubs fan, this talented athletic catcher. I was watching Wilson Contreras. Aggressive when he hits, he says. He's energetic on the base pads, the way he plays defense. According to Zion, it's beautiful to watch. He fouls it back to the screen.
Yeah, picking 6 All-American catchers is going to be difficult because the catchers have had an outstanding event. And they aren't all big name guys like Rose, who was a festival player and ranked in the top 50 and such. But catchers have really stood out here, especially defensively. Blocking, throwing, the whole aspect. So it's going to be interesting when everybody sits down and starts parsing this out by position, which is really what we have to do to select an All-American, 2 All-American rosters.
Now you got As you say, courtesy runner out there. It's only fastballs now going forward for this left-hander. And that one goes into the catcher's mitt as he elevates up and away to the talented Zion Rose. Colton Hartman out of Lebanon, Ohio, Indiana Bulls, a talented arm. That is a lively fastball.
Lively fastball, and I love the changeup. You know, he is not by any means the first pitcher that we've seen who the breaking ball is, in present terms, their third best pitch. And that's a great recommendation for any young pitching prospect. But one of the challenges of ranking and selecting players for this game is we've had so many left-handers who have the same package. They throw 90, 91, 94. They've got a quality breaking ball. They throw strikes, and there must be a dozen of those that we've seen here in the last 4 days, and that's a great sign for this class.
A whole bunch of left-handers that throw in the 90s. Go consider that if you're a casual baseball fan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 pitchers have thrown 95 or harder in this event. 95 or harder at this event.
And we're gonna see a number more today and tomorrow. We still have 4 games left.
DQ is ready to roll. That's Dylan Questad. He's a Wisconsinite. Canes national team, New York Mets scout team, plays for Coach Jeff Petty, and Waterford Union High School. Matt Reed is coach there. He's an Arkansas commit. He is the son of Jennifer and Sean. This is Questad, Dylan Questad.
And we might see the next 95 in the next minute or so, because Dylan Questad has topped out at 95 in the past. Talented all-around athlete who runs a sub-7 second 60.
Here's his own David Self scouting report. Folks, this is what he says about himself as a pitcher. Has a fastball that goes to all 4 quadrants, topped out in the mid-90s, a loopier curveball to get them off timing, sharper, faster slider, a changeup that goes off the slider as well. Those are his words.
Okay. And I'm looking at his last appearance at the 17U National Championship 2 weeks ago. 93 to 95 in 4 innings of work, in which he struck out 7 and allowed 1 hit. 76 curveball, 82 slider. Although loopy is not a adjective you really want to associate with your curveball, but it's a self-awareness thing.
I'm telling you, the more you're around a lot of these athletes, the more you realize how self-aware they are.
Come on, baby.
George Lombard Jr. chases the fastball up and away. This is a talented athlete, a Vanderbilt commit. Dad George had a fine major league career and has had a lengthy one as a coach as well. Dodgers coach for many years, and now with A.J. Hinch on the Tigers staff. That one's right down the middle. 97 miles an hour.
Okay, blew through that 95 real quick there.
Mom is Judy Lombard. And he fouls that one off to hang around.
And you can't ask for any more simple of a delivery than Dylan has. Just a little simple sidestep, very directional. Almost like working out of the stretch. So few variables to get mistimed.
97 with a little bit of sink to it. I'm rounding up like I used to do. By the way, in class, you could see what I was doing there. Like I always wanted that 79.6 to get rounded up to a B.
And really right now, if we had a leader in the Summer Player of the Year, it might be Lombard. Is that? Not sure whether that's the slider or what. We'll just forget it happened. If we had a Player of the Year so far for this summer at the midway point or whatever you want to call it, George Lombard might be it. He's hitting .527 for the summer so far in 21 games, 27 RBIs, 18 runs scored. I think he collected 9 straight hits in the playoffs in the 17U National Championships.
Wow.
Just has been tearing it up, playing for the elite squad. But Husted just got the hottest hitter in the country to go down swinging and did it on his pitch.
A little cut to that fastball that was 96 miles an hour. Add to the fact for the resume of Lombard, he's a 4.9 in the classroom and a National Honor Society student as well. Kevin McGonigle's a Pennsylvania man, and he is an Auburn commit. Canes National, his team, out of Alden, Pennsylvania. And the fastball paints the outside corner for strike one.
This is a murderer's row. You have the hottest hitter in the country. Kevin McGonigle, you could put an argument together that he is the best pure hitter in this 2023 class. He's sitting there right around 500 over the last 3 years. He barreled up basically 10 straight balls in batting practice yesterday. It's as simple as approach as you'll see at the plate. It's straight barrel to ball.
He's a Chase Utley guy. If you folks remember the former hardcore kind of hard-nosed player, that's his guy. You know, watched him playing as a player, idolizes him, happens to be a left-handed hitting middle infielder. Hello, very similar. But that's his guy, David, Chase Utley.
And just watching that pitch, you've got a pitcher out on the mound throwing 96, 97, and he was completely timed up on that 78-mile breaking ball. Completely timed up on it. That chased out of the zone, though.
Follows it up with a lively fastball.
Jeez. But that's 2 strikeouts, both on fastballs outside the zone, which is telling you there's a lot of life there.
Hey, one more, babe. Let's go win it.
So he gets the man his teammates call Magoo with a strikeout this time. Arjun Nimala, very talented Florida State commit. Walk-off base hit to win the World Wood Bat Association World Championship last fall when he was playing up. Shouldn't even have been there. Was a year too young, and he helped his O-Stingers walk off in the championship game at Roger Dean.
And of the, probably the 200-plus players who took batting practice at this national showcase, his might have been the best.
Really? What makes it a great BP?
And it wasn't even where the ball went. His hands are lightning. And the wall, just how easy he dominated the baseball. It's, I just wrote down lightning hands. I mean, just lightning bolts down there at the end. And it's such easy bat speed. And it's not coming from a big frame or anything like that. It's not your big slugger bat speed. It does have a habit of doing that occasionally.
Yeah, that's a firm slider away, and he will reach on a drop third.
But yeah, when he gets his pitch, fun things happening. But Dylan Husted, and he just went George Lombard, Kevin McGonigle, Arjun Nimala, struck out all 3.
Yeah, now he's got another talent to win in Daniel Cuvée, 16th ranked player in the country.
Cuvée may have taken the second best batting practice that we have seen here at Tropicana Field.
He began his journey as a young teenager as a select festival athlete. Patrick is his dad and Jessica mom. The honor roll student waves through that first fastball. That's 94 for strike one.
Here we go, dude. Hey, let's go, Sudan. Come on, babe.
Runner on the move, unable to hop up and get it out of the catcher's mitt. AJ Goisha is catching behind home plate.
I'm not jealous. Come on, Sudan. Let's go, babe.
Paints 95. What a huge arm.
And Cuvée has that big physical presence in the box, 6'4", 215. But is actually one of the younger players. You think, oh, that's a big mature kid, maybe older. He just turned 17, so he's actually, on the younger side of the scale for the 23 class.
Spikes the breaking ball into the dirt to Cuvée. Questad attended Perfect Games Junior Nationals, was part of the PDP through USA Baseball and Dodger Stadium for MLB's High School All-Star Game. He's earned this journey as he deals with a a fellow All-American caliber player. Questad committed to Arkansas. Just stays alive. Cuvée makes his home in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Plays for the elite squad. Richie Palmer, his coach, and is part of the Elite Squad Academy. Same man runs that, and he's a Miami commit.
No, the swing that Cuvée that really resonated was last night. You look out there to the 404 sign in center. No ball has been hit over the center field fence, that whole stretch of it. He went 2 feet from the top, about one section over from that 404. Just tremendous backspin, and I thought it was out, and it was close, but that was the swing of BP last night.
Three and two the count. You can hear the rain outside of the Trop start to come visit. That's 4 strikeout inning, folks. A 4 strikeout inning. That's how you make an appearance at a national showcase.
Wow.
That's still in Questad.
And that's Phelps coming right out of the dugout to greet the first one of the dugout to greet the pitcher, Edward Phelps, who are concerned about his knee, but
good.
He's back on the bench and a teammate now, so I'm very happy at that. But Dylan Q-Step, that's a Carl Hubble inning right there. Goes through arguably 4 of the top hitters in this class that are really showed out last night. BP, they're feeling good about themselves, and he got them all chasing out of the zone. Just not blowing them away with 95, 97 or a breaking pitch, although he did get one of his swings and misses, but just getting him to chase on great power and location.
He and Zion Rose are talking pitching now. The one thing about this generation, if you're just stopping by here, and most of you aren't, most of you are knowledgeable in this space and know it, and that's why you're here. But if you happen to, maybe you're a parent of a younger athlete and you're curious, the one thing that's so unique about this generation, I mean maybe 10 years ago to now, is that they communicate a lot. They know one another. They meet, the top 200, 300, 400 players meet one another. They exchange information. They follow one another on social media. You've got every chance, if you're a player and you're 15, to know who Zion Rose is as much as you know the starting catcher for the Dodgers. They just share and follow and really communicate, watch one another, if that makes sense.
And I'm not a social media person, but I understand it. And they're thinking, anytime you have an event, like a 14U festival, an All-American game, they create Instagram pages and stuff just for those players. And and it's a little community that you hold together. And it's like you've been teammates once, and you knew from playing professional baseball, and you're 20 plus years around professional baseball. Everybody knows who their past teammates are, and so many of these players have played together. Maybe they played against each other in a Jupiter game or a national championship WWBA game. They all know each other. So there's very few surprises at this level of baseball.
Andrew Lamb gets a chance now, the catcher. We'll see him defensively in the middle of this game. Jay Sarah Catholic plays for Coach K. He is a USC commit, where Andy Stankiewicz will be his coach. Really excited for the talented longtime baseball man. Coach Stankiewicz has taken over that job, but this is a gentleman we've only seen a couple of times at PG events. He drives that one toward right. Good top spin on it, but it settles out there in right field into the glove of Robert Rodriguez.
Got that a bit off the end of the bat, I think, and looked good coming off, but didn't really carry.
Eric Guevara, Auburn commit. Breaking ball missed just high and inside. Lucky 13 on the back of the man that's ranked 161 in the nation, a high ranking for this talented athlete, number 5 overall shortstop in the state of Georgia. And different than our last hitter, Andrew Lamb, he's been to 4 dozen perfect game events, Eric Guevara.
Played 141 games in the last 4 years. Ari's got a couple home runs this summer, 22 RBIs and 108 plate appearances. Playing for the GBS Rays.
Shoots that one up to the right side. Guevara in the hole, 1-2 the count, dealing with Ohio native Colton Hartman. Hartman's older sister Madison, also a college diamond player, played softball at Wright State. He's a big Angels fan. He looks good in that red then, an Angels fan, and he loves Mike Trout. It's a common answer, isn't it, David?
It is.
A lot of Mike Trout, a lot of Francisco Lindor, a lot of Marcus Stroman.
Definitely pick up some Tim Andersons.
Yes, for sure. I've seen a handful more than I thought. Corey Seager's this event, too, the Rangers shortstop. Had to bury that pitch in. Some cheating going on as Guevara lifts it foul.
Or maybe Guevara just saw in the first inning Hartman was hitting that spot and getting takes, and maybe he's doing what all good hitters do or should be doing, and watching how a pitcher works. You are only going to get one at bat off Hartman, but you have a chance to learn from what he does with your teammates.
Stayed back on a breaking ball, fielding and firing across the diamond. A nice clean play that time made by Daniel Cuvée, the third baseman. He'll play the hot corner in the first and the second inning defensively for the Royal Blue team.
And I'm going to put something on Guevara here before we move on to the next hitter. He has a walk to strikeout ratio easily in favor of the walks. And he just went up there, had a 2-strike approach, fought off the inside 92 fastball, got a breaking ball there, stayed back enough, but he's got 11 strikeouts and 108 plate appearances this summer, and he's faced some good competition and has been able to make contact, and that's impressive.
AJ Garcia hits now from Chicago. DePaul College Prep. Pretty left-on-left breaking ball that dips right over the outside corner. An Indiana commit. Plays for Coach Cologne at DePaul College Prep, and East Coast Sox. Mississippi-based travel club is where he plays his travel ball.
I'm a big AJ Garcia fan. He ran a 6.2 360. Has a low 90s arm off the mound. He's got power in that left-handed bat. I think he's the kind of player, if he goes to Indiana and you look up in 3 years, you're talking about him up near the top of the draft as he gets more polish in that left-handed swing, because all the physical tools are there.
Taekwondo, AJ Garcia, a black belt in Taekwondo. And the son of Ricardo Veronica, excited to see him hit again. But he dealt with a really tough breaking ball to end things from Hartman, and that ends the day. 2 very solid innings for this left-hander, D.
Yeah, and I mentioned before that the breaking ball was clearly his third pitch. Well, I'm going to have to reverse that a bit, because the breaking ball was very solid in that second inning. He used it to spots. It's not a hard, tight spinner so much, but when you can spot it as well as he did that inning, we see it right there with his last pitch. That can be a third weapon, because we saw the changeup, we saw the fastball up to 94 miles an hour.
Yeah, left side up to 94. The man on the bump right now, Dylan Questad, has been up to 97, at least with me rounding up, maybe 96 officially.
I think there was a legit 7+ there, his first pitch.
A lot of the fun for these athletes is when you look up on the board and there's a full defensive chart. These games are scripted pretty well. Now, once they're played, they're not scripted.
Yeah.
The game goes on, but if, let's say you're George Lombard and you let off this game as a hitter for the Royal team, you look up at the grid and you'll see, okay, in the 3rd and 4th, I'm playing third base. In the 7th, 8th, and 9th, I'm playing second base, but then I'll close the game at short. It's fun for these athletes, David. Then it allows them to show you scouts some versatility.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And the scripted part, you know, at regional showcases, smaller events when we're not as fully staffed, it can get a scramble, especially late in the game and stuff. But the staff led by Greg Sabers and Jared Goodwin down there on top of everything, and it makes the viewing for that crowd of scouts all the much easier for them to do their full evaluations.
Ariel Antigua from Lake Worth, the Floridian and the South Carolina commit. Antigua, a select festival athlete. We were inspired by his story a couple of years ago about his younger brother Johan, who won a battle with cancer and inspired everyone in his family. Son of Jessica and Luis. Good fastball comes up empty.
You know, what I'm watching this inning is whether he maintains that same dominance with the fastball. First pitch 97, so it's still in there.
Gets the foot down, but still buries it in.
And watch Kustad's hips here. You know, he's got those big, strong hips, man hips, but look at how loose they are and how they rotate when that front foot hits and he turns those hips. You know, that's where he's getting that power from to throw 94, 97. The arm's just following along, happy to be going so fast.
Challenging fastball to reel in, 95. That one elevated with life.
And that's the 5th straight strikeout. And this batting order set up to, you know, for the guys who you know, the highly ranked guys, the now hitters, they hit at the top because they might get a third at bat, and we all want to see that. And Kustad's going through them like they were POs.
100-mile-an-hour man, Antonio Jimenez. Flexed that right arm yesterday at short. He's a University of Miami commit. And he comes up empty for strike one.
Also a switch hitter with real bat speed from both sides of the plate. You know, when you see switch hitters, it showcases, you know, even national ones, you're like, okay, is he really a switch hitter? Or does he have a weak side that's going to get exposed? Well, Jimenez doesn't. He's a solid hitter from both sides of the plate.
It's funny, in his self-scouting report, he talked about the switch hitting. All fields when he hits, he says I'm athletic and a good shortstop that can make any play. And then, period, next sentence, strong arm, period. Sir, you back that up. That 100 that he threw from short yesterday, that's a national showcase record. Understand what that means. When you talk about this event, one of the great events really as far as showcases go in all of sports, as far as its history. And to have so many athletes, almost 600 major leaguers, and he set the record as he fouls it back.
Well, as part of the flow of the infield drill, there's a throw that if you get it right in the right rhythm, that's the one. And we saw Mason Wynn, if you saw the social media, throw 100 during the game before the All-Star game, the Futures game, I think it was. And that's that ball up the middle where you get it and you're not throwing the underhand lower your slot. You go over top and you have all the momentum going. And Jimenez got that perfectly in the workout yesterday and you know, showed off his stuff and didn't get a chance to at the bat. And I think he's telling the next guys, hey, hope he gets the last guy so you can lead off next inning against some other pitcher because we're not doing anything. Has there been a foul ball off Dylan Kustad?
There has been a foul ball, but he struck everyone out, including an
guys.
additional batter. He had a drop third strike as well. This is an incredible showing. Here is Andrew Duncan. Yeah, it's a flex, certainly, for Dylan Kustad.
And Andrew Duncan is so far put on a show in the workouts. The BP ran us in the 6.2s. I thought he was the highest graded outfielder through last night. Took a 9.9 BP, which 9 on a PG scale is 1 below 10, and has really shown not only his athleticism but his skills. And still a very projectable athlete.
Broke his bat. There's your contact in fair play, and the only contact in fair play broke the bat. I don't know, David. I mean, have you seen, in the history of this event that you've scouted, have you seen many better outings than that?
No, I haven't. And you know, there are outings that stand out. As you know, guys going out and striking out all 6. He struck out 7, but it's who he struck out that really resonates. And he came off the field just shaking his head like he has some awareness of what he just did. And it's like, wow. Can't understand. Yeah, look at it. He's a happy young man right now, and he has every right to be.
Well, good for him and for Questad and every talented arm like him. I mean, when you come in ranked 64th in the country, you hope to make a showing like that to change the rankings and make guys like you think twice about making him a PG All-American.
Yeah, take the decision making out of our hands and just stand up and make it obvious.
So Blake Morningstar introduces himself next. Blake, tall, lean right-hander. Great pitcher's build, wears number 30 on that jersey. Overall rankings, 165 in the country amongst all players. East Coast Sandhogs, his travel team. From New Albany, Pennsylvania. Wyalusing Valley High School, where Nick Vanderpool is his head coach. He is a commit to go to Wake Forest, the son of Jennifer and Aaron. This is Blake Morningstar.
And boy, has Blake had a dominant summer. 26 innings, has allowed 8 hits, 3 walks. That's 11 base runners in 26 innings, and struck out 42.
Jenna and Casey, his sister and brother. Excellent basketball player, 3rd team All-State his junior year. Earlier in high school, played football as well, but this is a guy that's playing varsity basketball last year, playing at an All-State level, and a 4.0 student in the classroom. National Honor Society member. Matter of fact, his basketball resume for the man on the mound, 20 and 10. 20 points, 10 rebounds a game. Keelan Parnell, nice to get to watch you play out of Pascagoula. SBG Sox Prime. He plays for Chris Snopek. We love Chris. Pascagoula High School, where Richie Tillman's his head coach. Committed to go to Mississippi State.
And we could be seeing a 4-pitch guy on the mound in Morningstar. He last pitched at the 17U National Championship. Fastball up to 93 at that event. 75 curveball, 81 slider, 81 change. Just as impressively, 13 innings over 2 appearances, 1 walk, and 17 strikeouts.
Jason Janesco is his battery mate. He comes on for Troy Reeder. Janesco will catch a couple of innings now. Breaking ball, a late reaction, hammer under the hands, and down goes the left-handed bat of Parnell.
And that's the slider that you want to call a curveball because it has that kind of depth to it. But that's sharp, it's hard, 2,500 spin.
Jacob Satella out of West Chicago, Illinois. Middle infielder, can play on the third base side of the bag as well. He knocked a few over the boards in batting practice yesterday.
He swings with intent. You just saw that first swing there. He's going up taking a hack. He's a big, strong young man. There's McGonigal having fun with some pitchers down in the bullpen. But yeah, he's up there to take a hack. Was timed up on that 94-mile-an-hour fastball.
I think he tricked everyone there, including his battery mate. Janesco did a nice job. That was a late breaking ball.
Yeah.
Hair flows out from under that helmet as he awaits the 0-2 and spoils a fastball. We'll do it again. Zatella's mom is Andrea, dad is Mark. Profiles himself as a third baseman, has reached up to 104 in his time. Exit velocity. He's a Cubs fan. That's his team. Good take.
Very good take. I was waiting for exactly that pitch. You know, he threw his first 2 sliders, throwing it for strikes, throwing it at the hip and drop them down. That was the bury it and see if you can get the swing and miss pitch. Both players executed well. Morningstar spotted it. The hitter laid off.
Goes back to it. Started that one a little further in and off the plate. Ended up down the middle. Zatella goes down on a swing and a miss. As David, you described it, a ton of depth to this pitch.
Yeah, you can easily call that a curveball if you're sitting behind the plate scouting and charting a game.
Out of Algonquin, Illinois, Braden Bakes is in the hole. 0-1 the count, the Wichita State commit.
And I'm watching the release and the arm slot on the fastball versus the slider, the only two pitches we've seen, and they are a dead match for each other. He's tunneling that so well.
At home, Bakes and twin brother Ryan motivate one another. As a matter of fact, when you ask Braden about who his greatest inspiration is, he said, and I quote, "My twin brother motivates me to be my best. He'd be here right now, but my bro is recovering from shoulder surgery." He sends out best wishes to his twin brother. Right at the bottom of the strike zone. Called a strike, though, over the outside corner.
In fact, I think it was last year at the PG Underclass All-American Games. We got to see both Bakes brothers together.
Outside corner with the breaking ball. That looked to be the pitch of choice for Blake Morningstar, and a good pitch of choice.
Yeah, that's weapon number one. There's no question about that. He used it to the right-handed hitter. He used it to the left-handed hitter there for the last strikeout. But let's not forget the fastball up to 94 that he pretty much threw for a strike every time, but once or twice. You can see how he's built up that statistical dominance this summer. I'd like to see another pitch from him during the second inning. Maybe the changeup, maybe the curveball. I love to look at pitchers between innings and see what they do. I think Morningstar's been the first one today in 3 games that has put on a sweatshirt, the old habit that every pitcher did. Keep your arm warm, I guess, and he's the first one. I think I remember seeing that here in the controlled environment of Tropicana Field.
I'll just say this. The air works in this ballpark. As someone who's been running around for the last 3 days down there, you go from outside, typical Florida on the water, hot and sticky and thick and humid, to inside, cold. I mean, it almost feels cold.
Well, I'm kind of fearing, because in a couple days I'm going down to West Palm and watching the 14U National, and they don't have a dome down in West Palm, and we are going to bake for a couple days down there, but it'll be worth it to see the top 14U under players in the country perform.
Meet Cole Selvig. He's from Altoona, Wisconsin. GRB Rays and Reds scout team. His travel teams. Regis Catholic is where he attends high school. And Andy Neese is his high school coach. A Texas commit. And a young man that is a son of Mark and Diane. All-state his sophomore year. All-conference, all-city as well as sophomore year. Throughout his time, he shares the greatest things I've overcome, being a guy who's grown big, tall, and strong, is pushing through some back problems. He said, I've been able to do it just fine.
And we get to see another Wisconsin arm in Selvig. We last saw him at the Midwest Indoor Showcase in Windsor, Wisconsin, back in February. It's up to 93 with a 84 slider, 79 curveball, and 85 change. Kind of a similar body type to Dylan Kustad.
The left-handed bat, I should say, of Jake Kulikowski from Trinity, Florida. Scorpions Giants scout team. Tampa Jesuit, where he plays for Coach Menendez. This Miami commit is the son of Ted and Andrea, and the big brother to Ryan. Down off the end of the bat, lifts that one high toward that roof in left center field. Diving attempt, unable to get there. It was a long run. Kolakowski hustles in with the slide. A.J. Garcia just couldn't run that baseball down and hung up for a long time for sure.
I don't think AJ saw that off the barrel either. He was pulled over. No, he's playing straight away. He didn't recognize that. I think that's that background and maybe the roof and playing indoor for maybe the first time in his life in a stadium like this. Because normally with 6'3" speed and his athleticism, he's going to run that ball down.
Kolakowski, by the way, fresh off a state championship at Tampa Jesuit. Steven Spolita. Mandeville, Louisiana, has that one tied up in on his knuckles as he hurries up the line, shows good speed. And the non-committed athlete, his dream school, he'll share it. It's Alabama. The son of Steve and Jennifer goes after the first pitch. First team all-district player, ranked number 3 in his state.
And the best part of that play is it was made cleanly by Edward Phelps down at third base.
Good mention by UD, coming back from what scared us a little bit with the knee. Phelps will play the next 2 innings at third. Blake Brookins from Miami, Florida Gator in the future. Sweeping slider has him tap dance out of the way. Miami Palmetto Senior High School for Coach Danny Smith. A big Yankees fan. What a pretty cut at that one. Goes right back to the screen.
Yeah, Brookins showed a really nice swing in BP yesterday. He squared up some balls. He's got natural loft in his swing. Coaches that want to see that lift in the swing aren't going to have much to do. And it looked like he was going to hit a couple out, and it was like warning track power in a big league ballpark, which is still lots of power. But he's got the power in there, that's for sure.
Into the dirt. Tough play to block that one up. Some hard work back there. Tuttle did all he could, but that one beat him up pretty good.
That might have been a split. 85 miles an hour with dead in the spin. Some type of changeup. Sort of had that split action on it.
Jay Tuttle is the catcher behind the plate. Elevated fastball fouled straight back. When you ask Selvig to give his self-scouting report, he says very simply, I'm a right-handed pitcher who attacks with a high-power fastball. Also, I'm not afraid to pitch backwards with a power slider. I have a curveball and a changeup to complete my 4-pitch mix. Twins fan. Buxton fan. Firm slider, back foot, gets a swing and a miss. For the second out of the inning, and tip of the cap behind the plate, Jay Tuttle.
Jay Tuttle, actually a primary pitcher. Talented catcher, though, as well. And he is undoubtedly catching here early so that he can get enough rest. Maybe pitching tomorrow, so today's his day catching, and he'll take the mound tomorrow.
I see Tuttle assigned on my sheet, but as I saw that replay, that may be Andrew Lamb, D, working back there. I see a couple of 2s in that jersey, so I think they might have done a switcheroo for some reason. We'll see Tuttle in a bit. Either way, nice play by the catcher.
Nice play by the catcher. I gave up a long time ago, even when I'm down on the field right behind, because they just don't design catcher's gear that you can see numbers.
Lamb tried to play it on a backhand. A run will score. And trotting on down to score that run, Kolakowski.
Lamb's getting some pitches that, in all fairness to him, are virtually impossible to catch. He set up on one side of the plate and got in the dirt on the complete other side at close to 93 miles an hour. So he's just out there telling his pitcher to take a breath.
That's double deuces for sure when you saw him trot away there. That is Andrew Lamb.
It's like, hey, nobody on base. Go from the windup. Take a deep breath.
That one cuts under the bat of James Hankerson Jr. Big Hank from Tampa, first baseman, outfielder. Attends Berkeley Prep where he plays for Richie Warren. Sandy and James are mom and dad, and little sis, not so little, she's 15, is Hannah. Mom, an incredible athlete. Matter of fact, international level, is he's got a couple of strikes on him. Mom was an All-American heptathlete at North Carolina and actually ran in the Olympic trials. That's James' mom. You're All-State of Florida. You've done something, and twice James has been All-State. A changeup, D?
I think that might have been the changeup, yeah. Maybe a little too much spin. Maybe that was the slider. Didn't
that
get
is a crazy high number. Good call by you.
There you go.
That's a firm fastball in.
And you can see right now Selvig struggling with his delivery and direction. He ended up all the way off the mound towards the first base side after release on that. You know, he had the velocity 93.6, but just needs to tone. I think his pulse is still up a little bit right now. Needs to calm it down.
Bouncing ball back behind the mound. Athletic play, but we expected that, didn't we? Coming in on across from short. That's R.J. Hamilton, the incredible football player and baseball player.
And the thing is, he made that play look so easy. And that's not an easy play. And his play is made right when the ball comes off the bat. You got to be charging that, but that's a nice play.
This is Selvig and some of the work he did this inning.
Yeah, the stuff is definitely there, but you can see he's coming off, falling off to the first base side on a lot of, particularly his fastballs. It's causing him to yank the ball, as we call it, and that's bearing the ball glove side down and in, and that's where a few pitches got away from him and led to that run.
I want to remind everyone to make every day a beach day in St. Pete Clearwater. 35 miles of sugary white sand, warm Gulf waters, rejuvenating sunshine await. Consider this your official invitation to come, kick back, relax, and mix things up on America's best beaches. Let's shine together. Plan your escape at visitstpeteclearwater.com. We're fortunate to have this event here and the relationship we have with this community.
Well, my wife and I have visited Clearwater on vacation before, and I know when she found I was coming back down here to St. Pete, she's like, "Can I come?" And I'm like, "You're not going to see me. I'm not seeing any beach for the 5 days I'm here."
No, it's for us in this setting. It's absolutely for the spouse or the significant other that could enjoy it. But you're exactly right. To come back after or stay a few extra days if you have a chance.
Now that will work.
Here's Blake Morningstar back up on the bump, the Wake Forest commit. The talented basketball player, as he shared with us, who threw up a 20-10 average. He's a Yankees fan. And you look at his frame, and his favorite pitcher to watch is Justin Verlander. He said that's someone who I try to model my game after. First of all, good for Justin that he's still out there.
Oh.
Not only out there, but succeeding at a wildly high level. And so for Morningstar, kind of have similar builds.
Yeah, right now, and talking about Verlander, that might be one of those things, if he keeps up the same pace, that I don't care what the metrics say, somebody might be better. He's the Cy Young Award winner. With what he has done in the game, what he's come back from, his age, that he deserves a Cy Young if he keeps pitching the way that he has.
Meet Isaac Armstrong. He's from Denver, North Carolina, East Lincoln High School, and an East Carolina commit. Freshman All-American games. He was there as a top prospect in that event for PG, son of Jason and Heather. Good bat crack sound, long foul ball.
Was at 101 exit velocity. This is probably something the stat guys all know, but most of our top exit velocities have come on foul balls just like that are never fair. But
they'll turn that into an out.
Blake Morningstar just cutting through the lineup like the proverbial knife through butter.
92 is a little dip and dive here. Side to side run, that was not fun to deal with.
I just want to get a little telepathic going with Blake and throw a changeup, son. Throw a changeup. Show it to the scouts up there. They're interested. They want to see it.
Breaking ball is high to Ryan Mooney. Orchard Lake St. Mary's Prep, not only the state champs again for Coach Petrie there, but the national champs. Perfect Games high school national champion. Swung right through. 3 perfect game All-Americans last year from his high school, so that's a great place to learn. That's a great team to play on. And his older brother, a star at Duke.
And a former PG All-American, who I understand is tearing it up in the Cape this summer.
Good for him. That's quite a program just outside of Detroit where he plays his baseball. We had a chance to go visit and stay a couple of days, get to know everyone from Brock Porter to Ike Irish. Do interviews with Coach Petrie, get to know the staff, the history. Breaking ball inside corner, that's strike 3. Started it at the hip, ended up right down the middle.
And the strike percentage on that breaking ball has got to be impressive too, because we saw before he already at 17 years old has the ability to throw the pitch at the hip, drop it into the strike zone, but also the ability to throw it at the plate, break it outside to the right-handed hitter, and try to get the swing and miss outside the zone.
Miami commit AJ Goitia, number 2 catcher per the rankings in the state of Florida. AJ's fun to watch at an event like this. Here's why. He's just 16. I mean, not even close to 17 years old.
Oh, geez, 16 and a half just. He should be in the 24 class.
This is fun to watch him work amongst his older peers. But he's here, and he's here for a reason.
Well, you didn't mention the most fun number. You said he runs a 6.3860, and he's a catcher. You know, we mentioned Rose before, was a 6'4" runner. Goitia would beat Rose in a race on those numbers, and that's just unheard of. I mean, we've had All-American catchers, especially running 6'7", 6'8". Kevin Parada, the Georgia Tech slugger, you know, was a 6'7" runner in high school. But to see catchers running 6'3s and 6'4s, that's a sign you can play anywhere on the field, and you have the courage to put on the catcher's gear and go get beat up behind the plate.
Good 2-strike pitch. No interest in swinging at that one. AJ ran that 6'3", threw 87 from the outfield, had a really strong 184 pop time, and threw 84 from the crouch. That breaking ball nowhere close in the end. Had a 400 on base at the famed 17U WWBA National Championship. He went with power baseball. Had a bunch of walks, bunch of hits as well. Stole a couple of bases as that one's outside.
Just picked up a walk right there. Courtesy runner down at first base. We'll check and see who that is.
It could be RJ, right? Hamilton, I think it is.
I believe it is.
Popped up, very shallow center. Charging hard, running it down. Good wheels out there, turning it on. Andrew Duncan, Johnny on the spot. He makes the play.
Duncan had no problem recognizing that fly ball and getting the jump and using his easy plus speed to run it down.
What do you have on Morningstar?
I like everything that Blake Morningstar did except for not show me a changeup. But this is a young man, and where that athleticism, that 2010 basketball athleticism comes into play is in the ability to throw strikes. And he was putting that slide, that's 79, 80 slider and that low 90s, top out at 94 fastball, really pretty much where he wanted to the entire time. And he had a calmness about him on the mound. You'd see him in the dugout between innings. He's calm, a real low heartbeat guy, and I'm excited about his future. If we can keep him on the baseball field and off the hardwood, it'll be interesting. I'm going to look up and see what maybe his prospect status is on on the basketball court, because you don't see 20-10 guys every day in high school basketball, that's for sure.
And it's fun for you, I think, as a scout, though, on the flip-flop, knowing he's a big guy, certainly, but if he does that, that means he's an athletic big guy.
Oh, yes.
And I know you like that.
Yeah.
Looks good in that Wake Forest sweatshirt. Selvig, his would be burnt orange if he had that sweatshirt on, his Texas sweatshirt. David Ronzi, Darren Sutton, thanks for hanging out with us at Perfect Games National Showcase. This is the final wave of teams. Will be these 2 games tonight. And then again tomorrow, there will be a couple of games before we bid these athletes adieu for their busy summer schedule. The Perfect Game All-American Classic rosters, both sides, should be honestly released by the end of the week. And excited to know more about that. I think maybe even before that, but I want to be careful. But I think at the latest, the end of this coming week.
Yeah, it's going to have to be done. There's a certain lead time to the All-American game, and yes, the All-American game is later this year, August 28th. But then this event, which used to be held in early June, and is coordinated with the draft, is so much later this year. But there's going to be some hard decisions to make for sure on that All-American roster.
Make sure to see Perfect Game Weekly, which will debut Thursday afternoon, 4:30 Eastern. David will help break down the very best of this class. It's our brand new show each and every week, and we're focusing on this event only on that show. Usually we bounce around all over the country, but it's dedicated shot here. And then on the 11th day of August, the Perfect Game All-American Classic preview show. That will drop on Perfect Game TV as well. Jason Janesco out of Pennsylvania. He'll catch 3 innings in this game. Jason goes down on strikes, the East Carolina commit. #1 catcher in the state of Pennsylvania. Who can run a bit, pretty good athlete.
What I'm focusing on for Cole Selvig this inning is simply the direction in his delivery. Because he's got the arm strength, he went slider heavy to the first hitter and caught the outside corner a couple times. But really want to see his fastball and how he maintains his lower half direction on his fastball. And that slider did the same thing, fell off hard to the first base side.
Tampa, Florida, and Berkeley Prep's very own Troy Reeder. He is a Notre Dame commit. And the #8 catcher in the state of Florida is ranked by Perfect Game. Had a 1.95 pop time in the drill work, threw in the high 70s from behind home plate. Goes up on that pigeon toe as his timing mechanism out front. And that breaking ball sharp. Perfect spot and location for that one. Slightly closed stance. That one hits the outside corner. 2-2.
Yeah, going with the very slider heavy diet, but he's obviously has a feel for it now. And when you get comfortable with your release on a pitch, it's being successful, you want to keep going with that pitch.
He did go to that pitch again. That had even more firmness, D, and more side-to-side break. He threw that one hard.
He threw it with more confidence. He's thrown 5 of his last 6 pitches have been sliders. And you're right, he threw that with confidence, conviction.
It's been fun to watch one of the more talented young players in Australia come to this national showcase. Meet Max Stagg out of Adelaide, South Australia. Emmanuel College, Riley Moore is his coach. And as an international player, he certainly has options. He could sign a professional contract. And he's also here certainly seeking the opportunity to find a place to play college baseball. The son of Joe and Sam. Meet Max Stagg.
And Darren, the baseball in Australia is such great interest to Perfect Game. You know, right leading into the pandemic, we were about to start a couple great initiatives with the Australian baseball people. You know, getting their teams over here, going over there. I know we have a trip and events planned for Australia later this year, but an integral part of the whole international development that Perfect Game is very much into now, and along the ideas of grow the game. We even talked to Glenn Carnes, the director of Ump Nation, during last game about developing umpiring internationally, and we want to do the same thing across the spectrum as we broaden into Europe, into Central America, and of course into Australia.
Dad Sam was an excellent national level lacrosse player, and his mom, as he says, his mom Jo, an Australian national gymnast. So a family very strong in athletics, and he loves watching the journey of Australian Curtis Mead here in the States as a professional. This has been fun to watch Max get comfortable with North American baseball. Pops that one up to the right side, and we'll do it again. 92-mile-an-hour fastball. Max has a couple of older brothers, Hugh and Ollie. He said, where I'm from, and Australia had some pretty tough lockdowns during COVID. He said, being from Adelaide, a beautiful beach city in South Australia, he said, we opened up a little bit earlier. It was still challenging, but I was able to get out maybe ahead of the rest of my country. Just be active, take part in some games, play catch. That one is off the plate. Pretty good take.
Selvig going back to the money pitch, the slider.
Loads up that back leg. This is a man with a lot of physical presence, and it's right there in front of you. He's on the 18U Australian national squad. He has played on the 23U Australian World Cup qualifier team. Max reaches out, try to spoil one. The speed is on display. He is on. And once it got past Selvig, as big and strong as Max is, he can run, and he was off to the races. He'll take it.
He'll take it, and part of Selvig's delivery coming off to that side, he has no chance to get back to that ball, even if he keeps his feet. That's pretty much just pick up the ball at that point.
Coop ready to go. Nathaniel Coupe out of Boynton Beach. A Floridian. Uncommitted. This is a great chance for him. And uncommitted, but a really respectable ranking. He's 308 in North America. So it'll be fun to see where he ends up. He's out of North of Broward Prep, Coach Brian Campbell.
And he's a very well-known player. He had a great workout yesterday, great BP. You know, plays in a high volume of PG. Has played 175 games over his career, 300-plus hitters. Got a couple home runs. So yeah, it's a high-profile player, no doubt, and there are plenty of tools there.
Back-to-back state championships at North Broward Prep. He says, I'll never forget those experiences. And Kenston and Belkis are dad and mom. Late reaction to that breaking ball that kind of hovered out over the plate, but the right-hander showed out again. This is Cole Selvig, the Wisconsinite. His 2 innings are done.
Yeah, and a much better second inning. He got more directional, got picked up a few fastball strikes, but most importantly, started feeling the release point on that slider. Just went to it again and again, and with success. And why not go with the pitch that's bringing you success?
There were a couple times, as we said, he clearly made a statement. I'm going to throw this son of a gun as hard as I can. I'm really going to turn this one loose. Jay Tuttle will hit, Miller Green will hit, and then at some point we'll get back to the top of the order for this red team in Cal Fisher.
not surprisingly, we have another low-scoring game. I was hoping the Royal Bats especially would get going, but the pitching's just been too good.
Riley Whitmer. Big fella takes the rock and he rolls for the Royal team. Number 31 on that jersey. Florida commit. Riley out of Naples High School in Naples, Florida. Burns scout team in the past. That means he will do some work as he moves forward. About 24 perfect game events with that outstanding Burn team. Touched 92 miles an hour, David. I know you guys scouted him at the 17U WWBA.
And he's been very consistent all summer, even going back to Jupiter last October. You know, works up to 92's, got the power slider and a changeup. So a very consistent performer on the circuit. And one thing, you know, if you see a player plays for the Florida Burn as a contributing member of that team, you know they're fundamentally sound, because that is one of the most fundamentally sound travel clubs that we have. They play a lot of baseball, do it very, very well.
His dad is Ian and his mom is Kimberly. Mom went to Penn State. She played field hockey there. And Dad studied at the Pennsylvania Culinary Institute.
My kind of guy.
I want him as my dad. I want some of that good food. He is a business owner. Makes me curious as if maybe that business is a restaurant. 5 o'clock, dinner time. David and Darren, glad to have you with us. Yeah, so we'll get to watch him work for a couple of innings. And as Jacob Brown takes the assignment now, first baseman, third baseman, West Virginia commit, a Michigander. Studies at P27 Academy, athletics and academics together there.
Darren, I have to mention that we do have one more game here tonight, and so we're going to be here till 10 or 10:30 at least, so no dinner for you tonight.
That's okay. I ate in plans of just kind of filling up, hoping it held me over all the way through the evening. Middle of the box, 0-1 the count. That fastball 95 miles an hour with some teeth.
As I said, Whitmer's been thrown 3 or 4 events in the last month and 6 weeks or so, and has been the same 90, 92 every event, but he's got the adrenaline pumping. 94 and 95 on the first 2 pitches.
One and two the count. Brown, 17 years old, from Ann Arbor, Michigan. Oh, look at that one, die at the plate, a changeup. Dipped the arm angle just a touch on it, but it was really effective.
Yeah, that 85, so it's a power changeup and power sink on it.
I'm always amazed when a pitcher can get that kind of late tilt at the end from a low 3/4 arm angle. Here's Logan Hughes, another corner infielder, and a Stetson commit. Left-handed swing, comes up empty that time. Sinker at 94 miles an hour. He's in the hole just like that, 0-2. Scorpions Giants scout team, his travel team. You see that Giants scout team helmet he's got on. At Winter Springs High School, where Michael Bradley's his head coach. 1-2. All-state performer in 21 and 22. Pulled that changeup in.
Yeah, the fastball's been real easy for Whitmer. Let's see a breaking ball maybe here. Nope, right back to the fastball.
Hit it on a line out to short, 96 miles an hour off the bat, but right to Antigua.
I think Antigua's getting a couple comments from the bench. Maybe something to do with his height, I'm not sure.
He'll play along. Yeah, they gave him the business because he hopped for that ball that he clearly just hopped for the sake of hopping. Another Michigander. Here's Jay Tuttle from Owasso, Michigan. Here's another one. I mean, an athlete ranked right in the 300s, looking for a place to play. A guy with a lot of options, I would imagine. Kevin Morris, his coach at Owasso High School.
There's a breaking ball.
Yeah, that slider.
Slider right there. It is interesting that the last two players you've said about being uncommitted, one from North Broward, one of the top programs in Florida, and of course Owasso being the program in Oklahoma. So it's not like these are players that have been hidden or anything. They might have lots of offers on the table, in fact, and it's just not everybody has the same timeline for making this decision as the other person.
Jay's a really good student, too. As a matter of fact, his GPA is 4.3, and he shared his SAT with me, 1410.
He can go to any school in the country just on that. He could be playing the violin instead of baseball and go wherever he wants with that kind of academic achievement behind him.
Let's make sure he doesn't play the violin. I'll double check for you, Dave. He just might. We'll do it again, 1 and 2. I do know this about Jay Tuttle. When I asked him what his favorite meal was and who cooks it, he said, my mom's shrimp tacos. Can eat them any time of the year. Perfect summer vibe, though. But even good in the dead of winter. That's Jay Tuttle talking about mom's shrimp tacos. And I may have said Owasso, Oklahoma. He's from Owasso, Michigan.
Oh, my apology there to the fine people in Michigan.
They're not offended.
I saw Owasso and I just went straight to Oklahoma.
He's a Tigers fan and he's a Max Scherzer man. And the man on the mound with that big, broad set of shoulders ends it with a good fastball. The right-hander. Your takeaway from Mr. Whitmer.
That was pretty easy. I mean, that was really easy, 94, 95. Obviously a primary fastball guy. But, threw that mid-80s changeup, mixed in a mid-80s slider. So those look like they can improve a bit. But a big, strong kid with a big, strong fastball and good command of it.
The right-hander goes to work. Out on the mound, John Glasscock. And we get to know this right-hander, JJ, out of Virginia.
Glasscock, a 6'1", 170-pounder. Not any of these big 6'4", 6'7" pitchers we've seen so much of. A more slender, projectable young man, a West Virginia commit.
Scottsville. South Charlotte Panthers. This is a really good historic program. Scott Clemens, his coach. Fluvanna Country High School, where Coach Gray is his coach as well. I like the glove. I like the color. Dad is John. Mom is Dawn. And he's one of those guys, he doesn't compete in all the sports now, D, but through his time in his youth, it's been soccer, football, basketball, wrestling, and baseball.
The 17U National Championships a couple weeks ago through 3 2/3 no-hit innings with 7 strikeouts, worked 89-91 with a 80-mile-an-hour breaking ball.
Andrew Lamb is his catcher. He works defensively. Been out there for a couple of innings now. All right, a chance for Robert Rodriguez to step in and swing, the FIU commit. And he does swing. Down off the end of the bat, it's a high fly into center field. Ryan Mooney gliding around out there makes the play for the out. Mooney's in center, A.J. Garcia's in left, and Keelan Parnell is in right. Hear a little thunder outside of the Thunderdome.
That and the crack of bats have been the two most common things, and I think Thunder might, over the last 2 days, might have the lead.
Glasscock with a breaking ball that splits the plate. Side to side break on that pitch. Another opportunity for George. Another one. That one out on the outside black of the plate. David, you were calling him one of the great players this summer in travel ball. And the 0-2. Big swing a mile up toward that roof, toward the catwalks. But sticking with it the entire time and putting it away is Eric Guevara, the shortstop.
And Lombard obviously has the tools and has the name recognition, no doubt. And when you put that together with performance, and performance on a big stage, there are a few bigger stages, tournament stages, and the 17U National Championships. It's going to cement you as a top level prospect.
Not a bad pitch to start off. Kevin McGonigal, his second opportunity. The Auburn commit from Monsignor Bonner in Pennsylvania. As he watches that one jump out of the zone. 2-0 the count. Was an MLB All-American playing in that outstanding game at Dodger Stadium. What an opportunity for Kevin. Part of the prospect development pipeline as well, taking a run at that USA roster spot. On the corner.
Well, Kevin McGonigal's batting average is in perfect game play the last 3 years. 2020, 540. 2021, 497 or 479, and so far this year, 485. That's the batting average. That's not an on-base percentage or a slugging percentage. That's the batting average. Average OPS over 1,400. There's power there. He hit 5 home runs last year, 37 games. There's speed. He stole 20 bases last year. He's a 6'5" runner. This is an offensive machine.
And he'll put that speed to work. Slow roller out toward short. Not in time.
The moment the shortstop stayed back, that's a base hit.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Eric Guevara waited back on that one. And sometimes when you let it play you, it'll play you with that kind of speed.
And a left-handed hitter getting out of the box. It's a changeup, so he's out front and getting out of the box. But to make that play, Guevara has got to get it coming through the ball.
Arjun Nimmala. That one got him, I hope, off his shoulder blades. Hey, they remind him, you can hit. I don't think it got him, I hope, nowhere near the helmet.
Yeah, he doesn't, he looks like he's fine. The umpires are, say, hey, take a step out. That's what we try to do with anybody who gets really squared up, whether it's in a thigh, an ankle, or whatever. And he looks like he ducked that fine and just skipped probably right across his name tag on the back of the jersey. And they're just going to give him a couple minutes. He may not need them, but send up the next hitter, and he'll get his shot next.
And here's Daniel Cuvée.
Hey, let's go, JJ. Hey, lock back in 11. Come on, baby.
Arm underneath that one. Glasscock sails the breaking ball high. Second opportunity to watch the Miami commit. That's twice he's seen that disappear up and in, and that got him in the right elbow.
And that pitch is moving so much. I think that's part of it. I think these hitters are aggressive right now. That one stung. I think Nimmala dodged a bullet, so to speak, on his, but that caught Cuvée pretty hard.
So lots of blue out on the base pads, and Arjun's going to hit again. Enjoyed the times we've been able to get to know he and his family. Watched his younger brother play at the Junior National Showcase. Swing and a miss as he starts his at bat over. There's a friendship there with the likes of Elijah Green, a man he's worked out with. 0-2. But you've seen him a lot more than me, David. What do you like about this player?
I think he has as high an offensive ceiling as any player in this class. There's just such easy plus bat speed there. The performance record is great. He's a high-level athlete. I don't know if he stays at short, but he certainly has the athleticism to stay in the middle of the field. But when you look at the offensive ceiling he has, you know, that is really exciting. And one of the most exciting things, you look at that age category, 16 years, 9 months right now. So he could very easily be a 2024, and we know so many clubs in the draft use that as part of their model, and that's going to really come in next year when he's 17 years old and will be 17 all summer come draft time next year. That will come into play.
All right, we'll take a look at JJ, John Glasscock, and see his work.
Well, his work was centered around that slider. You know, he lost control of his fastball a couple times, and he gets that huge fastball movement. But his out pitch is the slider. He was pretty consistent with it. And just, you know, when he got that fastball inside and couldn't control the movement, that's what got him in trouble, but he worked out of it.
Smile in there as those locks flow out from underneath his hat.
He looks to be a pretty live wire personality too. Looking at his expressions out on the mound, his body language. He's a live wire kid.
It's always fun to see the eyes for these players, and this is a stadium that gets panned at times as an older stadium, maybe needs some love, maybe a new opportunity for Tampa. But here's what these young athletes know. This is where one of the best teams in the game plays, and they know that. They're aware of that. So you walk in here, even if it's an older building, there's a ton of respect for the players that they get to play on the same field with the team that battles the Yankees and Red Sox every year.
Yeah, in fact, when we came in here the first day, and that's the important part right there. When we came in here the first day, I was walking in with some of the PG staff, and it was like, hey, it is so fun every time you walk onto a big league field. They were like, this is Tampa, you know, sort of reflecting your thought that's like, no, this is Tampa. I was like, no, it's a big league field, and there's only 30 of those in the entire world. And it's fun, even if you work in a big league ballpark or you've been to a big league ballpark thousands of times, you still get that special feel, especially when you walk in at 7 in the morning and it's completely empty. It's just one of those things in the game, parts of the game that you just have to respect at the top of the scale.
It is a shrine, it is a church, and I use that word respectfully for the sport. Sometimes, much like when you walk into an empty, quiet sanctuary, it's the same. Of the things of this earth, if you will, if you think about that, the peacefulness you can find in an empty stadium where at times it could be so loud. Here's Miller Green from Tennessee. He's got to dance out of the way. He's at Georgia Tech commit. He's at Lipscomb Academy for Coach Brad Kuhn right now. He's the son of Michael and Tiffany. Miller Green. Left-handed pitcher, first baseman. A couple of times All-State. Miller's dad played college basketball at Lipscomb. Grandfather played football for the Kentucky Wildcats. 3-1. Put a runner out there, and he will see all fastballs the rest of the way. Miller Green, the last couple of innings of this game, will play first.
Whitmer was all over the strike zone, in the strike zone. First inning. Gotten a little out of sync, obviously, here to start off in the second.
Riley from Naples High School, the number 9 right-handed pitcher in the state of Florida. Three days ago, celebrated a birthday just 3 days ago. He turned 18 years old. And if I'm to look at his profile picture, for his birthday, his 18th birthday, I think he dyed his hair.
That would be a good guess. I was noting the same thing.
I guess he thinks blondes have more fun and that fastball has more run, because that one did disappear. Good pitch. Never really was a strike, David, but it was tempting.
Yes, it was just off the corner, and he got that such a nice run with it. And he has angle. He pitches from the first base side of the rubber. He lands a little open, so that pitch to the hitter looks like it's going there, but the angle is taking it away in addition to the life.
He'll step off here with the slide. That's an out. Had to sneak and grab a bag and see what he can do. That's Isaac Armstrong out there running. So now Cal Fisher with clean bases with 2 outs. Cal had a base hit in his first at bat, a pretty swing, line drive in the left field.
One of only 4 hits so far in this game.
Into the catcher's mitt to have the count even up at 1-1 to Cal. Wisconsinite, obviously a huge Milwaukee Brewers fan. In the classroom, science is his passion. Hey, by the way, when we talk about the athleticism of Cal, it does translate in sharing the basketball and scoring on the hardwood. He too, a 1,000-point basketball scorer. That one is an elevated fastball, 2-2.
I think we're going to see one more hitter here regardless. That was a ghost runner that was thrown out at second base, and Armstrong. So 2 outs on the board, but even if Fisher fails to reach, I think we'll see R.J. Hamilton up next.
Just missed.
Tried to sneak a changeup past Fisher there.
He's got a ton of room in right center should he take it that way. We'll get to see those wheels if that's the case. Took a shot over there and he fouls it back. Cal's a Notre Dame commit. Look at that, a line drive to right. He may run all day long.
He did the self-scouting report when you talked to him earlier today that I didn't take a BP, good BP yesterday, but when he did connect with the ball, that's where he hit the ball, was right center field, and got some carry. Didn't get a chance to on that swing, as they'll follow their baseball instincts and start off the field and quickly get turned around, so we can see, as I mentioned, the 3rd hitter of the inning. Minimum 3, maximum 5 every inning.
That's all right.
That's the pitch you can drive to right center field, too.
A little sinker at 90 over the outside corner. That's okay. We get to watch R.J. Hamilton hit. I like that.
I'm beginning to learn to enjoy watching everything that R.J. Hamilton does, whether it's run, whether it's play shortstop. He made that beautiful charging play earlier.
Takes a breaking ball and lifts it into right field. Over, under, out. Nathaniel Coupe is there to make the play. Hauled that one in right. So the work for Riley Whitmer is done. His 2 innings in the book. Thoughts?
Big, strong young man. I like that he came out in this environment, the showcase environment, as opposed to pitching at home for the Florida Burn. and went out and did it through his 94s and 95s. It's a power arm. That could be how he's used in the future at the University of Florida, is as a reliever with that big, strong body. He's going to have to tighten up the slider and get better feel for the changeup, but the makings of good ones are there. But it's a power young arm with some good body control and athleticism.
So a couple of pitchers gather together to talk things over. Hartman followed by Morningstar, followed by Whitner on that side. Questad, Selvig, and now Glasscock in his second inning of work. Young man for the, as we said, South Charlotte Panthers. Also been a part of PDP this summer, went to PG's Junior National, was an underclass All-American as well. When you ask Mr. Glasscock for his scouting report, he'll tell you fastball in the low 90s, a lot of run, usually gets a lot of weak contact. Said I have 2 breaking balls, a slider and a curve that I throw for strikes, and I use them as out pitches. Also throw my change as a split change, both to right-handers and left-handers.
We pretty much just saw the heavy tailing fastball, and it's good awareness on Glasscock's part that he gets that. It'll be interesting to see if he tries to, or is able to, get that fastball to the outside, the glove side part of the plate, because virtually every one of his fastballs was arm side, and with that run, that often brought the ball into the hitter, including one that hit Daniel Cuvée in the elbow. Good to see that Cuvée has no lasting damage from that. He's leading off the inning.
I asked him about his favorite meal and who makes that meal for the Miami commit. And his dad, Patrick, makes the best paella in the world, he says. He said that easily is my favorite meal.
That would be worth traveling to Miami. Paella is one of the great dishes.
Thought you'd appreciate that, Big D. Gets a chase up and out of the zone.
And even though that was up, it was still throwing the glove side, and that's what you want to see Glasscock do, is try to work that glove side. He can do it easily with his slider, but getting the fastball there is going to get him more outs.
Ariel Antigua now for his second opportunity. Feet very close together, stands very tall in the back of the box, upright. A little load with that leg coming up. 0-1 the count.
Oh, he's a hang fire. He has such quick hands, and not many hitters can get away with that hang drop fire. But he has that hand quickness to do it, and surprising power. He put a few easily into the left field seats last night, and you can see, looking at him, not the biggest player on the field by any means, listed at 5'8".
1-2 the count. Here's what his self-scouting report says. I'm 5'7", but I have the power of a man 6'5". Short frame, but can hold it down at shortstop. Above average speed, high IQ on the field. Known his family for years now. Good breaking ball. Gets a swing and a miss.
Yeah, those are some of Glasscock's best sliders, the highest spin rate ones certainly, and well located, through the one over the plate, through the one outside for the swing and miss pitch. And I think Glasscock slowed down his mechanics there, and that's a good thing for a pitcher to do if you have the awareness and the body control. You have a player with that hovering load, and to slow down your mechanics, you're almost making him more anxious. And you saw Antigua was very anxious there.
1-0 the count to Antonio Jimenez.
There's the changeup. Didn't really have split action. It was more, looked like a circle change type action at 84, but got a lot of movement on it.
The count 2-0 very quickly. Antonio, talented switch hitter. Grandfather playing in the minor leagues with the Phillies organization in the late 60s. Takes that breaking ball. And his dad, quite a baseball player as well in New York, very strong middle infielder. Talks a lot about his dad. Cesar gives him a lot of credit for his athleticism. His mom is Stephanie. Little roller out to the left side. Out of the way, everybody's safe. Initially unable to make the play over there is Atella, and once it got by him, that was all it needed. Nothing Guevara could do at that point.
Surprising swings, 3-0, and Jimenez didn't see that ball well. Probably a 3-0, a pitch that he could have just laid off and waited for the next one, but he reaches base on the little infield single.
Florida State commit Andrew Duncan. It's an opportunity to be an All-American this year. We'll see as that one sails way up and toward the helmet. He ducks out of the way. The number 12 overall ranked outfielder currently, and those rankings will evolve after this showcase, but the number 12 overall outfielder in North America. Runner on the move, fired down. That's a stolen base. Jimenez flying around the base paths. Andrew has flashed those metrics that will have scouts like David stop and pause. A 6'2", 60, 95 from the outfield.
And not only 95 from the outfield, but maybe some of the best actions. He wasn't selling out for the 95. They were great fundamentals and footwork. You know, that speed's going to give him immense range as he learns to get jumps. We already saw him get a nice jump coming in on a ball that a lot of the outfielders here don't see as well. So took a first-class batting practice last night. Just such a well-rounded player, Duncan is.
Good 2-1 pitch, swings and misses, 2-2. Andrew's dad is Joseph, and his mom is Tamar.
I would think he's going to throw another slider right here.
He did, and it had the result he wanted. The right-hander, John Glasscock, out of Scottsville, Virginia, South Charlotte Panthers. Scott Clemens coaches that program. Here's another look.
Well, that slider got better and better the more Glasscock threw it, much like Cole Selvig before, but this is a really good pitch, and he's throwing 90, 92, and we've talked about the run, but especially in that second inning, it was slider, 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 and the hitters didn't recognize it, even as slider count. Pretty high quality hitters like our Antigua, like Duncan. I also like Glasscock. He's a high energy kid. He's got a lot of facial mannerisms on the mound. He's looking into the dugouts. We got Danny Wexelman down there talking to him right now about how he's feeling on the mound. Maybe we'll hear more about that later.
I would imagine that's the case. Outstanding play-by-play announcer, baseball talent, and life coach down there finding out how things are going. Freddie Benavides Jr. Benavides, talented left-handed pitcher, Palm Beach Gardens, Florida. Resmundo, his travel team. Howie Krause is the head coach. He attends the Benjamin School, and this left-hander, ranked inside of 250, is a Virginia commit. Freddie Benavides Sr. and Patricia Diago, dad and mom.
Has pitched a ton in PG events over the year, 167 innings. A whole season now for a big league starter. Has struck out 210 in those 167 innings. Been up to 94 on the fastball.
Watched him the other night on the All-Star game, and he was a joy to watch. Nestor Cortez, that's who Benavides looks up to quite a bit.
Oh, that's a great one. Is that the pre-2022 Nestor Cortez, or no? I always appreciate it when players pick players who are similar to them.
And he gave the reason. He said he's not the model ideal MLB pitcher. who's 6'3", 6'4", and I'm similar, and he said, I've learned a lot, and he inspires me. Early on, we saw Edward Phelps III running the bases. Looked like he might have tweaked something on the lower half of his body, ankle, knee, leg, not sure. Not too concerned anymore because he's out there and he's back, and that's good news. He went down in a pile of rocks that I think scared all of us involved, because this is a man who has a chance to be a perfect game All-American.
Ranked number 12 in the country, and you see it all the time. I think these kids, when they go down like that, they're scared. There's a fear factor. And yes, you would be. There's it's something you may not have happened to Edward Phelps before, and it hurts, and you're scared. It's natural. You're 17 years old, but there's also the wonderful thing about 17-year-old bodies. They heal pretty quickly.
Split the plate, this left-hander did with the breaking ball. He was the MVP pitcher, Benavides, at the sophomore WWBA.
I got it.
Fights off a fastball in.
Heads up. Look, Clark. Look, right.
Phelps' favorite team to watch play. He stays up a little later because he's from Georgia. He's a Dodgers man. Yet he loves watching Manny Machado as he waves over the top of that breaking ball. Talking to himself about it, giving a little scouting report as Zion Rose comes by.
Benavides just has a confident demeanor on the mound, that he's comfortable where he is. He's got a lot of experience. He's faced the best hitters in the country before. He's got 3 pitches he knows he can throw for strikes. It's just a very confident aura that he's giving off right now.
Strike throwing son of a gun, too.
Yeah, and that's not a nasty breaking ball he's throwing. It's kind of a slurve type breaking ball. It's, sort of between a curveball and a slider. 2,300 spin rate, but he's throwing it just where he wants it. Spotting that 90, 92 mile an hour fastball with low spin rate. He's going to get a lot of sink to that. He's throwing it down in the zone. He's dropped in a changeup.
Much like Nestor, he'll elevate. He looks to change that line of sight.
I definitely think that was elevated with intent.
As he throws the breaking ball at the back foot of Zion.
Yeah, what I thought was a changeup before, a firm changeup, that's a cutter right there. That's a by intent cutter, 85 miles an hour, but it has that spin rate to it.
Rose on the ground, it is down. It slips on by. Let's watch Zion run. He touches second. He's thinking 3, throws the anchor out. Big aggressive turn. It's a double for Zion Rose. 99 miles an hour off the bat.
That was fun. Got to see him run. I thought for sure he was going for 3, but I think he made a great decision. He put on the brakes fast though too.
So it's interesting. He doesn't run like a catcher, and that's an obvious thing. He almost, when you watch him run in that video, almost looks like an elite running back at the college level.
I was thinking the exact same thing. He's got the hips and the glutes and the thighs, and it's an aggressive running style.
Andrew Lamb out of California hits. That one moves Zion to third. Yeah, it absolutely.
It's not the way a Duncan or a Hamilton from this game would run. Those would be gliding, twitchy. That's a power runner.
Looks like somebody who gets handed the ball out of the backfield or tossed a screen out of the backfield. Coda de Casa, California, Andrew Lamb. That's in Orange County, not too far from where the Angels play. He's a USC commit. That one dots the outside corner. Late, sweeping, breaking ball. .90 miles an hour to Andrew. Plays for Jay Serra. Brett Kay is his coach. Had Mike, 8 years in the big leagues, went to Cal State Fullerton. Mom Teresa played softball at Cal State Fullerton. That one misses. We remember the game of Mike Lamb in the big leagues. Chance to watch the next generation play. Lamb playing for Texas, Houston, Minnesota, Milwaukee, Florida at the end. That one is fouled back.
I've been looking through Beraviti's previous games, especially his tournament games, and they all list a changeup, and I think that was a matter of identifying that cutter as a changeup. But not a pitch that he's turned over, really ran it the other direction. Cutter slider type shape. Long ago, I had a veteran pitching coach tell me the way to pitch is to understand there's four ways you can make a baseball go. You can make it go fast, you can make it go slow, you can make it go right, and you can make it go left. And once you've mastered those, you can become a successful pitcher. Beraviti's needs to master that pitch, whether it's run on his fastball or a changeup that he can throw that goes away from a right-handed hitter. Because he's shown the ability to take something off pitches. He can go up in the zone, down in the zone, sink it. Hasn't done anything that's going away from a right-handed hitter or into a left-handed hitter.
The count 0-2 to Andrew. That one extended the plate a little bit. Might have been off a bit. That's strike three.
But Beraviti's also does something very valuable. He can spot those pitches to where he wants, and he did it just there. That's exactly where he wanted to throw it.
Here's Eric Guevara. On the ground out towards short. And on across the diamond. And in time for the out, the left-hander, Freddie Beravides Jr.
We got to see all of Beraviti's weapons and his pitch ability. The Nestor Cortez fan. Showing us the breaking ball there. Another breaking ball. It's the breaking ball that Zion Rose lined up the left center field gap, but aside from that, a very effective pitch for the left-hander. But he does have that calm demeanor on the mound. He's not going to get overly excited at anything, even a double up the gap. Just, hey, I've seen that before. Let me come back and make my pitches, and I'll be fine.
Having fun at the National Showcase. These two teams, Red and Royal, more in a minute.
Let's make every day a beach day. Let's induce some serious vacation envy. Let's make it look like we've done this before. Let's reconnect. Let's get it fresh from the Gulf. Let's shine in St. Pete Clearwater.
Griffin Graves takes the rock and he rolls now. The left-hander from Jackson, Tennessee, will also put a bat in his hands and play in the outfield if needed. Team Georgia National for Coach Chris McRaney, his travel team. He attends Trinity Christian Academy. And Griffin is an Auburn commit.
Yeah, this is just a really, really good athlete. As you mentioned, a two-way guy, runs a 6'5", 60. We've seen him up to 92 on the mound. He's picked up 35 strikeouts in 18 innings this summer. In fact, he's punched out 190 in 114 innings in his PG career. I suspect anytime I see that kind of number, there's a pretty nasty breaking ball involved. And if you've got a lefty who's up to 92, that's going to be a nice combination.
And so let's play on, and let's do so into the bottom half of the 7th inning. Jake Kulikowski will take his shot at things. Griffin Graves. Good fastball at 92 with a leg kick as it swings high.
Look at it, Graves. Graves struck out 18 in 8 innings in 2 appearances at the 17U championships. There's the breaking ball. 80-mile-an-hour slider, spotted well.
Good. 0-2 pitch. Skips in there. Kulikowski, the Miami commit, 2022 Florida 5A state championship. He called it an awesome experience to see the growth of his team throughout the season. Kulikowski will never forget that. Breaking ball gets a swing and a miss, and it's turned into an out from behind the plate. That's Zion back there quarterbacking, blocking it up. Zion Rose sticking with it.
Good technique there. Drop to your knees, get the glove down as quickly as possible. Don't be afraid to use your body to block that pitch.
Steven Spolita. From Fontainebleau High School, Mandeville, Louisiana. A foul tip into the catcher's mitt. That was kind of a little flutter slider, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's Graves is also a very intense athlete. He's pacing the mound like, get in the box, I want to throw it.
And he did. Goes back to an off-speed pitch, and he stomps around some more. Spolita goes down on strikes.
Thing is, hitters are not, from the eye test and even the numeric test, that doesn't look like a nasty pitch. But you can see by his strikeout numbers throughout his career, especially this summer, you can see by the results from the first 2 left-handed hitters, they want nothing to do with that slider. And now we see left-handed pitcher's dream. I'm coming out here. What do I face? 3 left-handed hitters.
And a left-on-left changeup to start out Blake Brookins.
We've spent a lot of time down by the field talking about the concept of left-left or right-right changeups. That's 93 on the outside corner. That's a tough pitch for any hitter. But there's so many good changeups that we've seen here in St. Petersburg, and to see them thrown same side hitter has impressed us, because that goes away from especially left-left. We can see right-right changeups, but there's almost an unwritten rule of baseball that thou shalt not throw left-on-left changeups, and I don't know where that came from, but it can be a very effective pitch if for no other reason that's not a pitch left-handers will see very often. And if you've got a good one, if it's one of your weapons, use it.
I remember the, as you say, biblical writing of thou shalt not throw a left-on-left changeup. But then it was the great apostle Tom Glavine that changed that.
Tom Glavine would throw a changeup to anybody.
He took that to the mountaintops. It was the burning bush that spoke to him and said, throw a left-on-left changeup. Fastball. Wow, he is fun to watch. Griffin Graves, how you liking me now? He and Zion Rose saying, man, hold on, let me calm you down over here. What do you think, D?
I'm impressed. I always like watching high energy, fast arm, little athletic left-handers because they all remind me in some way of Scotty Kazmir, who's one of my favorite players of all time. But I love the approach. I love the aggressiveness. I love the athleticism. Somebody's going to tell him at some point, oh, son, you're 5'10", you're not big enough to be a pitcher, and he's going to go, you want to watch?
Yeah, there's no doubt. It's fun, it's energy. Mr. Mooney's enjoying the conversation. He's a little bit magnetic to his teammates there.
These pitchers, you see most of them, they'll either wander around or gather everything. He becomes a teammate right when he gets into that dugout. He's still got his glove on.
These games and showcases are certainly almost like watching an all-star game. It's about the pitchers. Runs are tough to come by. And I think the polish, for me, David, I haven't had, well, this is my first games at all that I've called. I know Mike Farron and Danny Wexelman have done such a great job. I think in this single small snapshot, what I'm enjoying is the polish. There are pitchers that we've had just a handful who are losing command of the baseball, a walkathon, so we're not really having that.
I think one of the cliches, especially people who don't have a lot of experience with showcases, showcases. Oh, you can just go blow it out, put your number up. Yeah, it's different. But that's exactly what we're not seeing. We haven't had any pitchers go out and hunt their fastball number. We really haven't. I've seen so many good changeups, more good changeups than I've seen good breaking balls, and seeing pitchers pitch. Yeah, we've seen some great velocities. We saw 97 earlier in the day from Dylan Custat, but he wasn't out of his envelope to do it. He was throwing that for strikes and just abusing hitters.
This Taekwondo black belt, A.J. Garcia, takes his shot now. Top 10 player in Illinois. 3.5 GPA in the classroom. He calls his dad, Ricardo, his true inspiration. In and out of the catcher's mitt it goes. Swing and a miss right through that one. Good deception, a little cut that fastball.
That's the cutter that I think our tournament scouts have identified as a changeup in the past, and it's not a changeup. It's a cutter, and that's I can count on. I think I've had one other pitcher, and I've been down there doing pitching for most games. One other pitcher here at this national showcase that I've identified as throwing an intentional cutter. You can get cutting action on your fastball, but when you throw it with intent. And it's such a common pitch in baseball nowadays. It used to be Mariano Rivera and one or two other people, and now it seems like half of Major League Baseball pitchers, have command and ability to throw that at any point in the count. But there's, for the 17-year-old to be throwing it and locating it, that's a big weapon for him.
Keelan Parnell waves through that one. 1-2 the count on KJ. Jay and Anita, his parents. He rolls that one foul. His cousin Willie Joe Gary plays in the Twins organization. He calls him his inspiration, does Keenan. He said he's proof that making it to the MLB is possible even from the small town of Pascagoula. Parnell takes that one into the dirt, and to the backstop it goes. I gave Keelan the chance to be commissioner for a day when we communicated, and he said, well, what he said wouldn't be great for sports talk radio, and maybe that's a good thing. He said, I just love the game as it is. I don't need to change anything.
You know, that is not the first time you have gone through that answer.
He goes down on strikes that time.
You know, and that's a lot of these young men enjoy the game so much, the way it's played. It's almost an obvious thing to say. And there's that cutter again. And Berevides uses that cutter, left-handed hitters, outside half of the plate. It's not a pitch they've seen before at this level, and he's got such good, mature command of it. It's really his out pitch with left-handed hitters in there.
There was his changeup.
That was a changeup.
82. Kind of just died at the plate. He's going to throw 2 in a row. And it's rolled foul.
Kills the spin, 1,500 spin rate.
How many pitchers do you see in high school that can truly kind of command a cutter?
It's just such a rare pitch. I'm not going to even try to quantify it. I don't think a lot of pitchers even you know, conceptualize of it. That's a next level pitch.
Correct. Oh yeah. It could be super. I mean, his cutter is 90, 91 miles an hour. I mean, that's got plenty of giddy up. Jake Satella, the big power bat of Jake Satella, the Illinois commit.
You know, a cutter is often what a pitcher goes to a veteran big league pitcher when he doesn't quite have that zip on his fastball that he used to have, and so he has to come up with something else. I think when John Lester was going through that part of his career, when Andy Pettitte was going through that part of his career, it's like, oh, I can mix in a new pitch here, and it's going to buy me a few more years in the big leagues.
The son of Andrea and Mark, Jacob Zatella grounds out, and that is the work of Freddie Berevides Jr. Your thoughts?
That's such a mature pitcher. You watch his body actions off the field, you watch his facial expressions between pitches, and he's so calm, he's so gathered, he's so mature on the mound, and he's got a mature pitcher's repertoire. He's a 24-year-old, 25-year-old out here pitching to 17-year-olds in the way he approaches his craft. Maybe a future pitching coach, who knows, when his playing days are done.
Time to the energy man now with a big arm, Griffin Graves. Three times he's been a perfect game preseason underclass All-American. He's a good athlete, by the way. I mean, this is a guy athletic enough to value his bat. He says in his scouting report, as a hitter, I have a good eye. I drive the ball well to the opposite field. Runs down the ball in the outfield as a defender. He says when he talks about himself as a pitcher, he says a couple of sentences. I'm a left-handed pitcher that goes out there looking to compete with every pitch. I can throw any of my pitches for a strike in any count. And I put the fastball where I want to put the fastball. He's a huge Braves fan and a huge fan of Max Fried. James Hankerson Jr., Hank, is for CBU scout team. Jason Pascual, Miguel Menendez. Oh, and 1 the count. No balls and 2 strikes to count on James Hankerson.
Change up there from Graves at 83. I think we'll strikeout pitch is the slider, even with a right-handed hitter up. I know he's going inside, that's for sure. Nope, missed the spot. Got the swing and the miss though.
91.
Yeah, Rose wanted that down and in. You see where he's set up, so it didn't hit the spot, but got the intended result.
Catcher Jason Janesco now. Looks at that breaking ball, plays for the Northeast Pride national team. Just turned 17 years old, from Riverside High School in Moosic, Pennsylvania. Sidearm delivery. 2-0 the count. Janesco strong in the classroom, has carried a 4.0 GPA. Credit to his high school coach Sean Hughes for keeping an eye on the academics for him. Janesco, the son of Rick and Chris. Admirable jobs for both mom and dad. Mom, a teacher. Dad, a police chief. Got the corner. It's pretty good speed here, isn't there? Mid-sixes, somewhere in that spot.
Yeah, 6'7".
And that's a catcher running like that.
That's a big physical catcher. It's not a Goitia or a Rose. That's a bigger bodied young man. Let's see if Graves can hit his spot here. Hasn't really. Yeah, that's where he wanted to throw it. He wanted to get Janesco reaching. Didn't overthrow that. I felt he's overthrown his fastball a couple times, dialed back on that a bit, and hit his spot and got. Has he got all his outs by strikeouts?
I believe so.
I believe he's picked up 5. He struck out the side in the first inning. And we know from his numbers that's he misses bats and goes for the strikeout. He certainly hasn't thrown many pitches in the middle of the zone.
The inside corner for strike 1. You got it, D. It's all strike 3s. Just to recheck the scorebook there. On the ground, out towards short. Fielding, firing, and a fine play made out there at shortstop. Cal Fisher, the Wisconsinite, the Notre Dame commit, turns that final one into an out. The energy of Griffin Graves here at the National Showcase. That was worth signing up to watch.
Yeah, that was a fun outing, and I certainly am not proving very prophetic at the top of the show. I said, hey, we might see some offensive explosion, especially by the Royal team. The Royal didn't know they were going to run into Graves or Dylan Q-Stat or anything. Graves with 5 out of 6 outs via the strikeout. Q-Stat striking out 7 in his 2 innings of work, and the Red pitchers have just proven too good. And that little crossfire, lower slot fastball, just part of the fun that's Griffin Graves on the mound.
Cameron Flukie.
And he still has his glove on. I think he wants to go play the outfield right now.
Well, who wants that to be over? It's like anything you do. Who wants it to end? It's that rush that you can't pay money for. The opportunity not only to pitch here, but then to succeed. We're talking about Cameron Flukie from New Jersey. Here he is. Eggtown Harbor Ship, New Jersey. Coastal Carolina commit. Hanging around that top 50 mark as far as rankings go amongst all right-handed pitchers. 6'6", 185, 17 years old. Just turned 17. That pretty blue Rawlings that he's wearing.
This could be fun. Flukie at the 17U National Championships. Pitched 8 innings, struck out 14, allowed 2 hits. Up to 95 on his fastball. 81-mile-an-hour breaking ball. And there's very little meat on those bones.
Vincent Kalin. It's his dad. Played Division III tennis at Fairleigh Dickerson. Mom played Division III volleyball at Stockton University. Here's Braden Bakes. Native of Algonquin, Illinois. Two 2-0 the count as we play here in the 9th inning. That one called a strike. Steven Spolita is his catcher working behind the plate. Wichita State commit. Played in Jupiter last year. Sees the count even up at 2-2.
Yeah, Fluky working from the stretch, which is always in my mind a big positive for a big, tall pitcher like this, but very flexible. Gets that leg tucked in so tight and high.
High pop to left. He was heading back. Now he's coming in. Mr. Stagg hung with it. That roof is not easy to deal with. Talented Australian let his athleticism make the play that time. Ike Armstrong now. East Carolina commit. We'll see him hit again. Top prospect as a freshman All-American. He loved that event. A lot of those athletes he joined for that event, he says, I've joined here now. '91. Just stays on that plane at the knees, huh?
Yeah, there's a smoothness there. I mean, he's not. I don't think Fluky is fully coordinated, and he's obviously not fully grown and physically mature. But there's just a smooth calmness about that arm action. He's obviously getting some ride and carry on that, because as you said, that's staying on plane very well, and he hasn't used it up in the zone. But it's just such a smooth, easy, great extension. I'd love to see the TrackMan numbers on the extension that he's getting out front.
It's funny you say that. I was thinking the same thing.
And of course, one of the things that extension does, you know, maybe he's getting out there 7 feet, 7.5 feet as compared to most pitchers who are in the 6 foot range. That has a profound effect on the effective velocity of a pitch. A pitch that's maybe 91.6 is actually to the hitter more like 93 if you're throwing it from a foot and a half closer than the average pitcher.
1-1 the count on Ryan Mooney. One and two. Tall, talented, lanky athlete Mooney. Takes a fastball that's up and away. Am I hearing some rain on the outside of this building? I think I am.
I think it's pretty much rained since it's certainly all this game.
The Notre Dame commit out of Rochester Hills, Michigan. That breaking ball never got there.
He tried his first changeup right there, actually.
That froze, did the pitch. Big spin on that pitch, 3,500.
I have to believe that was a glitch on that spin rate.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I'm going to
because it didn't really spin.
Yeah, because it looked like he doubled up on a changeup that he wanted to just keep trying that changeup, and that spin rate and that's not unheard of at all. With there's flaws in every technology, and that one we're just going to mark that up to let's ignore it.
About to just shut down and call it a day with a number like that. What'd you think?
I like it. I think that, I'm going to be honest with you, I think that 95 that was on the board from the 17U might have been one of those phantom readings as well, because I don't think he has the arm speed yet to be, or the body strength to throw 95, but that's not saying he might someday, because it's a very smooth operation. It's a very young body, just turned 17 years old. And I like the strikes. I like the simplicity of working from the stretch, and I like the athleticism with that big, flexible, leg raise, and there's obviously lower body life there.
As the rain pours outside this building, Matthew Dallas goes to work. Out of Arlington, Tennessee, East Coast Sox, Joe Caruso, his coach. That's the travel team. Briarcrest Christian School. High school coach is Craig Hopkins, and he is committed to pitch for Coach Vitello at Tennessee.
And we get a matching pair of tall, lanky pitchers. Dallas 6'5", 180 pounds. Same physical profile from the other side as Cameron Flukie. Dallas threw 4 innings at his last event, the WWBA 17U East Championship, just really a couple days ago in Memphis, Tennessee, actually in Millington. Struck out 5 in his 4 innings of work, was up to 91 on the fastball, 75 curveball.
And he faces the talented Australian Max Stagg. That fastball runs up and away. Might have been a first pitch changeup. Who's to tell? 87 miles an hour.
Nothing against Dallas, but I would love to see Stagg get into one here. Not, he pops it up to the second baseman.
And it's put away out there on the infield. Big fella Jacob Zatella has moved from third to second base. Nathaniel Coupe, Boynton Beach, Florida. Outfielder, catcher. Won the count. You ask him to sum up his workouts. He says gym 10 to 12, basketball 12 to 2, throwing 3 to 4, hitting 8 to 9 every weekday. Pretty off-speed pitch, got the outside corner. 0-2 the count to Nathaniel. Honor roll student, 3.4 GPA.
Obviously a very disciplined young man.
Stayed back as long as he could, and he fouls that one off. That's strike 3.
He reached back for something extra on that 2-strike pitch. 91.4.
That's wildly effective after the breaking ball.
And pretty much 19-20 mile an hour difference between the 2 pitches, and that's going to really mess up a hitter's timing.
Robert Rodriguez now. 0-1 the count to Robert. Matthew Dallas on the mound. Trying to build that resume by pitching at the National Showcase, this invite-only event. 2 good breaking balls, and it's 0-2. Dallas says, I love to work backwards. Ton of confidence in those secondary pitches. 0-2. Well, that's a pretty good 2-strike pitch, isn't it?
Yeah, and based on his self-scouting report, that's exactly what he's doing. And he did it to the previous hitter, Coupe, a right-hander, and doing the same thing to the left-handed hitter here. Same pitch, same location, same result. Dallas is going to step behind the mound, though, and to gather himself after throwing 2 balls and evening up the count.
2-2 the count. 1-0 the score. Where runs don't really matter in a showcase game. And I guess you just point them out to give credit to the pitchers. They've made it tough on their opposing hitters.
Yes.
And here's the thing, David. Here's where you know that there's depth in this class in pitching. This is a young man who's trying to up his rankings. He overall is ranked right at the number 500 spot. This is a good pitcher.
There is definitely room for him in the top 500. Watching that, and it's just a matter of us redoing the rankings next week. But one thing I like that inning is, yes, he has a plan. There's pitching backwards part of it, but his breaking ball walked every velocity between 72 and 78, and there was intent there. There's a lot of self-awareness the young man has on the mound about what to do with his breaking ball, and he used it in different situations and used it very effectively.
We're going to the 10th. I mean, and if you've never watched a showcase game, as we told you, it's scripted, and there is a 10th inning.
In fact, I just looked down. We've played 10 plus a few times, and I just looked down to the bullpens, and I guess with some reassurance saw that the cracked ground screw here is working on both bullpen mounds, which is a 100% indicator that we're not going to get any more pitchers.
And as far as game calling goes, David is going to the 30th. I mean, kudos to you, my friend.
Well, thank you. I am going to let Brian Sikowski take the mic for the 4th game. You'll see me right down there behind home plate in the chair that Vinny Servino is sitting in now, doing the pitchers for the last game.
Excellent, man. Yeoman's work for you today. We'll put you to work tomorrow as the analyst on our television show. That's a good shot there, because Fluky's very tall, obviously, but he's also on the mound, but we didn't see that. It was deceiving, and Antigua's diminutive.
Okay, why is Antigua playing first base would be my question. I mean, he's self-evaluated at 5'7". He's listed at 5'8". I was glad to hear that. Ariel, I'm going to go into the database right now and change that to 5'7". No, I'm not actually, but a little bit of a difference.
AJ Gordia with Tia, the Miami commit. Big Cam Fluky fires that one in and off the plate to AJ. High sky. Sticking with it up into that roof, and that's put away out there. I believe that's Jake Kulikowski. It is. He made the play.
Comparing notes with his center fielder on what he saw or didn't see.
And now Jacob Brown.
I didn't get a chance to talk about Jacob Brown his first time through, but the Michigan native just had an outstanding batting practice. He was so well timed. Obviously a pretty physical player, has good strength, but he hit 10 balls right square on the screws during his round. That's a very rare thing for obvious reasons. But every one of them was a line drive to left center field virtually. It was such a well-timed, well-practiced, polished swing, and it really worked for him last night. Let's see if he can get a pitch in his zone and drive it tonight, and give us an offensive highlight for this game.
All right, Big D's looking for a long ball. Hit it hard, but it's on the ground. Shuffling over to his right, turning it into an out is Namala.
I mean, what's our offensive highlight this game? If we had a sponsored spot, it's Zion Rose hitting the almost triple,
the
putting
double
on the brakes.
It's a good call by you.
Now pitches, we could fill up a whole show with highlight pitches from this game.
That's It's a strike right down the middle. We'll go with 5 hitters this inning, and playing walks and hits, take your base. Just passed along from downstairs. What does that mean, David?
That means they're looking to get everybody the same number of at-bats this game.
Okay.
And I think if we had a score sheet in front of us and we look at it, they have probably five slots to get everybody their second at-bat, and they're going to do it. And just in case Cameron Fluke runs into a little bit of control problems, that's going to enable him to face all 5, because we'll take the walk and he won't stay in there.
And it'll end at 5. Then we've got one more half inning. Pretty pitch, dives down and in, and even better take that time. Logan Hughes. Stetson commit, pretty big thunder in that bat. Leaks out front that time and fouls it off. His next event, he's playing for the Scorpions Giants scout team. Logan Hughes is a Perfect Game 17U BCS National Championship. That's in Fort Myers at the Fiveplex Complex. So he'll get going. He'll get going in a couple of days as he takes inside. 3-2 the count.
Fluke going with a lot of soft sliders this inning. Thus far, goes with the fastball with a full count though, and picks up the strikeout.
He knew it. He was told. His defenders were hustling off. They want to hit. He just took a stroll around the mound and thought to himself, this is cool. I get a few more opportunities. That's how I'd feel.
Yeah.
And he'll look at Jay Tuttle out of Michigan.
We needed Griffin Graves on the mound for that extra hitter stuff. He wanted to stay out there too.
There's a big ear-to-ear smile because that breaking ball had him diving in the foxhole. This is a damage hitter. Back to back, right down the middle.
Well, if you're a catcher calling pitches, and a credit to these catchers, because you know at this level, not many catchers call the pitches. If you see a hitter do that, come back with the same pitch.
Right in on his hands. They wanted it up, but it turned out in, and that was effective. And we'll do one more batter. And so we'll see Miller Green hit. Knights Platinum, his travel team. Jason Anderegg, his coach. Georgia Tech commit. That's a pretty good 3-pitch challenge, that last at bat.
Yeah.
That was really pretty. Breaking ball, then a pitch in on your knuckles. Two 2-0 the count.
Yeah, Fluke's been very comfortable out there on the mound, really from the beginning of his performance. I think the key for him right now is that he has very good body control. I'm about to say he repeats his release very well, and he gets that one off the backstop. But for such a tall pitcher, 6'6", 185, and obviously with a lot of growing to do, physical maturing to do, you know, his ability to repeat his delivery, it was a testament to his athleticism. Keep looking at his feet. He doesn't have a profile here with you that says what size shoe he wears, does he?
Let's see. Does he talk about his shoe size?
He's got some boats down there.
We'll give it a look. Hold on. Stand by. I'm not so sure that I might not be able to find that. That one is fouled off.
If anybody had that information, Darren, it would be you.
I'm not positive, though. He's ranked inside that, right at that top 75 spot. So this is a highly ranked man. That one is up and in. I got the 6'5", 220. I don't have the shoe size. I'm not giving up though.
All right.
Fluky, good stuff. Good stuff. I didn't do it with a walk, but in the end, very good stuff.
A lot to project here. When you look at the body and the stuff, Coastal Carolina commit in hand. A man who's got a high ceiling with some polish to him already, but give him another 4 years to mature and you might really have something.
His work is done as we go to the final opportunity for Matthew Dallas. Again, this is another man who, as we were saying earlier, has kind of opened your eyes with what he's done.
But it's along the same theme we've been talking about, that we see so many of these young pitchers who are using all their pitches. Dallas himself said in his self-scouting report that he likes working backwards, and to work backwards you have to have the pitches and you have to have the confidence to do it. We've seen guys pitching off their changeup. He pitches off that breaking ball, and the amount of feel that he has for shaping it, for locating it.
Here's George Lombard now.
Good to see the top of the Royal Order hit here in the bottom of the 10th inning.
And one last chance for George to swing it. Vanderbilt commit.
There we have Dallas pitching backwards. First pitch changeup.
I've given up on the shoe size chase for Logan Hughes, by the way.
Actually, that was for Cameron Fluky.
Oh, you were looking for Fluky.
Yeah.
I can't find it anywhere.
Okay, let's not worry about it.
I'm a little troubled by it. If he's by his phone, I'll text him.
No, Cameron Fluky I was looking
Okay.
for. My apologies.
Either way, hit hard on the ground. Ranging over. And that throw skips on by. Runner will move on. Lombard, he will hurry on into second. R.J. Hamilton out there at short, unable to turn it all the way into an out.
The Hamilton had to move. Quick hands, just kind of babied that throw a little bit, didn't fire it across.
Kevin McGonigal, yeah, this is a wonderful challenge for this left-hander. As you talked about earlier in this game, this is about as good as it gets as far as hitters go.
McGonigal picked up an infield single his last time up, so he's on the board. But I'm pretty sure he knows there's a man out on second and a RBI to be picked up.
Fouls that one right out of the catcher's mitt.
Like he was looking off speed on that and tried to make the adjustment, and Dallas came in aggressive at 90 plus.
That one flipped off the end of the bat, stayed back as long as he could on a breaking ball.
Let's go, Kev.
Pretty nasty stuff.
That was a changeup that got up and in. Yeah, I'm not going to even try to guess what pitch Matthew Dallas is going to throw at any point now. And I think McGonigal's of the same mindset. He's going to see and react.
2-2. And that's exactly what he did. 91 miles an hour from the left side.
I can imagine that McGonigal's one of those hitters that you'll read about someday that he had an 18 pitch or 21 pitch at bat in the big leagues. Just kept fouling off balls because he has that timing ability and the barrel ability just to spoil pitches. And he's done that a couple pitches here, pitches that he's late, knows he's late on. Just foul him back, wait for something in his zone. Then when he gets one out of the zone, lay off it.
The Pennsylvania native, the gifted middle infielder, and the Auburn commit. There's a lot to like about his approach. Breaking ball, that's strike 3. That is strike 3. A lot of side-to-side dip and sweep to it.
I think McGonigal has an opinion on that pitch, and he may not be the same opinion as the home plate umpires.
That's a tough one. When you turn around, it had such great late break. It looks away, but I think if you throw an automated strike zone on that one, I think that's a strike.
Yeah, I really think you are, because when I took a second look at it there, I think he got the back half of the square, or the front half.
Arjun Nimmala now. We'll have another great game after this. We'll take about a half-hour break, and we'll come right back with another great contest here at the National Showcase. Boy, pretty approach. He barreled that one 97 miles an hour. As a matter of fact, I think I heard in the dugout, barrel. Pretty swing, huh?
Yeah, that's the swing we saw last night, and that's the swing when you asked me, what do you love about this? And you can just see the hand speed. That was 97 off the barrel, and that wasn't a full swing by any means. This is a reach out on an outside breaking ball, try to take it oppo, and still you get that jump that you see the highest levels get.
Big swing. Fouls it back to the screen. Ariel Antigua.
Dallas ready to go. That was, I believe, was his highest velocity fastball at 92.2.
I'm liking Matthew Dallas.
There's feel there. I said I gave up trying to. I'd like to say he's going to throw a changeup now, outside half, try to get a little sink, get Antigua reaching, but no. Let's throw 90. 90 again and challenge. And you saw McGonigal, who can hit 90-mile-an-hour fastballs for breakfast. You could see he was late. Antigua, same way. He can hit 90 miles an hour without any miles an hour. They've been late on Dallas's fastballs because I think they're up there guessing too.
Oh, and 2 the count. Ariel Antigua. Hits it hard. But it's squared up out there, and that is enough baseball for this contest. As Cal Fisher turns it into an out. The red team, the blue team, the talented arms, only 7 total hits allowed in this one, David. The pitchers were shining bright.
Yeah, the pitchers were shining bright. I'd like to see some runs scored, but I think that's just the inner baseball me trying to be optimistic. We do have some talented hitters in this game. We'll see that all through the rest of the summer and beyond. But tonight was the pitcher's night, and Dallas as good as any of them with that 4-pitch mix. But a fun game, especially if you were a pitcher.
We'll be back in about a half hour. Until then, this is Perfect Games National Showcase from the Trop in St. Petersburg, Florida. Darren and David, thanks for hanging.
Dude, I would have nobody else would have
Hey, can you hand me my stick? I don't care. I got some stuff I gotta do. You grab it? I don't know how you gonna grab it. Yeah, come right here. Me just right here.
blue bag. Yeah, right there. Come in. Just like go over it. Let's get it.
That works too. They all have the same set of ears. We've been married 40 years, and I'm like, oh my God, how about He goes, you should show me a gun like mine. I'm like, I could have. Now you tell me.
I need you to wear
That was way too dirty.
grass all day. My back hurts.
Yes, sir. I'm a star.
I mean, my back hurts. Now, this is all your boys. You know.
I don't. Sally, I really don't.
Sorry, when I pointed that way, that way.
On Perfect Game TV, a celebration of the future of the game, the elite in a couple of years in college baseball, and a preview of the 2023 draft. This is the final day, or I should say the final game of the second to last day of the PG National Showcase. Brian Sikowski, Darren Sutton. This is Perfect Games National Showcase, game 4 of the day. And this is fun, Brian, because what we've seen most of the day today are talented arms, and it's not to take it all away from the hitters and their opportunities, but even, you know, a pitcher like we saw last game where you have a pitcher hanging around that 500 ranking, and yet he threw very well. So for you, again, I know you'll watch these arms and help us understand why they're talented.
Yeah, there's just a lot we're looking for here. So it's these guys are here because we know they're good already. They wouldn't be here if they weren't, like hard stop. However, now we need to look at that through a little bit different lens. Here we are in the draft cycle for the 2023 class. I know the 22 draft just ended, but we've been in this cycle for a couple months already. And this is a great spot for us to sort of, you know, continue the magnification of the evaluation, continuing to determine who's the best of the best, who's the dude of the dudes. And not to mention, we got to pick All-Americans too.
And you can expect that roster to be named by the end of the week. That game August 28th at Chase Field, the home of the Diamondbacks. This is Adrian Blanchette. We saw it. We threw that graphic up there a moment ago. He's from Irvine, California, Capistrano Valley Christian School, where he's with Clemente Bonilla as his head coach. Andy Stankiewicz, the brand new head coach at USC, awaits his arrival. And Blanchette, a talented right arm. Adriana is mom. Alberto is dad. Tony, as he goes by, Tony Blanchette. And a really good student at CVCS, 4.0 student, multiple awards for being there, and just excited to see this year. This is a big opportunity for this young man. That's a step below, let's say, the Trinity League, but still CVCS, a good program.
No doubt. I'm looking forward to seeing Blanchette. He's a guy I haven't seen yet. Which sometimes happen with Southern California West Coast guys, and I don't necessarily see them until they come east, and here he is in St. Petersburg under the gorgeous dome of Tropicana Field.
The most gorgeous part about it tonight has been the rain that's pouring, not on us, right?
Preach it.
The rain that is pouring, not on us. Out of Puerto Rico, Yahiel Melendez starts things. Gurabo in Puerto Rico. He is a commitment to go to Rice, just outside of Houston, Texas. Left-handed bat, wide open stance. Away we go with the final game. First pitch, 92 miles an hour. Blanche is off and running.
Melendez was good in the workout portion yesterday. He's an infielder. He's got some projection on his frame. We think he's got a chance to end up having some real strength in that left-handed swing. Probably a third baseman long-term, maybe a second baseman, something like that, but really smooth actions, really good hands, solid arm across. He's a good player with a lot of projection.
His dad, Enrique, played minor league baseball in the Rockies organization in the early 90s. So there are those fun family ties. Nice little sinker there, almost a change-up sinker.
Yeah, I think he's playing four-seam, two-seam already. I think we're seeing two different fastballs. I suppose that may have been a firm change, but the spin and the data profile kind of suggests two-seamer. But at 88, and then he's going to sweep a slider in there too.
Yeah, he'll tell you, I'm 6'3", 215. He says with his own words, tall, mature frame, 3 pitches, fastball, have touch 96, slider, and a changeup. He says, my fastball has run, it can sneak up on you. Again, those are his words. That slider right up under the swing, the plane of the swing, that's strike 3.
It's a good pitch. It's a good slider. He worked away with the fastball. We saw that two-seamer running away there from the left-handed hitter. And then he swept the slider in there for a strike, put that one about a foot further inside, right underneath the hands. Perfectly located pitch, and we are underway with a strikeout.
Victor Cartagena, Guayama in Puerto Rico. Fastball runs into the hands, 94 miles an hour.
I think we're definitely seeing four-seam, two-seam. That's definitely a four-seamer with higher spin. It's got better vertical action to it than the other one does.
That one darts and dives away. He's at the Puerto Rico Baseball Academy. Victor's still 16 years old, not yet 17, and you guys have seen him at 10 different PG events.
He's a good athlete. He ran 6.60 in the 60 the other day. It's a solid arm in the infield. And there's a fair bit of power already to his game with, as you can see, a body that can probably hold a little more weight too.
Yeah, that is a compact, strong, stout frame. There's not much body fat under that jersey. That's a strong man. Popped a 94-mile-an-hour exit velo when he was tested by the team as that breaking ball upper tier of the strike zone, but a strike.
We're seeing him play with the shape a little bit here. That one has a little bit more depth. It's got a little bit more shape to it. It's a thicker pitch. It's a fuller pitch, I guess, is the way you could describe it. But still above average spin on both that and more of the slider look.
When it makes that fastball lively, he's now jumped up to live right around 93, 94.
Yeah, he's sitting right there with the four-seamer. Catcher wanted that one up in the zone. I think that's the right call, but either way, that ended up being pretty well located at the hollow of the knee and got a swing and miss over the top of it.
So Blanchette looking strong. Here's Kyle Johnson. Duke commit, Riverside High School, Leesburg, Virginia.
Took a really loud batting practice yesterday. Lots of leverage, lots of strength in the swing, lots of bat speed. He's a good athlete, really strong arm from the outfield, probably has a center field profile right now at least, and that power speed center field type of profile really makes him attractive.
Jumps ahead in the count 1-0. We're seeing several 94s already, and the breaking ball never got there. Blanchette's brother played baseball at Cal State Northridge. Abelardo, he's 27 now. Sister played soccer and lacrosse, so a lot of athletics in the family.
You can see how he's getting vertical with that release. That's really allowing that four-seamer to have that vertical action, that induced vertical break, and there's not a lot of horizontal movement to it at all, which really helps that four-seamer take off up in the zone. He's just not quite commanding it there yet.
Breaking ball lags behind as well. No walks in these events, so they'll put a runner at first base, and now he'll get a chance to work on that fastball command because that's all he can throw.
So what makes Showcases cool is we are simulating baseball, obviously. This is baseball being played. However, we can do whatever we want to suit our purposes as far as seeing what we want to see from players, sort of forcing action like we are here.
Jaden Bastian came on to run. He'll move on to second base. The innings never get too long because you'll call it after a determined amount of batters, and as you say, if there's a pickoff out of a base runner and after a walk and something similar to that, you'll add another hitter along the way.
We want every hitter to get an equal amount of at-bats. You'll occasionally see that towards the end of games where we make the action go 4 or 5 hitters, even if the first 3 guys get out, something like that. That's important to us, as well as obviously every pitcher who is here to pitch getting their time on the mound.
And when you think about that number that we're seeing of 94 there have been big numbers posted at this event. More than a dozen have touched 95 or up. There's a good-looking fastball swung right through 2-1.
We had a new outfield velocity record set, right? 102. A couple guys running in the 6.1s.
Wow.
Lots of tools here.
That infield number was finally up to triple digits at 100 miles an hour. 2-1 the count.
His fastball is tough to hit when he locates it. Obviously, that's probably pretty easy to say about a lot of guys, but the pitch has some characteristics to it. It has some traits to it that make it tougher to hit. He's throwing hard, sitting at 90 out of the stretch, 90-91, but 90-91 is still pretty firm for high school guys, and not to mention the 94s, and you can see when he's commanding it, or even when it's just down in the zone in general, it's very, very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, that 92 ankle high looks tough. It stays on plane all the way in there.
No doubt. And that's as part of the spin traits of it. There's not a lot of side-to-side movement. He's pretty near the 12 o'clock release, which you want the ball orientation and the spin. It's harder to pick up. Looks like it's coming up at you.
Kyle Johnson hanging around, though. Not anymore. Hits it high sky up toward the catwalks. A trio in white jerseys get together. And he hung with it. It's not easy when you come on down trying to make that play, but Hunter Backstrom was able to make that play. Remember, big brother Mackay Backstrom coming on through in the professional ranks now. So Hunter hangs in there. Adrian Blanchette, that's our first look at the right-hander. Your initial thoughts, Brian?
Yeah, I think it's good fastball quality. You can see him. There's flashes of commanding it to both sides. That was a good two-seamer, sinker, maybe a really hard changeup. We'll have to see him throw it more, but the ability to pitch along the horizontal axis, moving that two-seamer away, running the slider in, and then go up with the fastball, the four-seamer with that carry. It's an interesting mix, and as he continues to gain command of it, he should be pretty hard to hit. Speaking of pretty hard to hit, we are finally going to see Thomas White.
You've been looking forward to this talented left-hander, one of the finest arms in the land at any age group. This is the #3 overall player in the rankings in this class, which means he's the #1 left-handed pitcher in this class. He was a Select Festival alum back in 2019.
And you can see it's a huge, long, lanky body. He started to put some musculature on the frame over the years. He was always a very long, lanky lefty with arm speed. Well, I would expect us to see something in the mid-90s here, exploding out of the hand with life and angle. And he's done a good job developing the breaker over the years. It's just it's a high-octane tool set on the mound here that we're looking forward to getting an updated look at. Here's his draft summer circuit look. What does it look like?
Phillips Academy in Andover. His coach there is KG Kevin Graber. He's a Vanderbilt commit. He's the son of Tim and Joanna, and he's the sibling of Caitlin, who is 19, and Adam, who is 15. Dad played some college football at Merrimack College. Went on to play a little bit of semi-pro football. Had brief time at the Patriots and Raiders. Dad, a punter and a very, very good athlete. There's curiosity, as you said, because he hasn't been a guy who's been crazy active on the travel ball circuit. He's kind of managed his own development, but he's here for a reason. I mean, he was invited, could have certainly passed. He wants to kind of show you guys where he's at.
Yeah, definitely. And there's no, there's no right or wrong way to do things as far as like participation and on the summer circuit, et cetera, et cetera. It's all about what's best for you individually as a player. But you said it. We have not seen him pitch a ton. We're kind of averaging about one look a year. The development's been very positive so far, but this is the biggest stage he's probably pitched on. No disrespect to the Select Fest, but here's a bunch of pro scouts in the stands, and I'm looking forward to seeing what it looks like.
Donjon Kennedy, infielder. He'll play some third. He'll play some short today. Non-committed athlete. A good opportunity for him. Out of Fort Worth, Texas. A couple of fastballs out of the gates. High spin, 25 for the fastball, 95 miles an hour.
Yeah, it's just really easy gas. You're seeing him. There's some length in the back of the arm stroke, but he's kind of mostly on time as he comes through, and it's pretty balanced, and he's obviously huge. This is already pretty loud at 95, 96 there if you round up, with really high spin on the fastball.
Kennedy out of Prestonwood Christian Academy deals with the high-ranked left-hander. That's some dip to a little two-seam look as it disappears at 95.
Would like to see the slider here because it looked great in warm-up. See if he can put it on the back foot.
You asked for it, you got it. Spin rate of 2,700.
Just what didn't quite start high enough to be tempting to the hitter. It's still a good take regardless by Kennedy, but that was kind of what I wanted to see. I want him to aim for that spot, really rip a slider, and see if he can get a swing and miss over the top of it.
He's a pretty reflective yet talented young man. I was asking him, hey, what have you had to overcome challenge-wise? And every athlete gives a different life answer. He said, competing with myself, I'd say, is the biggest challenge. The daily battle within myself is my toughest challenge. And he said, I don't think I've overcome it yet. Swings right through it. That's strike three.
Yeah, and that's just fastball by you is really the best way to put it. It's decently located. It's more on the outer third than it is down the middle. Kind of missed the spot a little bit there. Catcher wanted it on the inner third, but you can see the arm side life there. We're seeing via the board, it's double-digit inches of run on the fastball. He's got quite a bit of ride on it as well, but just a really tough pitch to hit.
This is a special player as well. Good matchup. Derek Mitchell takes a slider and a good one over the outside corner for strike one. Mitchell out of Plano, Texas, a select festival athlete in 2019. That's where these two got to know one another and play together.
Umpire took that. Well, that's why we wear chest protectors here. That's why we wear chest protectors.
Derek is an LSU commit. John Paul II, his school. Kyle Hay is high school coach. He's the son of Dee and Danye Mitchell. Just protecting, and it's 0-2.
We're already seeing White with a willingness to work both sides of the plate, but with different pitches. Now we need to see him work both sides of the plate with the same pitches. So as good as the arm side command has been on the fastball, I'd like to see a glove side, see what that looks like.
He tried to go there, and it just exploded at home plate, 96 miles an hour, strike three.
Yeah, when you miss your spot there, that's okay. You can miss your spot there above the belt with run on it at 96. That's overpowering, and I don't hold any sort of grudge against Mitchell for coming up empty on that, because who wouldn't?
Mitchell, top 60 player in the country, very highly ranked athlete, right down the middle, 95 for Easton Shelton.
Easy gas. Sitting 94, 96 as a big lefty, we're checking a fair number of boxes there already.
UNLV commit from Bishop Gorman. Gino DiMaria is his head coach, Shelton. 0-2 the count, right back there at 95. White will tell you that he's been trying to add some weight. He said, I've succeeded, added about 20 pounds. Doing a lot of pitcher-specific work, helping with his arm care 5 to 6 days a week. That is strike three, and my friends, that was an inning.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have a whole lot to say. It doesn't feel like, Darren. I'm just going to let the people watch and decide for themselves. That was pretty unhittable. That was pretty loud. He's huge and left-handed. We talked about that already. The ease of operation here, even with an inefficient arm stroke, that's long and offline through the back. That's not ideal, but the timing, the arm speed, the ability to still command the fastball even with that. See him landing a breaking ball there on the outer third. We saw him try and back foot one, but the fastball quality was outstanding. It's good run on it. It's taking off up in the zone. He's got a little bit of a lower release in spite of being 6'5", 6'6". Commanded that fastball on that arm side edge. That was excellent.
Boy, what a treat that was to see. That's the kind of outing that looks like that plays just fine in Omaha.
Yeah, you're not lying. You're not lying.
That kind of stuff. That's obviously there needs to be growth, development, and experience, but that's high level as far as pure stuff goes. That's the highest level stuff.
See that body still has some room to fill out on it too. White's does. With the ease in which he throws, it's easy to see him throwing even harder than that.
Right, so mechanically sound. That's exactly right. That's all. I didn't even look at ball flight. I just kept staring at the delivery in those replays, and the arm just gets over that lead knee. He keeps it incredibly simple.
Usually simpler is better, especially to those of us, not me, who were blessed with genetic gifts like Tommy was.
Oh, you're exactly right. You've got to have those gifts. You've probably scouted more, and then you can imagine where they have, gifts that are somewhere in that area, but just the effort is too much sometimes. Adrian Blanchette goes back to work in his second inning. He, by the way, plays for the SoCal Giants. Chucky Fick and Christian Fick are his travel ball coaches. And a chance for Justin, I should say, Torres Soto. Hippo, his nickname. Out of Puerto Rico. And he takes strike one.
That's where you really want to put a fastball like that. When you have as much vertical on the pitch as Blanchette does, you ideally like to command it at the top of the strike zone. That's where you get those swings and misses. Perfect spot.
0-2 the count.
You can see the hitter underneath it. We talk about it all the time. Like, obviously the ball is not actually rising. That's what induced means. But you can see the hitter underneath that, even at 89, up in the zone. The deception on it, and then we spin one down and away for a swinging strike. Pardon me.
Man, so a couple of strikeouts, and utilizing the good stuff. He gets Justin Torres Soto, who's the son of David Torres Rivera, and Enith Soto.
Yeah, it's a great pitch. Sharp break, late break. That pitch was never, ever going to be a strike. Still, either way, after 2 fastballs up in the zone to bite a slider off down and away, that's kind of how you draw it up.
Yandaniel Gonzalez, catcher. He'll catch in 3 different innings defensively.
Really strong arm behind the plate. That was noticeable in the workouts yesterday. A guy who really quick out of the crouch, pretty explosive arm speed, was whipping it down to second base, 85, 86, which is notable. That's an extremely strong arm for a catcher. Good athlete, too.
He's played for the Chi-Town Cream in some events. They've picked him up to join that travel team, their roster. That one bounced in there. And Yandaniel has been able to get out to a handful of really good events. The PG is continuing to grow more and more and more with events in Puerto Rico. The PG Island Games, Jupiter qualifier events, Jupiter workout showcases, just a bunch going on. And kudos to PG down in Puerto Rico.
Definitely. Obviously, Puerto Rico's not international, but as we continue to expand internationally, it's nothing but exciting to see more and more guys who maybe wouldn't otherwise be exposed to travel baseball of this quality who now get that opportunity, and it's nothing but exciting.
And you see, Brian, what goes on, and it's educational. Certainly for me, it's wonderful to play with teams for in his case, from Puerto Rico that travel up, as you say, the kind of that 51st state. But it's also fun to see him, blend in, be invited to play for, the Chi-Town Cream, teams like that. And that one heads to the backstop. He'll hustle, throw off the base runner. Pretty good effort to go get it. And they're saying he was drifting inside the line, I'm thinking.
He definitely was, too. And, hey, credit to him. That's pretty smart. Willing to take one in the back, and maybe the umpire doesn't see it. Now you're standing on first. Like, that's team first. I'm into it. But I'm pretty sure he was, very clearly on the inside part of the line. Yeah, you can't be there.
Nigel Buckley did a really nice job. I think if that doesn't hit the runner, he actually throws him out.
Yeah, threw a seat.
Wow.
Right where he needed to. Just the only trouble was he had a guy standing in the way.
Kudos, Mr. Buckley, who's working behind the plate. This is John Lopez. A lot of great Puerto Rican players on this gold roster. As that one dives low. Luis and Wanda Lees are his parents.
We haven't talked much about Blanchette this inning, but he's as good as he was in the first, and he was good. It looks even more in control in this inning. He's getting ahead with fastballs. He's sitting in the same velo range, a lot of 91, 93. There he's going to get ahead 0-2 with a fastball, and now I'd imagine, given the success he's had with the slider this inning, we might see another one here.
He's been doing a lot of training at the Chapman Baseball Compound, 4 to 5 times a week, really working on pre-throwing, post-throwing, high CNS, low CNS. Instead, he painted the black at 94. That's a good way to walk it off.
Absolutely, and that's just a good job by the catcher there. I think, including myself, everybody was expecting another slider down in the way. Catcher calls for a fastball on the outer black, hits the spot at 94. That was a really good outing. He looked great. It got the slider to break. He was throwing it against righties and lefties. That fastball at the top of the zone, it really has a lot of rise. That's a great look at it right there, the swing and miss underneath it. Going to see him commanding it down in the zone there. It's really good fastball quality. The better command that he had with it, obviously, the more effective that it was. And then this is the second inning. Really got that breaking ball going. Got some swings and misses over the top of it, out of the zone, and that's what you look for with breaking balls. And just a really good outing, really efficient outing, and I was definitely impressed.
Proud of my alma mater, Capistrano Valley Christian Schools, continuing to grow. Good job, Clemente Bonilla, growing a program there. I'm always proud, little school, not a large school, to see athletes like that get an invite to an event like this. And Blanchette showed out. Good job by him. Basically, he didn't try to be a whole lot of who he wasn't. He tried to be who he was, the best version of who he was. And now we look back onto the bump for this gifted left-hander, and Thomas White, we almost don't want it to end. Can he throw a CG for us, please?
This has been an excellent start to the game in terms of working efficiently. Both Blanchette and White have been good so far. And yeah, looking forward to seeing more of Thomas White here, no question. Would like to see in this inning, do we have a third pitch? If you have it, let's see it. Again, would like to see maybe a little bit more of the breaking ball, since we only saw 2 and we only saw it in 2 different forms. Landing it for a strike over the arm side edge, as well as trying to bury it back foot. Just other things that we can see from him on top of what he's already done. That's what the scouts are here for. That's what we're here for. That's what the showcase environment is. 2 innings. We know you can dominate with the fastball. We see that. Let's see what else you got, because you're probably not going to just dominate with the fastball at the major league level, which is kind of what we're trying to project here. So either way, would like to see just a little bit more of the secondary stuff, but he absolutely doesn't need it. Absolutely doesn't have to.
Scout's perspective with Brian Sikowski. I love hearing that. Carson Tinney leads it off from Castle Pines, Colorado, facing the #1 left-handed pitcher in the 2023 class out of Phillips Academy in Andover. Really strong education there as well. Students hailing from 47 countries where he goes to school, as that fastball is up at 94 miles an hour. Asked Thomas who his inspiration. He said, simple, my mom and my dad, because they embody the phrase hard work pays off. So they both work at their jobs and at home, and they're the rocks of our family both. I couldn't be luckier. That one's a little bit high.
That's a good spot for a fastball like that, too. Trying to the top of the zone, just missed a little bit up. If you're going to miss at the top of the zone, miss up. No doubt about that.
And he dips down right at the knees at 94. 19 PG Select Festival man, this talented left-hander. Tinney takes another fastball, inner half of the strike zone, 2-2.
It's one of those things I wanted to see from White. Command that fastball glove side. In particular against a right-handed hitter, can you get far enough inside to really make that pitch play louder?
Goes down with a good fastball away, the son of Keys and Marlowe. This talented player, catcher, third baseman Carson Tinney.
And that was just a kind of a fastball command clinic from White. Even if his misses were where he wanted to put them, went both halves of the plate, both edges of the plate with that fastball. And when you're spotting up like that at 95, with big lefty, pretty really hard to hit, basically.
Just to get me over breaking ball. Boy, that looked simple. That's Ty Wade, who he's dealing with from Texarkana, Arkansas. He's a Razorback verbal commit. Got him to swing in a sweeping spiked breaking ball that time.
When you're seeing, and this happened in the top half too, both of our starting pitchers so far today have gotten swings on breaking balls that weren't particularly close. And that's not so much a critique of the hitter as it is a compliment to the quality of the pitch, because these are good hitters. They don't swing at breaking balls that go 43 feet.
Right down the middle. He went soft with the bender, then firm, and then just, again, a nice, easy, I'm not overthrowing this, strike 3.
It's just really good feel for the pitch, the ability to throw one as sharp as he does to get swings and misses down and out of the zone, and then land a softer one over the outer edge of the plate to right-handed hitters. Finally going to see a left-handed hitter here. Would like to see that slider come into play down and away as a chase pitch, but either way, this is I have absolutely no critiques, Darren, I don't think.
Well, he'll get to deal with Walker Martin, who we talked about, Walk, his nickname, from Eaton, Colorado, but another Arkansas commit. We have him back-to-back from Eaton High School.
He's a good athlete. There's a lot of things to like about the profile. He's still going to get a lot stronger. Easy to like the BP. It's a clean path. There's good bat speed. Like we said, he's a good athlete. Has a chance to play shortstop. Hits left-handed. A lot of boxes checked there on Martin.
Winner back-to-back 3A state championships as he takes a fastball again at 94 that dots the eye. The son of Daryl and Sarah Martin. Hits it on a line, in and out of the glove. It's short, recovering, throwing, not in time. Running hard the entire time. You said it, good athlete, good speed. And it just took 1 second to pop in and out of that glove, and that was it.
Yeah, it looked like he hesitated a little bit down the line when he thought it might have been caught on the fly. Kind of a quick little slowdown, but busting it the whole way was still 4-3 on that time down the line, which is pretty good. That would be below average for a left-hand hitter on a regular play, but given that little hesitation, to still run 4-3 is pretty substantial. And he was 6'6" or 6'7" in the 60 yesterday. Like, he's a good runner. We know that.
Boston Barrow now out of Rancho Santa Margarita, California. And the baseball got loose down in the bullpen as White delivered a beautiful fastball that will never count ever.
It'll count in our hearts.
93 at the knees. Boston's at Capistrano Valley High. That's not too far from Capo Valley Christian, about 10 minutes away. Bigger high school, public school. And a UCLA commit. There's that left-on-left sweeper.
Want to see that. Want to see that he has the ability to do that. It's all about, with a guy like White, you're checking so many boxes immediately. He's huge. He has arm speed. It's easy. He throws 96. It's a good slide. Like, we don't got to worry about all that. We checked those boxes already. So now we can look even deeper, more into the minutia, with a higher magnification on the lens of, all right, well, how do you deploy your sliders against hitters of different handedness, and do you have a plan for it if you get behind in the count, and what do you that sort of thing. Just a little bit more detailed look, and especially on a guy like White, who we don't see a ton. It's important to glean as much information as we can from him in a look like this.
He falls behind 2-0. Doesn't get a commitment. 3-0 the count, so he'll work from the hold. The young man who also plays his travel ball for the SoCal Giants.
And this is also something notable, too. He was cruising from the windup. Now we get to see him from the stretch, which is something that's important to see.
He was a Gatorade Player of the Year in Massachusetts this past year. Remember, not a senior, but still the Gatorade Player of the Year. He was PG's #1 in this class in 19, 20, and 21. Currently the top pitcher overall. Oh, that's a pretty pitch.
94. The data in front of us says that's over 22 of vert with nearly 15 inches of run. It's quite the moving fastball, and we've seen it play in all 4 quadrants of the zone.
Right down the middle. 3-2 the count. Call me a pitch here, Cowboy.
3-2. I think he's just going to keep going fastball. I think he's very, very comfortable with it, and I think we're going to try and command it away here.
Okay. He did. And it's popped up. We'll do it again.
The pitch that has that much life on it, it makes it tougher to command. And I've talked about that before this week, but fastball command, et cetera, et cetera. Fastball command is life, generally speaking, but when you have that much life on the pitch, when you have that much action on it, it makes it that much harder to command because you have that much more of a scope in which you have to throw the baseball. You have to start it in a certain place because you know it's going to go a certain place.
He got a swing and a miss. Elevated, high spin up in the zone. 94 miles an hour. Boy, that was an outing. I mean, I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, I don't really, there's not a whole lot I can add here. It's really easy like we talked about. It's a great delivery. The arm stroke could be more efficient, but that hasn't really affected him. We saw different variations of the slider, a sharper one in the low 80s and then more of a get me over to land it at 78, 79. He commanded the fastball. He hit all 4 quadrants. He missed bats up. He missed bats down. He put it on both edges. He's 6'6" and left-handed. Yeah, good. We'll take that one. There we go. Scouting's easy sometimes. I like that one.
He continues to evolve, as we talked about, an outstanding student in the classroom. Had one of my favorite lines at the end of our Q&A back and forth. I said, look, if you're commissioner for a day, what's one thing you would change to improve the game you love so much? He said, it's simple, Sut. I'd trade everyone to the Red Sox so they can win the World Series every single year.
Yeah, he's super spoiled as a Red Sox fan. They've had such, poor success throughout his lifetime.
I love that answer. James DeCremer III is from Scottsdale, Arizona. He goes to Brophy College Prep, the right-handed pitcher. Takes his responsibilities out to the mound. Dad is James, mom is Yvette, and he is the brother to Marin and Sarah, his sisters. Again, right there in Central Phoenix, and this is a top 200 athlete. This is James DeCrema III.
Yeah, he's a physical guy, not overwhelmingly big by any stretch, but you can see the lower half is filled out. He's strong through his core, he's strong through those legs. It's kind of an up-tempo, unique deliveries. You can see how it's very slow over the head and then very quickly up-tempo with effort over the front side. He's trying to come right at you with heat and throw it by you. We'll need to see the rest of the arsenal, obviously, but has been very successful in PG events over the course of his career, has been good, albeit in limited innings. This year in PG events, 17 strikeouts in 9 innings. He's only given up 2 runs. Would expect to see low 90s, probably into the mid-90s at times, given the shortness of this outing, but it's definitely good stuff from DeCrema, and we should be in for a good one.
Is a Tigers fan and a Justin Verlander fan, and of course, like a lot of younger athletes, he has been drawn to watching Nestor Cortez work as well.
It's very, very simple. It's far too simple, but the old adage is hitting is timing and pitching is disrupting timing, right? So Nestor Cortez, I mean, without even overwhelming stuff, truly, it has been sensational this year. He's so fun to watch.
Uriel Pastrana out of Puerto Rico takes his opportunity to go to work, number 14 on that jersey. Son of Yahaira and Eduardo. And the first pitch, fastball. 95 for strike one.
How about a 95 to start you off?
You called him physical. I know what you mean. There's a lot of exploding to the plate going on. Body flying at you.
And generally speaking, a guy with a delivery like this will, you know, you see the Twitter critics with no profile, like, oh, that's a ball, he's max effort, the hat's flying off. But if you're putting the ball where you want to, who cares? Is kind of my perspective on it. If you prove that you can be durable over multiple innings, if you're in that type of role and you can put the ball where you want to, and that was 96 up in the zone for a swing and miss, that type of delivery adds deception more than it takes away.
Fastball just off the plate, 1-2 the count.
It was a well-located pitch. This is above average spin for a four-seamer, and obviously at 95, 96, that helps too.
His grandpa played basketball at Wisconsin and Marquette. Slider pops high into the air. The batter will reach. Pastrana is on. That slider looked like it broke dugout to dugout.
Yeah, that was, I mean, I kind of blinked twice and immediately looked at the replay. That pitch felt like it moved a ton. We can see on the board that it was about 13 inches of sweep, but very late break there. That was what the catcher called for. We wanted slider down and away. We're ready for it. It just broke far more than he expected.
Sebastian Pisacreta, the son of Jeff and Julia. He's down at TXNL Academy as that one's fired to the backstop. The runner will move up.
And another good example here of something we look for. A lot of guys can go 2 innings and dominate pitching from the windup. Got to see him pitch from the stretch too. It's good to see it because it's a totally different move for a lot of kids sometimes, especially with a unique delivery out of the windup like DeCrema has. This is a different move for him.
He's making him work as that one is zipped off the plate. Hopping out is Ty Wade. Wade's doing the catching this inning, next couple of innings. Pisacreta is actually from Morristown, New Jersey. Florida Canes and Zoom, his travel team. He's a Pitt commit. Go to Pittsburgh. Dips over the outside corner. That's a breaking ball for a strike.
And that's what we want to see. We saw the sharp one that moved between dimensions at 84. Just a little bit of lapse of command since he's had to move to the stretch. The fastball sailing on him. A good way to come back into focus is to throw a breaking ball for a strike.
Sebastian talks about the challenges of moving away from home to go to an academy like TNXL, which could be a huge benefit. He said it was challenging. Learn to cook, clean, wash clothes, do my shopping, stay organized. 1,000 miles away from home, but I'm glad I did it. As that one's high, it pops in and out of the catcher's mitt. Runner moves up. Sebastian had a great line, he said at the end, with the support of the coaching staff, family, friends, and Frontier Airlines having cheap flights to Trenton, New Jersey, I was able to focus on the game I love, play with great teammates, and see my family enough.
Very good response.
And we don't have an airline partner yet. Frontier will take you. We love you. This is getting tough to catch. It's a challenge.
Stuff's moving all over the place. We talked about earlier how this type of delivery can add deception to the hitter. Well, it also certainly adds deception to the catcher, who's probably never caught him before.
Right.
So when the fastball's vacillating between heavy arm side life like that one did and more true vertical on some other ones, and he's throwing his slider that's breaking 2 feet, it's definitely difficult to keep up with as a catcher, especially when you've never worked with the guy before. That makes it very, very difficult.
Waves right through that one, and down he goes. 94 miles an hour.
Yeah, just above the letters there. That's a fastball in a great spot. When you pitch like DeCramer does, that's a pitch in a good spot. And when you locate it there, you will get plenty of swings and misses.
Samuel Parker is his next foe from the other side of the batter's box. Parker's a presence. This is the Georgia State commit from Marietta, Georgia, Kennesaw Mountain High School.
Took a seriously impressive batting practice yesterday. Lots of bat speed, lots of pop, consistently very high exit velocity.
It was a pretty swing. He just missed that one.
He's up there taking a rip. He's not trying to get cheated. Look at him. He's smiling. He knows that he's going to take that second swing. He's take that same swing again a second time, too. He's not trying to hit a single the opposite way right now.
Well, these two competitors, pitcher, hitter, both signed up to go as hard as they can. It's just their approach to the game. It's cool. Albeit a pretty take after being all wound up to swing hard.
It's a great take.
My goodness.
Your coaches say it all the time. You know, the approach and a take should be yes, 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 no, not no, 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 yes when it comes to deciding when to swing. And it's a lot easier to say than do. And Parker's actually doing it. You can see him. He wants to swing at every pitch, but he stopped himself there.
Couldn't do it that time, but that was a wicked pitch. 2-1 breaking ball. That may be the best one he's thrown.
Definitely. He took a slider there. He took a slider to make it 2-1 in a good spot. It was a good take like we talked about, but then an even better one there gets the swing and miss over top.
DeCramer. Fastball, and it's a take at 95 miles an hour. Parker did a nice job for GBSA Rays at the 17U WWBA in those 5 games in which he played at a .467 on base. Bunch of walks, a bunch of hits. Froze him right down the middle. A smile as if to say, okay, you won that battle. That was a job well done.
Yeah, I think Parker very clearly geared up for a full count fastball there. And credit to DeCramer for landing a breaking ball for a strike. He hasn't always been able to do that so far tonight. When you're geared up for the heat, it's tough to pull the trigger on an 81 mile an hour slider. And it was in a good spot. Froze him.
Yeah, the breaking balls kind of pulled him back within the lane lines, you know? He's kind of driving within the lane lines again. Landon O'Donnell, who's from Bradenton, Florida. Lando, his mates call him. Jesse Marlowe, his travel coach with that really fun program, Power Baseball. He's at Inspiration Academy, where his high school coach is Mario Jimenez, an Ole Miss commit. I checked that. An uncommitted athlete who dreams of Ole Miss. Let me restate that. It's one of his top schools.
Heard they had a good year.
They did. I think he's not alone in dreaming of joining them. O'Donnell's had quite a bit of USA baseball experience, Team USA 12U, 17U. Came up empty.
DeCramer finding the slider here a little bit, and you're seeing him more in control of it now that he's throwing it a little softer. When he was letting it rip at 84, 85, it was kind of wild, out of control, albeit gross, but still wild, out of control. Now there's much more command of it at 82 or so, 82, 83.
Look out. 2-2 the count. O'Donnell's dad is Brian, mom is Beth Ann, and his brother Logan He's just a touch older, plays for Central Florida. He spoils a good breaking ball. Oh, you don't like that if you're DeCremmer.
No, that's a great pitch in a great spot and an even better piece of hitting. Sometimes it's hard to call a little nubber off the end of the bat, a check swing, a good piece of hitting, but that is a good piece of hitting. You have to get rid of that pitch. Probably going to be called a strike. You got to do something with it.
Two. Oh, he comes back with a wicked pitch. That's a couple of at-bats in a row where the at-bat was extended, but he didn't back down. James DeCremmer.
Yeah, the slider there, that was, I think, the best one of the day at 85. But it's a lively fastball. We saw him up to 95, 96 early. Devastating life up in the zone that gets swings and misses. We saw it there. You can see it on the inner third there. That's just a fastball that takes off. Had some trouble commanding it in the middle part of that inning. The effort and the delivery can sometimes lead to that. The length of the arm stroke can sometimes lead to that timing concern. But when he had trouble with command, when he had to start going to the stretch, we saw him go to the slider and trust the slider. He threw a couple different variations of it, got several swings and misses over the top of it, and all in all, a pretty impressive inning for him.
Brophy College Prep in Central Phoenix. That's where he works. And he has a new foe out there working, a new battery mate combo, as a matter of fact, working all together. John Lopez is behind the plate working with Blake Dickerson from Virginia Beach, Virginia. Tidewater Phillies, his travel team. Lee Banks, his coach. Ocean Lakes High School, where Pete Zell runs the operation as head baseball coach, and he is a Virginia Tech commit. Did well at Junior National. Been a part of the PDP League this year. Part of that 18U baseball team, trying to make a run at that 20-man roster spot. This is a talented lefty.
Yeah, big-bodied, 6'6", 210. Nothing like having a couple 6'6" lefties start the game for the Gold team here with him and Thomas White. But yeah, committed to what is now a powerhouse program at Virginia Tech.
Yeah.
The year they just had, unbelievable. Good projection, good arm speed. Been watching him warm up. It's pretty easy. These projectable lefties, you never know what the upside might be because it's always pretty sky high. So looking forward to seeing him pitch.
We saw this man who he's dealing with, Jackson Willits, and we've enjoyed him. He's an Oklahoma commit. He was a select festival athlete. Has been active at Junior National and the WWBA, and of course son of Major Leaguer and longtime Major League coach Reggie Willits. Mom is Amber Willits. This is Jackson. And the count 2-0. Scout up Jackson for me a little bit.
Yeah, obviously a very good athlete. You can see the physicality in the frame there. You can see that he's got some twitch to him. He's like an average runner or so. Solid in the 60-yard dash yesterday, ran a 6.85. He's a switch hitter. We're seeing him from the right side here, obviously, against the left-handed pitcher on the mound. Solid arm strength across the infield, and maybe has a chance to play kind of anywhere in the infield, second, short, third, somewhere in there. And there's definitely some power in the stick, too.
That at bat continues on. He's hit by a pitch, so you'll send a runner out there. Derek Mitchell will take the responsibility for him, his fellow Select Festival athlete. Two of them played together, so Willits, who can play in the middle of the infield, play in the corner if you need him. Fort Cobb, Broxton High School. An easy 92 in the upper tier of the strike zone.
Good for Dickerson to get one over there. Was having a little bit of trouble with the command the first three fastballs he threw. But anytime you can throw strike one, Darren, you know, as a former pitcher, it kind of helps to lock you back in.
Boy, that was a beautiful, beautiful throw. You love moments like that when it plays out. That's John Lopez.
Had 198 on the pop there, and it's not overwhelming arm strength from Lopez. It's just a extremely quick out of his crouch, extremely quick transfer followed by an extremely quick release, and he threw it exactly where he needed to throw it. That was right to the glove. A second baseman did not have to move at all, and we got 198 on the pop, which is slightly above MLB average.
Wow, that was beautiful. Good fastball just off the plate. That's what I was about to ask. That in-game 198 plays.
Absolutely it does. Absolutely it does. And everybody knows that the showcase pops, they're different. They're workout times. We're not saying that a kid who pops a 178 in drills is going to pop a 178 in a game. They're two different things. There's no batter in the box. Everybody understands that. But we've done enough data collecting on those types of workout results with pop times that we now understand what those times mean in relevance to what they would mean in game. And either way, you're right there, and 198 certainly plays.
This fastball, strike 3 to Willits from the left arm of Dickerson.
Perfectly located 91 with some sink on it. That's what we need. I think that strike him out, throw him out, or the swing and miss, throw him out, along with some command here now. He's locked back in. He looks good.
Alfonso Rosario, he flexed with his arm from the outfield. He's out of Newark, New Jersey. He's down in the count 0-1.
Through 102, or excuse me, 101 from the outfield. I apologize. 102 was his exit velocity. So just super casual, really loud couple tools there.
Want to play for Coach Johnson at Chipola if, in fact, the draft doesn't call his name. Five-star national, his travel team, P27 Academy, just turned 18 years old.
Was an explosive batting practice yesterday from him.
I can only imagine.
Kind of made everybody just kind of stop and watch. And as you know, Darren, that doesn't happen very often when we all kind of stop typing and just watch. And that's what he made us do yesterday.
If you're committed to go to Chipola, you've caught Brian's eye to a real passionate supporter of the JUCO game, which deserves support. Let me be clear, you're not doing anybody any favors, but everyone loves your work.
It's just a...
Broke his bat. Into left field. That one was put away. Continue your thoughts, though.
It's just a area of the game, of the amateur game, which in general I'm passionate about, as we all are here. But it's an undercovered, underseen, potentially underutilized setting for baseball that is what I think to be baseball in one of its still most purest forms. Because most of the time these JUCOs, and this is not said with any level of disrespect, but I tell guys all the time who ask me about JUCO, if you are good with only playing baseball, lifting weights, getting better at playing baseball, getting stronger, and going to class, if you're cool with that being your life, then go JUCO. Because that's what it is, man. A lot of these JUCOs are in kind of out of the way, these small towns with not a lot to do, and it's your choice. Do you want to develop as a player and as a student and as a person? Then take that opportunity. And it's great baseball a lot of times too. Truly great baseball.
And as a parent with 4 that are almost all through college at some level or some sort of education, it's those first couple of years of the education, it's far more logical economically.
Mm-hmm.
And you're taking the same classes that you take anywhere to get started. Boots Landry gets the call, the young man out of Friendswood, Texas. The Texas A&M commit. We'll introduce you more to him throughout this game, but this is an all-district man, 4.0 student, Boots Landry, the son of Andy and Christy. Here's the work of Mr. Dickerson.
And after that first handful of pitches where he was kind of wild out of the zone, he really settled in and looked good. The fastball has angle on it. You can see it from that extended three-quarter slot. He was able to put it over both sides of the plate, mostly in the 90-91 range. I think he was up to 92 or 93. Showed a changeup, showed a slider, but that fastball with that command and from the angle that he throws it from, it really played once he found that command.
So you go from the tall, lean, left-handed pitcher to the explosive, highly energetic right-handed pitcher as we roll along into inning number 4.
Two extremes, two like polar extremes of pitcher types here between Dickerson and obviously DeCramer here. But and think about that from the perspective of a hitter.
Mm-hmm.
You know, maybe what if these dudes were on the same team? You might have to see these guys in the same game as a hitter. Two vastly different approaches.
And yet it's a dream for you guys to evaluate, to see different looks. DeCremer, by the way, should have mentioned, is an Oregon State commit. Coach Canham awaits his arrival, and I always am intrigued by Oregon State commits after getting to know Coach Canham very well the last couple of years, and very big on family commitment. If you're there, he's not a guy that's fishing a ton in the portal, which makes him a little bit different than some coaches. It's more come, stay, fit in, and evolve amongst our family. So be curious to see where that goes for DeCremer, and excited that that's the right fit for him. Out in the ever-evolving pack, 10, 12, whatever it may be, Oregon State, doesn't matter. You can have whatever kind of setup you want. That's always going to be a fun place to play baseball.
That's on my college baseball bucket list to go watch a series at is Oregon State.
Great little city, amazing craft beer, and just a great place to see baseball. But you know that. I enjoyed Darnell Parker, have for years. He's a Washington State commit, speaking of the pack, as he takes a fastball up and in.
Parker at IMG now, a native of Virginia, committed to Washington State, so he's kind of hitting all corners of the country there already. Ran sub-7 yesterday in the 60, threw 88 across the infield. We've seen him a bunch. A good athlete with good hit tool and some power there too.
He's got a spin out of the way. His dad is Darnell Sr., mom is Maria. Big part of the Breakthrough Series. He called it one of his favorite events, able to play with the best minority baseball players in the country, he said, and learn from some amazing Major League alum. Had played high school basketball, football. Pretty good take, 3-0. And we got a chance at the main event showcase, gosh, many years ago, pre-pandemic, and Darnell was 13 attending a PG showcase, but so well spoken, we did one of our first PG content features on this man, and we've always kind of kept an eye on him since.
I'm looking forward to when we get deep enough into the future where, you know, when Darnell Parker makes an all-star team, we can show his 13-year-old interview at the main event.
It's exciting because you and Vinny and Jeremy, you guys do so much content now, creating. I mean, even looking back on those snippets 5-6 years from now. I already do it with your written words.
See how much we get wrong.
No, I don't play that way. It's funny. I read scouting reports. I think I actually read, and this predates you, interviewed within the last few weeks Madison Bumgarner and read him his scouting report, and it was fun to watch him react to it. He was intrigued. He became a little kid. He's perceived at times as a little bit gruff. I brought the little kid out in him, thanks to you scouts. Boy, a pretty throw. Nearly got him. One hop on top of the bag. Nothing wrong with that throw either.
Definitely not. It's a, you know, ideally you don't want to hop the throw in a perfect world. But when you do, it's okay if you can make an in-between hop that's right to where it needs to be anyways. And that's what that was. Good tag, just a good baseball play all around there. He just beat a good throw.
Ty Wade is the catcher. Need to mention that. Ty Wade behind the plate. He didn't want to, but he did, so he went around that time. Darnell loves watching Francisco Lindor. Bo Bichette, electric, he says. Down off the end of the bat, lifts that one into left field. Anthony Hueso makes the play, just fires it back in. So he gets Parker.
Hueso's a guy I'm looking forward to see hit. He was really, really good in batting practice yesterday. And obviously batting practice does not tell us if you can hit or not, but it does tell us if you have bat speed and power and impact and all of those things. And when you check those boxes, it makes us even more intrigued to see you in game the next day, and he definitely did that.
Jose Luis Ortiz Rivera. Breaking ball outside. Top 50 outfielder in North America from Guayama in Puerto Rico. 17 years old, just under 6 feet tall. This right-handed hitter ran pretty well yesterday.
Really good tool set. He's a sub 6'5" runner. Was 97 from the outfield.
Whoa.
Plays infield too. He's a well-rounded player with twitch who can play a bunch of different spots, and still growing into power at the plate, as you can see, but puts barrel on the ball and projects to have some kind of impact offensively.
97 from the outfield with a frame that looks about 5'9", 5'10". That's impressive.
Arm speed. Arm speed and flexibility and mobility, all of these things play such huge roles in velocity generation.
He's got to hop out of the way of that one. And here I was going to be more poetic and just say an angel touched his arm as he was born.
That's fine. Yeah,
but I like your way
too.
better.
Yeah. I'm not saying that didn't happen. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, 97 from that frame kind of has me, wow. Let's see if DeKremer can reel it in here. And I got around the baseball, pulled it, but a strike.
And we've seen him this inning try and start at bats with breaking balls. You can see that slider, especially the slower one, the strike throwing one, is kind of his way of bringing himself back into command like we suspected in the first inning. But we've seen him do that a couple times already in this second inning. And now he's finding the fastball command a little bit. Had to take a little bit off, but still there in the zone.
He's been working a lot of rotational movement, med balls, deadlifts, band movements, sleds, really working in that area. The 3-2, he got a commitment, it looked like. Yeah, you bet.
It's a good pitch. It's deceptive. He throws it from that same slot as his fastball, and he's got all these moving parts and jumping at you off the rubber. And when that pitch takes a hard right turn away from you, it's tough to stop.
Adrian Padro now. Adrian on the ground. DeKremer will take it on over with an underhanded flip. Adrian out of Caguas, the talented young man. Many perfect game events. We'll introduce him a bit more as this game evolves when we see him again. But for now, the outing for James DeKremer is done. Out of Brophy Prep, going to Oregon State. What'd you see?
It's loud stuff. I mean, that's kind of the long and short of it. He had some command issues. Maybe the effort to the delivery doesn't really portend plus command long term, but he's very athletic. He's right at you. He's attacking in terms of his mentality. The fastball was into the mid-90s. We saw him put it over both edges, not consistently, but enough. Missed bats up in the zone, and of course that slider, which he got a ton of swings and misses on. It's very deceptive, out of the same release as his fastball. Takes that hard turn away from right-handed hitters. Was able to throw it for a strike in a lower velocity band. Was able to speed it up and get whiffs out of the zone. It's really interesting bat-missing quality stuff that will need to be honed in a little bit as he continues developing, but there's no question the upside there.
Yeah, first team all 6A in Arizona, 3.5 GPA, really good student as well. And he had, DeKremer, one more thought, one of my favorite lines. I asked him, what's your favorite meal to eat and who makes that meal? He didn't let me know who prepares his favorite meal, but I love his answer. He says sushi because it's delicious. And you don't feel bad about yourself afterwards. He actually put some thought into that.
Fair.
He put some thought into that.
He's never eaten sushi with me, but sure.
Oh, my goodness. Yes, he's not old enough as us to mix in the Kirin's and the sake with it. And so, yes, that's where you feel bad about yourself. I just thought that was a fun answer.
The PG scouting staff has spent many a nights eating far too much sushi on Fort Myers Beach.
We're
all
right.
there together.
Blake Dickerson goes back to work. What have we missed in telling you about Blake? We do know he's a Virginia Tech commit. He loves watching Aroldis Chapman pitch. He said opportunity, the gifts that he has. He said switching teams. He's watched him no matter where he's at. He says he's seen him mature a little bit off the field, which he's paid attention to that. He said, but he's a big left-hander, and I learn a lot watching him work. So that's a guy who he enjoys watching, the son of Sherry and James. The first pitch to Anthony Belisario out of Staten Island, New York, is fouled off. Anthony, TKR Reds his travel team. St. Joseph by the Sea is where he goes to school. Nelson Ortiz is his high school coach.
Something I want to see from Dickerson this inning. He had to pitch from behind a little bit in that first inning, had to really focus on the command. Would like to see some more of the secondary stuff here just to see what the full arsenal looks like.
Son of Mary Ellen and Michael. Anthony Belisario, and his older brother is Michael as well.
Belisario's a good tool set too. He's 6'5" in the 60, Good arm strength, plays a couple different defensive positions.
Came up empty, but his hustle and the ball skipping away will allow him to reach.
Looked like a good pitch from the lefty there, back foot slider. Yeah, well, didn't quite make it to the back foot, but still, that was late vertical bite on the pitch. Really dove straight down. I think it might have hit the plate, in fact, but either way, got a big swing and miss over the top of it.
The uncommitted athlete in Belisario still making decisions. They're still 16 years old. Not yet 17 as Hunter Backstrom takes strike one. Excited to see him play an outfielder. Junipero Serra in Gardenia, California. Artis Perry's his high school coach as he takes strike two.
One of our uncommitted players here in attendance talked about this with Danny on the broadcast yesterday. There's any number of reasons a kid may be here and uncommitted. Most of the time it ends up that he'd been committed but opened up via coaching change or whatever. There's some guys who are late bloomers who haven't been seen a ton by coaches, et cetera, lots of different reasons. But this is a good spot for coaches to be recruiting, and we've seen a number of them here throughout the week, even if it is more of a pro scout focused event.
Got the swing right through on a fastball as he heads back. Derek and Tina are Backstrom's parents, and we really enjoyed meeting him when he was much, much younger, Backstrom. And, of course, we wish his brother Mackay well in the Braves organization, a former PG All-American. We'll tell you more about Hunter when we see him again.
Dickerson commanding the fastball really well so far in the second inning. That was a strikeout on just three well-placed fastballs.
Dickerson gets a strike over the outside corner to Caleb Hampton, South Carolina commit.
See how physical Hampton is. He still ran a 6.5 60.
Wow.
You get strength like that, moving that fast. You have the recipe for some serious power, and he's got power to his game for sure.
His cousin Maurice Hampton, quite a famous PG All-American, played football at LSU and baseball at LSU, and now is at Sanford College last year in Birmingham, Alabama. Sanford. We'll see where the future takes him.
He and Jerrion Ely in that same class.
Yes.
As two-way football and baseball players. Those guys were so much fun to watch. You see a lot of great athleticism on baseball fields everywhere, and we've seen a ton of it this week. But those two guys with the amount of high-level twitch that allowed them to be five-star football recruits or whatever it was, there was just a little bit different level of athleticism when they took the field.
90 miles an hour, and foul tips it into the catcher's mitt.
We're seeing the fastball play really well here from Dickerson. It's pretty standard velocity, a lot of 88, 89, 90, but it's really, really easy. It's a good delivery. He's spotting this fastball up. It's a good pitch for him, and we're seeing him have success with it.
Strike one to the Dave Esker recruit, headed to Stanford with a verbal. Sebastian David out of Medina, Washington, Lakeside High School. Just turned 17 years old. And Sebastian takes in and off the plate. Just a handful of perfect game events, but in this one he's done well. Ran a 6.6 through 90 across the infield. Pretty big frame.
Mm-hmm. And as a player who just turned 17, as you mentioned, Sud, it makes it easier to continue projecting power on that frame as opposed to a guy who maybe looks like that but is closer to 19. Is a guy who looks like this who just turned 17. That 2-year difference, that 2-year window in terms of development, physical development, that's why guys who are younger are so heavily weighted on models. Is teams buying that extra year of development, as that was a perfectly placed fastball for strike three.
And we'll tell you more about David as he goes throughout the evening. Did really well at the 17U World Series last year. But let's watch Blake Dickerson and listen to Brian's words.
Yeah, it came down to fastball command, fastball quality. He didn't really throw much else. That's a great breaking ball there for swing and miss. We saw a couple of good ones, but this was mostly fastballs, make no mistake. A lot of 88, 91. There's some ride on that pitch. You can see it missing, guys missing it under it. Was able to command it to both sides of the plate once he found himself sort of after the first 4 or 5 pitches. But either way, there was a really, really impressive outing that became even more impressive as it went on.
Good for him. Luke Rodriguez now out of Shafter, California. Frontier High School, uncommitted athlete, has earned himself a chance to be here, and this is fun. These are the kind of stories you love. Easton Prime, his travel team, got a chance to play in the underclass area code games, and now this PG nationally. Says, I'm grateful for the opportunity. He's the son of Jeff, or Jess, I should say, in Sofia. Grandfather played in the Mexican leagues professionally in the 70s, but this is Luke Rodriguez.
Good-sized guy, 6'4", 195. Might even be a little thicker than that now. Looks like he's put on some good weight to that frame. Pretty live arm. We've seen low 90s from him. Another player who just recently turned 18 years old. Should be a good outing for him. Looking forward to seeing how the breaking ball plays. Looking forward to seeing the full mix of pitches here. And a guy that we, as much as we've seen him, we still haven't seen him an overwhelming amount.
You guys started seeing him a little bit, you know, at 14U events back in 2019 when he was throwing 83. Then all of a sudden he pops up for you guys at the underclass All-Americans last year, 92. And so this is a good one. These are the kind of invites that you guys put together that, with all due respect, I mean, it was wonderful to watch White pitch, but these are intriguing. I mean, for baseball fans, this is, you see players, kind of have their coming of age before our eyes, or earn scholarships before our eyes. It's fun. And he couldn't be in more of a white uniform out there. Like, it is just the shoes, the pants, the shirt. I love when you guys do team white.
Absolutely. It's always a sharp look. Looking at his report from the underclass All-American games last year, it looks like he throws a knuckleball.
Okay.
So I'll be interested to see how that looks metrically. That was not a knuckleball.
No, that was 94, my friend. Boy, it flies.
94.5 with over 2,600 on the spin. Welcome to the game.
Well, Jorge Gonzalez Febo is stretching it out, hoping to make it feel better as quickly as he can. They'll put Darnell out there to run at first, but hopefully Gonzalez Febo is okay.
Gonzalez Febo, a very tooled-up player. I think it was him who threw 99 across the infield, or 100 across the infield, the junior national last year, that made a lot of waves. 6'4" runner, took a much more controlled, much more professional round of infield this year, and was still very strong with the arm strength, but looked more like an infielder than a thrower. Really high spin on this fastball. He's spinning 93 up over 2,700. That's unique. Not an overwhelming amount of vertical break. It's 10 inches, 11 inches on the board, but very, very little horizontal break, which says that fastball is spinning true on its axis, and that's a breaking ball with nearly 20 inches of sweep there that stayed on a flat plane. Really unique stuff here, really live arm. We'll need to see as he continues to go along here if the command refines, but after that first fastball whizzing over Febo's head, it looks to have locked it back in, and that breaking ball with high spin too, over 2,700.
Runner on the move, throw down, tag pop down. That's a rocket throw, by the way. Strike 3.
Just a fastball up in the zone there, it blown right by him at 94. And a good pitch to run on that looked like it might have had a little cut on it, but a really good jump out there by Parker. Stole that base with ease, even on a very good throw from, I believe that's Carson Tinney back there.
That is Carson Tinney. You are correct, sir. He goes and grabs that breaking ball away.
The big sweeping curveball, we're seeing it with nearly 20 inches of sweep and very minimal vertical. It is truly a horizontal pitch that sweeps across the zone.
Stole third. Parker flying around the bases.
Absolutely aggressive. And you like that. In a showcase setting, you're out there pinch running. It doesn't matter if you get thrown out. Keep running. We want to see you take jumps. We want to see the catcher have to throw in game. We want to see a pitcher hold a runner. These are all things that we like to see, and they're tough to simulate. So when you get to do them, it helps us out. It helps everybody here.
That breaking ball got away, got on the backside of Adrian Lopez Tiepa. 17 years old, Puerto Rico Baseball Academy. Played some for Wow Factor travel team. Around a 6.65 the other day, threw 92 from the outfield.
For 2,800 on the breaking ball there. Really interesting spin profile. He's really spinning that fastball. Look at that. Disappears at the top of the zone.
Only 600 fastball that time.
It's also something to notice. Fastball only count. We know what's coming. The hitter knows what's coming. Everybody knows what's coming. If you could still miss bats with it, got something to it.
Runner was moving that time. He had taken off. John Lopez is out there running. Adrian Lopez Diepa opening his opportunities to be here. He took part in a regional showcase in Sanford, Florida, and you guys got to see him early in May. He did well. I'm guessing that's part of the reason he earned the invite. Ran a 6.7, 92 exit velocity, 90 from the outfield. Just kind of got one more look.
We've seen him improve on most of those numbers here. 6.65 in the 60, 92 from the outfield. We saw the power on display in BP yesterday. The exit velo is fine. He was hitting some balls hard yesterday in BP, but there's still some projection left on the frame. He's not overwhelming physically, but still has some room to fill out, and I think we'll have a substantial bit of power in there at the end of the day. Another fastball with really high spin, over 2,700, 94 miles an hour. Just super, super difficult to hit that pitch when it's located up in the zone. The amount of ride he generates on that pitch with the minimal amount of horizontal break like we talked about earlier really speaks to how well he's backspinning that pitch, how well it's going to play at the top of the zone with that induced rise that look like it's taking off.
That one's high and inside. Rodriguez talks about his dad, the amount of respect he has for him, the amount of inspiration that he derives from him. That one's fouled back. He shared with me he's going on 26 years as a welder in the oil fields, and he always says it's hard work, but I make it fun. He said about his dad, he's taught me and my brother to play this game that we love the same way as he works hard. As that one sails up and in. Nice job, Dad, because an answer like that you didn't write, your son wrote, that's a testament to you. His dad, Jess. There's a lot to bottle up. If you guys, Brian, a coach, can bottle that up, boy, there's, as you've talked about, could be something special.
Yeah, it's loud stuff. I mean, we're all watching him have serious issues with command here, but we're looking at the data, we're looking at the metrics, we're looking at how everything works. The story of the player is not how many strikes he throws in 2 innings at 18. So we're looking for those traits that project as we throw the ball around here a little bit.
Yeah, he buried a pitch in there that induced really weak contact, just made a tough play into it.
33-mile-an-hour exit velo, Darren. I don't think I've seen one that low. Lucky the bat didn't blow up.
Boy, that's just it's uncomfortable. You add some command to that. It's already very uncomfortable.
It might even make it more comfortable if you do add command.
Yeah.
You know, we talk about effectively wild is probably an overused scouting axiom or baseball axiom, but this is that. He's effectively wild. No one can get a good swing off on him, even when he's right in the middle of the zone, because it's kind of you really don't know where it's going to go.
Center fielder Jaden Bastian now. Jacksonville commit, ranked inside the top 500. Breaking ball skips on by.
Bastian, a really good runner, sub 6'4" in the 60 yesterday. Anytime you see, generally speaking, sub 6'5", sub 6'6" or 6'7", if it's an especially physical guy, that's speed that stands out. That's notable. 6'1", that's floating and different. That's last year, Michael Gupton, unbelievable world-class speed type stuff like that.
Bastian's dad is Keno, mom is Kaden. Bastian hits it hard, fair, 99 off the bat. Hurries on around. He may